Okay. Are we live? Can I see myself? Yes. Yeah. Hi there. You clicked on this video because you want to learn IP all in a few hours by a wannabe high schooler, wannabe teacher, and an actual high schooler. Sorry. Yeah. So welcome to the stream. I know I haven't had a haircut for a long time. And so I thought it's time to show my long hair on stream and also teach some IP, that is informatics practices. Yeah, I don't expect anyone to come on the stream today, and that's why I have not advertised and all that stuff. But yeah, you're watching this maybe sometime in the future or whatever. So congratulations. Now, let me, I have some points to tell you guys. So let me switch to the, this thing. Okay. So yeah, point number one, this is going to be very experimental. This whole one-shot thing. I mean, have you ever seen a one-shot where, there's a lo-fi playing in the background? No, right? So yeah, kind of like that. Also, we're gonna do some chilling, ask some stuff, answer some doubts and all. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, definitely. It's very new for me. So yeah. And second point, you cannot learn well if you don't do it. Yeah, we're gonna do some IP today, right? That includes Python, SQL, and networking, blah blah blah. And you cannot really learn them and get what it's all about if you don't do it. For example, programming, and all that stuff. So you gotta learn it by actually doing it. And I have some stuff related to that. There's a whole repo, GitHub repo in here. I have made that from my 2 previous streams that where I learned all of this thing in 2 days, and you guys can access everything. All right, there is all the Jupyter notebooks that you can use, all the code. Let me open up one bit. All right, this is the data frames one, all right, for pandas and stuff. So we have all that code, and I'm going to use this code today here. All right, I'm gonna use this code to explain all of the shit, all of the stuff. And yeah, so go over this thing. I hope the link is in the description. If it's not, I'm gonna post it. All right, I'm gonna edit the description. Yeah. Follow along. Yeah, I'm gonna link that here. All right, and boom, I'm also going to say ask doubts. Yeah, ask doubts and pin that. All right, so that's cool. So yeah, follow along with me if you want to learn the things well, because if you don't learn it well, if you don't do it, then you're not gonna learn it well. All right, you're not gonna get the intuition, like क्या हो रहा है अंदर में, अंदर में हो क्या रहा है, ये जानने के लिए आप लोगों को करना पड़ेगा, उसको एक्चुअली करना पड़ेगा. So yeah. And third point, I'm not going to be explaining things too much. Fuck, there's a typo. Shit. Sorry about that. Yeah, that happens, right? I'm not going to be explaining things too much. And what does that mean? Yeah, I'm going to go over all the main topics and all the stuff, but I'm not going to be going deep into the basics and deep into the stuff. What are you supposed to do then, right? Like, you're supposed to do all, put in some effort as well, right? So wahi hai. Sure, I'm going to answer all of your doubts and all of your problems, whatever, and trying to explain everything as much as possible, but not too much, right? Because आपको भी सीखना है. Okay. And 4, use this as a supplement to other resources, not as a sole learning resources. ये stream आप लोगों को सिखाने के लिए ही है, लेकिन ऐसा मत सोचना कि यही सब है. Because there are a lot of ways you can do a particular thing. All right, even if I give some example, you can probably find 5 other ways to do the same thing. So yeah, don't do that, and like learn from other things as well. So yeah, this can be a good revision or introduction to the whole Python, SQL, and all that stuff. All right. So yeah, that's thing. And 5, we're gonna chill out. We're gonna chill out because learning should be fun. Oh yeah, learning should be fun. And yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Also, this is not going to be a fucking PG-13 stream. All right. Yeah. Let me. Okay. This is not going to be a PG-13 stream because guess what? You're not 13-year-old anymore. you're older. So yeah, get your shit together, man. Get used to some curses and some fucks and shits. All right. So yeah, let me check the chat. Hello Anubhav. Hello Bookish Talks Potterhead version. I know who you are. Kashvi. Oh yeah. Hi there. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, this is going to be fun, yo. This is going to be fun. Oh, I forgot to mention what we're going to do today. We have total 4 things to do: Python, SQL, networking, and some societal impacts, which is like very useless. But we're gonna just memorize them, I guess, or at least like go over to the theory and see what it's all about. And I have made all the notes here. I'm going to be going over my notes. All right, you're free to compare it with the book, and I have just consolidated everything into single package. All right, so let's go there. And yeah, I don't have IP, but good going, bro. Oh yeah, thanks for watching, by the way. Yeah, by the way, my PC fucked up yesterday. Cry emoji. That's all right. Just learn some Python now. All right, so let me bring up my Obsidian. All right, so here's how we're going to be doing this. Okay, can you guys see this, or is it too small? Yeah, so how we are doing this, we're gonna start off with networking, all the mumbo jumbo terminology. It's going to be a bit boring, but I feel it's quite interesting. All right, because that's how you will know about how the internet works and blah blah blah, if you learn the right things. I mean, not the boring shit. All right, and I'm here to make you feel less bored. You got the lo-fi in the background, and you got my extreme like good personality. Oh man, I gotta stop being narcissistic. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna start off with networking, and then we're gonna move on to Python, which includes pandas and matplotlib. All right, which is all about data visualization and data. All right, and then we're gonna do some more theory, some more boring stuff, societal impacts. This, which includes mostly about like what licensing, open sourcing, like IT Act, legal documents, whatever. Yeah, so that thing. And then we're at last the most interesting stuff, the stuff I like the most, and like recently I'm really liking SQL and databases. So yeah, we're gonna do some SQL, and probably not going to be going over the basics, but of course we'll revise the whole grade 11 stuff, because that's all we have in grade 12. It's just grade 11 plus only few things. So yeah, it will help to revise the grade 11 shit. All right, shall we get started? Where is the thing? Okay, shall we get started? Yeah. Hello, Kashvi. Hello. I think I'm gonna get started because we're live, and I'm also recording this thing and also drinking my coffee. Yeah. I will. This will be a video in the future, probably. Anubhav will edit this, if he has some free time or something, and make it into as concise as reduce all the yappings and stuff, cut them all up, and just give people only the gabagoo, the real stuff. All right, either way, let's get started. Right, again, I'm like saying this again, I'm repeating this. This is the GitHub repo, which you can just go over here and just code it. All right, just go over here and like you can download the zip. All right, you can download the zip. There will be a whole zip file with everything. All right, with everything in here. You got your notes, you got your Jupyter notebooks, which you can run to actually work, and you got your SQL, and just go over there, man. If you don't know how to use Python and stuff, you can also open up this thing on Google Colabs. Right, let me open that up real quick. Google Colabs, something like that. It should be something like that. You go there and Google Colab, and then you open up some shit. All right, let me give you a quick demo so that you guys don't keep on asking me how I do that, how I do this. It should be pretty easy, and that's why you should learn how to learn. Anyway, you will see this dialog, open notebook. All right, open notebook, and where this will, you will go to GitHub here. All right, you'll go to GitHub, then you will copy everything, the link of my GitHub repo, go over here and paste it. All right, you guys just paste it and just press enter or search or something like that. This will bring up, like, it will search and it will see what are the different Jupyter notebooks there are in the repository, and then you can just open up. For example, you want to learn about some series. All right, some series and stuff, and it will just open up the Jupyter notebook that I have written, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. All right, you can even run this thing and everything, run anyway. Yeah, I think this guy, they have the pandas library by default, I think so. First it will just connect to the thing. I think Anubhav knows a bit more. Perhaps you guys should check the chat now, even in the replay or something. Maybe he'll dig up something or something like that. I don't know. He has a lot of more experience with Google Colab notebooks than me, because he's a machine learning geek or whatever, Yeah. So yeah, it does have the pandas library in the built in, so you don't have to install anything using pip and all that stuff. So yeah, just go right here, Google Colab, and just paste my link over there, and you guys can open up anything without using any of offline software or stuff. This is what's cool about internet. All right. Anyway, with that aside, let's move on with the program. But before that, let me do some Pomodoro, because we gotta take breaks, right? I from my last stream, I knew that I needed to take breaks, because otherwise I'm going to be fucking my throat up. I cannot talk forever. So let's just do 4 sessions. You guys can follow this or not. It's your choice. I'm not going to be saying anything. Just that we're gonna take some breaks and chill out and stuff. Listen to some lo-fi. Okay, so let's just do it. And boom. We are done. Oh shit, the volume's too up. All right, so let's do some networking. All right, how about that? Networking. You guys ready? So this is networking for dummies, for dummies. So there are a few things you need to keep in mind. We have how many of here? Fold more. Sorry about that. And we got introduction, types of networks, network devices, networking topologies, internet applications, and website, blah, 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 web server, web hosting of a website, and the browser. These are the things you gotta learn in this chapter. It's going to be fairly easy. I'll try to explain it as in an concise way as possible. All right. So, introduction to computer networks. What is a computer network? As far as I can understand, a computer network is an interconnection between devices which can be used to transfer data between each other. For example, examples help a lot, man. All right. Let me, okay. All right. So this is a terminal. Probably you don't know what that is. That's completely fine. You don't need to know it. All right. I am connected with this device. This device is a ThinkPad, it's a laptop, and I am connected with my streaming PC over to my left side. All right, it's doing all the streaming and all that stuff. So I suppose it's connected with a network, right? It's connected with a wire, a LAN cable, an Ethernet cable, and I want to do some stuff. All right, so I can just go over here and SSH to that thing, and it will just connect because it's in the network. And what do we know about networks? That it's an interconnection between devices and which can be used to transfer data between each other. And we can use this connection, this network, to transfer data. For example, I want to copy something, all right? Then I can use this, I can probably use SCP and blah, 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 all that commands and whatever. You don't need to learn all that. I'm just showing you the example. See, the connection was closed. That means it is an interconnection. That's what you can use networks for. All right, that's the one application. Okay, packets. What are packets? Packets is an important term when it comes to networking and data. Communication happens in the form of packets. These are like words for internet. Okay, in languages, okay, languages are comprised of words, right? Languages are comprised of words. I'm speaking words, right? Each word has a meaning. And in the internet, packets are the little stuff which contain the information. Of course, you cannot see packets, you know. So it contains the information. You communicate using packets. Let me give you an example again. Again, I'm going to be pinging Google. All right, let's ping Google, and you'll see bytes blah 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 coming and going, and I'm gonna close this stuff. You'll see 6 packets transmitted, 6 received, 0% packet loss. What does this mean? Well, from my computer, I am transmitting some packets, some information to google.com, and I'm receiving some packages, and this is just trying to figure out the time it takes and blah blah blah, the latency. You play PUBG a lot, and stuff, Free Fire, I don't know, latency, ping, right? So this is what it's doing. But that's not the point. The important point here is the packets thing. It's all packets. It's all package. It's all packets when you talk about networking. It's all packets, man. So just buy a chips packet and start eating it, all right? And yeah, communication happens in the form of packets. You send packets, you receive packets. That's all. Boom. Types of networks. You got your LAN, you got your MAN, and you got your WAN. These sound similar, but these are not. But of course, you can spot some similarities between them. So what is a LAN? When you create a couple of devices locally, when you connect, sorry about that, this must be a typo, connect a couple of devices locally. For example, using your Wi-Fi, hotspot, or Ethernet. Just like I showed you the thing right now, I connected with this computer, from this computer to my streaming PC. Well, they are connected in a LAN, in a local area network, in my home Wi-Fi. Alright? So that is a LAN. When something is very isolated, एकदम एक जगह में ही है, it's not exposed to anything, it's in a LAN. Alright? What about a MAN? What about a MAN? You connect few LANs together, you get a MAN. It is larger, usually spanning over a city or town. ठीक है. क्या है MAN? So, suppose you take एक काम करते हैं, alright? In the neighborhood, okay, अपने neighborhood में सबके पास एक LAN लगा दो, alright? सबके पास एक LAN लगा दो. सबके घर में Wi-Fi है, सबको connect कर दो. You get a MAN, alright? सबके पास Wi-Fi है, सबका घर का एक LAN है, अलग-अलग से, right? You connect all of them, you get a MAN. And if that happens over a large part, over a city, over a town, you get a MAN. And if it's like even larger, over countries, over continents, then it's a wide area network. All right. Like MAN, this also happens when you connect a lot of LANs together, but it's spread very, very wide. It's large. Okay, I'm gonna drink some coffee because I'm tired. And my coffee is gone cold. All right. Where were we? LAN, man, and WAN. The most important thing to realize is LAN is smaller than MAN, which is smaller than WAN. Right? WAN is the largest, which spans over countries, over continents. MAN is like only limited to cities or town, and LAN is very small within your house or a couple of devices. That's it. All right. Remember, when you connect to the cellular network, all right, the Geo, Airtel, whatever you got, that is not LAN. All right. That is either a MAN or a WAN. All right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I think Geo, the cellular network, can be a MAN. But let me know in the chat if I'm wrong, or maybe you have some other opinions. All right. What do you think? Is it a MAN? Is it a WAN? All right. But it's definitely not a LAN because you are technically connected with a lot more people with your cellular data. All right. Yeah. And also this makes that only people in the LAN, like the devices connected to the LAN are most vulnerable to attacks. All right. So if you connect to a restaurant Wi-Fi, maybe there is some hacker like Anubhav there who will hack your stuff and get your sensitive pictures, whatever, Anyway, let's move on to the network devices. Oh, also, yeah, don't connect to the restaurant device without a VPN, all right? That's bad. Let's move on to network devices. What is a modem? There are different network devices. Stuff that you can use to access to a network, to access to a network, to create a network, to connect to the internet, and blah blah blah. All right, there are a few stuff like modem, and we got Ethernet, hub, switch, router. We're gonna go through them one by one. All right. Okay, let's go over to the modem. What is a modem? Modem is a modulator demodulator. That very original, but we're not going to be paying attention to that. You can just remember mo stands for modulator and dem stands for demodulator. All right. Its entire function is to convert analog signals from internet telephone lines to digital so that you can use it in your device. All right. Suppose you have a wire, something like this, right? This is a wire, right? Can I switch back to my camera? Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so it's a wire. Pretend that it's a telephone wire from your broadband networking provider to to your stuff, to your home. This is it's analog, right? It's solid. There's electrical signals going inside the wire, and you plug this in over to your modem. All right, the modem will convert the analog signals, the electrical signals, into digital ones so that you can use it in your laptop, because your laptop does not recognizes electrical signals on its own. It converts the electrical signals to digital, and that part is done by the modem. All right. And yeah, I am going to be reducing the chat a bit, like make the size a bit smaller like this, so that it does not hurt the video, I guess. I don't know. I just I just want my face to be look bigger, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Demodulator, modulator. There's a neat little diagram in the book. I think I should probably open the book as well, right? You got your societal internet and web, right? All right, where is it? Modem. Modem, not this. Yes. Not this one. Yes, modulator, demodulator. Yes, this one. All right. You see, there is there's a digital signal. Like start from here. All right. Start from analog, then you got your modulation, then transfer to digital. right? And if something wants to be from here, some data needs to be transferred from your laptop, from your device to the network, you got your demodulation, all right? Demodulation, and it converts the digital into analog, and so on. So that's your modem. How about the Ethernet card? How about that? It's the wired internet gigachad, you know. Yeah, Ethernet. I'm using Ethernet, so I cannot really show you. It's just a cable. It's the medium of wired internet connection. I guess this will serve better. Where is it? Ethernet card. Sure, this is a diagram. You see this port right here, this thing, and you might have seen this in your school computers or whatever. And if you don't study in a school, or because I don't know. Anyway, so you guys can see, I can maybe show you guys a diagram of the RJ45 port. It's called RJ45 basically, and let me show you. Wait. Oh man, come on. I don't want to use Google, but I guess I will have to, because anyway. So this thing, yes, this thing is not Ethernet. This thing is the port that connects with Ethernet, all right, usually. So yeah, Ethernet card is the medium, is the thing that converts the whole thing, and it has very high transfer speeds, which is why it's the wired internet gigachad. It's very fast, and that's why you should use it. That's why I am using it, all right, to transfer my screen from this laptop to my streaming computer. I'm using my Ethernet to transfer my screen capture, whatever. Yeah. What about a hub? A hub is a device where there are multiple data inputs and outputs. Okay, we'll see what's going on in there. And cons, the data which comes in gets distributed to every output, which may not be desirable. All right. So hub is a device, and there's probably right, like this. Yeah. So this is a hub, right? And this has multiple inputs and outputs. Each of these ports is an input and an output. Things can go in and go out from here. And suppose there is a source, all right? Suppose that you put in 8 and 8 is transmitting everything. The data will go to every single output right here. एक से आया, सभी में गया. All right? It's like सभी में चला गया. It gets distributed to every single thing. This does not have a filter. इसमें filter नहीं है. जो आया वही जाएगा सबके पास. For example, if suppose you're connected to this hub, you and your girlfriend are both connected to that thing, and you and your girlfriend are sending some information to each other, that will get transferred to every single output, including your parents or teacher or maybe some other psycho. So yeah, you don't want that, right? And that's why you should use a switch. That's where we come to the switch. It's more intelligent. It's like a hub. It also has multiple input-output stuff, but it can analyze and process the data and send to selective devices. It can filter the things, right? So that means if you use a switch like this, you can communicate with your girlfriend, and no one else will get the data. No other person connected in the network will get to your sensitive information, which is very, very necessary at some points. Switches, this is very beneficial indeed. Switches are used in big buildings, offices, schools. Yeah, try to hack into them if you can. You can access everything. Sure, yeah, sure. Try that. Yeah, so that's about it. The difference between hub and switch. Hub does not filter anything. it it comes in, everything, every data goes out to everyone, right? But when it comes to switch, it can actually analyze and process the data and send to selective devices instead of all. Yeah. So remember the girlfriend analogy? So yeah, if you don't want your sensitive information to get leaked, use a switch for the better, yeah. How about a router? It's a more intelligent switch. It analyzes the packets that comes in and processes them before sending out to devices. It technically contains a modem as well. The internet comes along, blah 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 blah. I think I made a diagram. Probably show that. Wait a second. By the way, yes, this is again the GitHub repo. You can access all of my notes here. Oh ho ho! Everything's here. Very very nice, very nice. All right, so this is the thing. Suppose this is the analog signal coming from the ISP, and you got your router right here, and there's a modem inside. Technically, it converts the electrical to digital, and then it can process all the packets that are coming in. Remember what packets are? Packets are the communication thingies, the information, all right, in internet. These are words, but for the internet, all right? So it can process and analyze everything. It can filter, blah, 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 do everything it wants, and then send out to all the devices connected in the network. Yeah, it can be using Wi-Fi, or it may be using an Ethernet stuff. So yeah, that's something like that. It's just a more intelligent switch. It does everything like a switch, but it you have more features. You have more features. All right. What is a gateway? Shit. Oh shit. Sorry about that. Let me gateway. All right. What is a gateway? Gateway is the gateway between. Did I actually write that? Yeah. Gateway is the gateway in the internet. Okay, in networking. Yeah. Gateway in networking is the gateway between an isolated local network and a foreign network. All right. What does that mean? I think I also drew a picture somewhere here. Let me open that, maybe. Oh yeah, it's here. Hi there. Hi. My drawing. Yeah. So suppose you got your iPhone 13 connected to a network or something. Every information that comes and goes, and you want to connect to the cloud, every information that comes and goes must be through the gateway. All right. The gateway is the bouncer. All right. And you want to get into the clubhouse, and it's checking your ID and all that stuff. So yeah, think of it as the security guard or the bouncer. So yeah, it will check everything. सब ठीक है ना? सब ठीक है? Underage तो नहीं है? So and all that stuff. And then and when the network information comes from the cloud, again it will analyze and send it to the respective devices and all that stuff. So, कहाँ पे है ये gateway? Remember, this is not really a networking device, but a feature in the device. Suppose in the router. All right, in the router, it analyzes the packets, right? And this is the analyzing part that happens through the gateway. All right, it happens through the gateway. It's like, how am I supposed to explain it? It's like it's just a gate. All right, every information comes and goes through the gateway. That's the fancy way to put it. All right, think of it like the bouncer outside a clubhouse. Yeah, absolutely. I hope I made that clear, but I'm not satisfied with my explanation. If anyone has an explanation, please let me know. And yeah, anything, basically anything that comes and goes must happen through the gateway. That's its entire role. That's the everything, right? That's everything. All right. So now let me switch back to my camera and check the chat, because that's important, isn't it? Okay. All right. Let's read the thing. Anubhav, if I get time, have you heard time XMP for no. No GUI, brother. Real pros do not use GUI. They use terminals. Oh yeah. You could switch your runtime if you want more power. But I know you don't want that. Your runtime, huh? I don't understand. I guess context switch. I think there is no difference between a switch and a hub. Interesting. Let me know, because the book says otherwise, but books often are wrong, especially the NCRT ones. So please do a quick Google search and tell me, people. And simple way to remember: modem equals internet gate router equals internet splitter. That's not really understandable. Gateway, the doorman between your networks and the other networks. Yes, exactly. The doorman between your networks and the other networks. Any other networks. It can be your uncle's LAN or whatever, from your network to the other network. Even if it's cloud, other LANs, some weird ass stuff. So yeah. All right. Then let's go back to the, like the thing we were doing, right? Let's go back. Okay. So yeah, let's come to networking topologies. What is a topology? Topology, how a surface appears. Here it means how the nodes are connected. What is a topology? Topology, the word topology is related to the appearance, how it's attached to each other, that the connections and all stuff. That's related to topology. Of course, you are free to do a Google search and correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and here in networking, it means how the nodes are connected. What are nodes? Well, nodes is any device in the network. All right. So this computer, this laptop is a node in my Wi-Fi. This thing, the streaming computer, is a node in my Wi-Fi. So yeah, and the topology is how they are connected. All right, is how they are connected with each other. There are several topologies which we need to study. We got mesh, we got ring/circular, we got bus, we got star, we got hybrid. All right, and we have comprehensive pictures in here. Yes, here we have them, and we can study them wherever we want when we want to see the diagrams. But first, let's see what they are all about. What is a mesh? In the mesh topology, every node is connected to each other. Okay. All right. So we got 3 pens. We got 3 pens right here. Let me switch to the thing. We got 3 pens. Every pen will be connected to each other. So this will be connected to this and this. This will be connected to this. Something like that. Everything will be connected to each other. And similarly, everything else. But instead of the camera, I should probably make a diagram or something, right? So let's go back to here. And where's my tablet? Yes, here it is. All right. Yeah, this will work. So yeah, we have a node. This is a node. This is a node, and this is a node. Remember, nodes are just the devices in the network. All right. So let's connect each of them. All right. So we got this connection, right? And we got this connection, right? We got this connection. All right. We got this connection. Cool. And we also got this connection, and we also got this connection. So this is a mesh. All right. Mesh. When everything's connected to every other thing. So this thing, if you see, this thing is connected to every single one of them. This thing every single one of them. This thing, every single one of them. And yeah, I don't need to repeat that again. If you want to look at the diagram, you can see here, everything is connected to every other thing. There is also one more point, that to create a mesh with n nodes, you need n times n minus 1 divided by 2 wires. All right. I don't think you need to memorize that, but if you do, if your exam asks for it, here is it. So to create a mesh with n nodes, you need n minus 1 all over 2 wires. These wires, you know, these are connections. All right, think of these as wires or the connections. Why precisely this expression? Okay, you might want to skip this for a bit because we're gonna do some math right now. All right. Okay. So if you pick this particular node, all right, if you see this particular node, to connect this with every other thing, it will connect with every other thing, like, right? बाकी सब में एक एक वायर जाएगा यहाँ से, so यहाँ से यहाँ तक, यहाँ से यहाँ तक, and यहाँ से यहाँ तक, and so on. अगर कुछ और भी था तो वहाँ भी जाएगा, वहाँ भी जाएगा, लेकिन अपने में थोड़ी ना वायर लगाएगा, अपने में तो नहीं लगाएगा ना, बाकी जितने हैं सब में जाएगा, लेकिन अपने में नहीं आएगा. So अगर तुम्हारे पास n नोड्स है टोटल, ठीक है, n नोड्स है, वहां से एक माइनस करोगे तो उतना वायर एक पर्टिकुलर नोड से जाएगा. समझा? अगेन, एक पर्टिकुलर नोड से कितना वायर जाएगा? जितना है उसमें से एक माइनस करोगे, क्योंकि अपने आप में थोड़ी ना वायर लगाएगा, ये नहीं लगाएगा ना. तो n-1 ये क्या है? वायर्स गोइंग आउट. करेक्ट, वायर्स गोइंग आउट. लेकिन टोटली मेश में कितने नोड्स है? टोटल वी हैव n नोड्स, राइट? टोटल n नोड्स, मतलब सब नोड्स n-1 वायर्स भेजेंगे. करेक्ट. एक यहां से गया और ये वाला भी तो करेगा ना वैसा, ये वाला साइड वाला, ये वाला भी तो यहाँ से यहाँ सब में भेजेगा n-1 वायर. करेक्ट. तो इतना टोटल वायर हो गया हमारा. करेक्ट. टोटल वायर इतना हो गया. दिस इज टोटल वायर. ठीक है. अब ये डिवाइड बाय 2 कैसे आया? ये डिवाइड बाय 2, एक बात समझो, ठीक है. ये बंदा, ये नीचे वाला, जब ये ऊपर वाला भेजा, ठीक है, ऊपर वाले तक, ऊपर वाला भी नहीं भेजेगा क्या? अपना टाइम आने पर ये ऊपर वाला भी तो नीचे वाले के पास भेजेगा. तो 2 एक्स्ट्रा नहीं हो गए. एक कनेक्शन के लिए सिर्फ एक ही वायर चाहिए ना. यू डोंट नीड 2 वायर्स, यू जस्ट नीड 1 वायर, राइट? And for everything there will be a duplication happening here. So to counter that duplication, you have this divide by 2 right here. All right. So to counter the duplication, you have this thing right here. उससे क्या होगा? एक वायर घट जाएगा. That means we will be left with only a good looking diagram like this, good looking mesh like this. इसमें सिर्फ एक ही वायर का ये चलेगा, you know? समझा? तो इसलिए हमने यहाँ पर divide by 2 कर दिया. So that's how the math happens. I don't know, I like math, इसलिए मैंने समझा दिया. You want to use this or not? Your choice. Let's move on. ठीक है. So the next thing we have is circular. All right, circular topology. Every node is connected in a ring. Data can transfer in only one direction, clockwise or counterclockwise. If a device fails, the whole network fails. It might be useful to look at what a circular topology is. Okay, you got your nodes here, right? Let me draw the nodes. इसमें क्या होगा? ये ऐसे कनेक्टेड होंगे, ठीक है, ऐसे कनेक्टेड, सिर्फ सर्कुलर, ठीक है, सिर्फ सर्कुलर. या तो कनेक्शन ऐसे जाएगा या तो डेटा ऐसे जाएगा या फिर ऐसे भी जा सकता है, ठीक है, ऐसे भी जा सकता है, अपनी मर्जी है ना, उनकी मर्जी, ठीक है। दैट्स इट, दैट्स ऑल हाउ इट वर्क्स। लेकिन अगर किसी एक ऐसा गया है ना, एक चला गया, ठीक है, चला गया, इट्स गॉन, डैमेज हो गया, कुछ हो गया, काम नहीं कर रहा, तो ये एंटायर topology, entire network will break. All right, think of it as a circuit. All right, if the circuit is not closed, the electrons cannot transfer, therefore current cannot be generated. So this is like a circuit. Okay, if you want to memorize, then think of it like a circuit. All right, एक चला गया, boom, the circuit is open, lights नहीं जलेंगे, ठीक है, मतलब इन वाले nodes में network आएगा ही नहीं, ठीक है, cool, very nice. Yeah. How about the bus? In a bus, every node is connected to a single lengthwise bus. I mean, yeah, connection, you can write connection yeah, I think connection might be the right word. It's easy to maintain and allows for bidirectional data travel. Example, USB, Universal Serial Bus. ठीक है, पिक्चर देखते हैं, डायरेक्ट पिक्चर, यस, दिस इज बस टोपोलॉजी। ये देख रहे हो, दिस इज द बस, एक सिंगल लाइन जिसमें से सारे नोड्स कनेक्टेड हैं, ठीक है। ये सिंगल लाइन यहाँ पे या एग्जैक्टली ड्रॉ करना पड़ेगा, राइट, ड्रॉ करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है, ड्रॉ करने से सब समझ आता है। बढ़िया, वेरी नाइस। यहाँ पे एक ले लेते हैं, कोई ये ठीक है, एक नोड, अरे ठीक है, दिस इज अ नोड एंड या इट इज कनेक्टेड टू द बस एंड सिमिलरली ऐसे बहुत सारे नोड्स कनेक्टेड है। कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं यहाँ पे, ठीक है, बहुत सारे हाँ, रोटेट कर देंगे इसको भी, ठीक है, बहुत सारे, ठीक है। ये हो गया नोड्स और ये हो गया बस, दिस इज आवर बस हो गया, ठीक है, बस हो गया, यही है। ये इसलिए गुड है, ये इसलिए अच्छा है क्योंकि इसको मेंटेन करना इजी है, ओके। और इसमें अगर एक बंदा चला गया तो ये बाकी सारे जो कनेक्टेड हैं उनको मैनेज करना भी आसान हो जाता है। मतलब ये तो ऐसे वाला नहीं है ना, इट्स नॉट लाइक अ सर्किट, इट्स लाइक think of it like connected with parallel, you know, something like that. So like nothing happens, everything is intact even if one node fails or something like that. ये वाला स्ट्रक्चर तुमको ये जो तुम्हारे पेरिफेरल्स है मदरबोर्ड के अंदर वैसा वाला मिलेगा, you know, the stuff that is connected inside your computer and like diagram, which is called Universal Serial Bus, USB and all that stuff. दिखाता हूँ, एक सेकेंड। ये वाला नहीं, यूनिवर्सल सीरियल बस, कंप्यूटर आर्किटेक्चर बस, अरे बस कंप्यूटर बस, ठीक है, सेम ही डायरेक्शन मिलेगा, ऐसे वाला, यस, ये दिख रहा है ना, ऐसा बस यहाँ पे कनेक्टेड होता है तुम्हारा सीपीयू, मेमोरी, इनपुट आउटपुट जो भी है, एंड दिस इज लाइक रियली गुड, दिस इज लाइक हाउ इट हैपेंस, योर इंटरनल स्टफ। सो या दैट्स हाउ इट्स कनेक्टेड। इट्स ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ अ नेटवर्क, you can also do that for internet and all kind of things, and that's pretty cool. So you know that topologies are not limited to just Wi-Fi and क्या बोलते हैं Ethernet connections. It can also range from this one क्या बोलते हैं memory, computer architecture and so on. Yeah. How about star? There's also star topology. And here, every node is connected to a central networking system. Example, your devices and your router. It's also easy to maintain and popular. ठीक है, कैसा? देखते हैं. Every single node is connected to one single thing. It's like bus, लेकिन बस में एक पूरा लेंथ होता है. इसमें सारा डिवाइस एक साथ एक डिवाइस के साथ कनेक्टेड होता है. For example, I'm using my Wi-Fi, right? Not right now, like yeah, kind of. But anyway, there is my phone. Alright, this is my phone. Not an iPhone, obviously. I don't like iPhones. Androids are much better. Yeah. Anyway, so iPhones, ठीक है, ले लिया. यहाँ पे मेरा ThinkPad है, trusty ThinkPad, which I'm using right now. Alright, and there is the main router, the networking thing, and everything's connected here. Alright, and for example, let's take मेरा मम्मी का phone भी ले लेते हैं, ठीक है? Which is again not an iPhone. Yes, not an iPhone. Not an iPhone. Yeah. सब directly इसके साथ connected है, right? And this is called the star topology, right? Every single devices are connected to one single networking device. It may be a router, it may be a switch, maybe a hub, but something like that, right? So that is the star topology. Maximum जगह में star topology use होता है when it comes to internet and stuff like your Wi-Fi, right? That's a star topology, correct? All right. कहाँ गया? Yeah. How about hybrid / tree? It's a mix of bus and star topologies. Yes, let's look at the diagram. ऐसा वाला, ठीक है? बहुत सारे star topology ले लिया और उसको एक बस में attach कर दिया. We just do that. We attach all of the stars into a bus and we're done. That's a hybrid topology. Cool. Very nice. Such topologies are usually realized where multiple LANs are collected. This is called linking. You remember what WANs are? WANs happen when multiple LANs or MANs are connected. And this can be like that, right? You can connect multiple LANs with a bus. And then boom, you got a WAN or a MAN. Yeah. Yay, very nice. So, and with that, we have completed another topic. Network topologies. Congratulations. Next topic, we have internet and applications of internet. I mean, internet, I don't think I need to really explain everything. Come on. Come on. Do I really need to explain the internet? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I mean, you're watching this on your internet right now. And I'm supposed to tell you what internet is? That does not make sense. I don't think I need to explain everything. Instead, I'll just read the chat. All right. Okay. For me, switch is the modified version of hub. Yes, absolutely. Modem is internet gate because it connects your home to your ISP. It's the entry point for the internet. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Yes. Router plus internet splitter because that router equals, I think he meant to write equals, internet splitter because it takes that internet connection from the modem and share it with all the devices, like splitting the connection for everyone to use. Well, splitting versus filtering, those are two different things. If you split the thing, I mean, you're making you're dividing few things. That's splitting precisely, right? But it's not like that. I think you can probably say it's splitting, but I don't think that's probably the right word. But yeah, in essence, it does exactly the thing. It filters and like divides kind of the network to everyone else. Yeah, correct. I can do with that, but maybe splitting is not the right word. Okay. Kitna time hai break hone mein? We got 10 minutes. I think we can finish the internet thing. You know, internet. Yeah, internet. Welcome to the internet. That's it. You don't need to learn more about internet. If you want to, just read the fucking book. All right, just read the book. Internet global network, blah blah blah. Wi-Fi hai, ye hai, service provider hai, ye hai, whatever. What matters is the applications of internet. I mean, you already know what you can use your internet for. ये देख लो. This is you are watching this video on the internet. That's an application. You can also use Google Meet on the internet, like, or Google Meet or Zoom or whatever, to connect with people and whatever. Or क्या बोलते हैं, email. You can use email or make websites and stuff. So yeah, यहाँ पे mostly तीन चीजें हैं. We got www, World Wide Web, and we got voice over IP. Yeah. All right. ठीक है. Okay. So what is www? World Wide Web is something you already know. Yeah. World Wide Web. Boom. ठीक है. Yeah, I mean, just trust your intuition when it comes to this. Just write whatever you know, because you already know this thing. All right? You already know this thing. It's just a matter of just writing it. All right? Just writing it. But there are some specific things. For example, HTML. You might not know it, or you might. I'm not taking the risk. I'm just going to explain everything. All right? What is HTML? This is the main language that makes a website that you can see. All right? I know there are stuff like TypeScript, JavaScript, and React Native, or whatever you web developers use. But essentially, everything is, they just transform to HTML. All right? Everything you code is transformed into HTML and CSS. I did not write that. Plus CSS, which is called cascaded style sheets. And these are used for customizing the website. All right? This language, CSS, is used for customizing the website. But you also got many things, all right? Like JavaScript, and you got SCSS, and you got your, I don't know what my friend Beast Knight uses, Janak uses. Yeah, he showed me that. I think I forgot. But anyway, you got a lot of stuff, but essentially it all turns it down to the basic HTML. So it looks something like this, you know. You can write it or not. I mean, it does not really matter. This is like the example code to just let you know that this exists and all. And it probably, let me show you here in my notes. I have also attached a picture of that same code. Okay, what this code comes out to be. I think it should be in the networking only. Yes. So this specific code gives this result, all right? You got your hi, and you got your check this out, and you got your link. You know, this is my website and stuff. That's it. Yeah. So that's HTML. And this is like, I told you, this is the main language that makes up a website, all right? What is a URI? Uniform Resource Identifier. This is a unique address for something in the whole internet. So, my name is Nibir, right? Nibir is my identifier, right? But Nibir is not really unique, right? Like, there are many people whose name is Nibir. So it might be a combination of some other thing, like Nibir Sankar. Nibir Sankar, I mean, there don't exist many people whose name is Nibir Sankar, right? So maybe Nibir Sankar is my URI, my Uniform Resource Identifier in the real world. But in the internet, you have the URL and all sort of things, which are like types of URI. So basically, URI is an unique address. Okay, something for you to like know what this exact what that is, right? Like a website. एक website के लिए you have the URL. The Uniform Resource Locator is a type of URL that uses the website address, like this one and this one. ठीक है? I mean, if you click on this thing, you will know that it's Nibir's blog. Or if you do youtube.com, then you know this is YouTube. So that's its unique address. All right? That's what happens in the internet. Okay. You got a couple of things here to notice. If you see this nibirsan.org, this is called the domain. All right? It's called a domain name. And you got your ending what this is called. I don't know. This is like prefix. I forgot. I actually did a lot of research here. Domain. No, sorry, it's not domain name. Yeah, it's domain. Domain name. Wait. Let me do a quick Google search. This is domain and domain suffix. What it's called? It has a oh yeah, it is top level domains. Okay, extension, domain extension. There are multiple stuff. It may be called domain suffixes, domain extensions, and so on. But you remember that this as a whole, this nibirsan.org or youtube.com as a whole, it's called a domain. So a URI involves a domain, and it involves a protocol. All right, involves a protocol. Whatever it's written here, like something colon dash, whatever written here is the protocol. For example, if I may use my terminal, you got your SSH, all right? You got your SSH is a protocol. FTP is a protocol, FTP. That means file transfer protocol, and so on. So there are many protocols you can use to access to a connection, all right? And then you got your whole website thing, all right? So again, URL is a unique address to which you can access a website, specifically website or web page, all right? It's a type of URI, not the URI itself, okay? HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is a protocol through how you can access web pages on the internet. Yes, as I said, HTTPS is how everything exists in the internet. Like for example, let's go over here and let's say HTTPS and let's say youtube.com or whatever. So that way you can use YouTube. But if you type anything else, like, like I cannot zoom in really here, but I hope you can see it. If you say bruh, if you write bruh youtube.com, if you just do it, it will not do anything. It will just give me my search results, because bruh is not it's not a protocol, right? It's not an internet protocol. HTTP is, and there's a more secure version which is HTTPS. Always make sure that you are on HTTPS so that you don't get hacked. Please refer to Anubhav for some more information. All right. So these are a few things about www, World Wide Web. And we move on to VoIP. Voice over Internet Protocol. That's what it stands for, right? And that's simple. Voice over Internet Protocol. You can simplify to voice over Internet or voice on the Internet. That means stuff like WhatsApp calls, Discord voice channels, Zoom meetings, Google meetings, whatever. That is voice over Internet Protocol. That's it. That's if someone asks what is voice over Internet Protocol, you can answer this. All right. That's it, yo. I can probably make this bold, right? Okay. With that, we have the internet whole covered. Again, make sure. You already know this. Just write it, all right? Just write these things, all right? Again, a website. Okay, we are already 1 hour in. We have a lot more to go. Shit, I took a lot of time. All right, but these are theory. It should take time, Well, our Python part will go, like that. Website, you already know what the website is. I'm not gonna waste your time. But what is a web page? What is a web page? What's the difference between a website and a web page? Well, a website is made out of multiple shit. Wait. sorry. Out of multiple web pages. A website is made out of multiple web pages. For example, let's take a website named crazymf.com. Here's what the sitemap might look like. Sitemap is just a map of the web page, like what website it contains and so on. So in the main top level, you got your main website, the home page, and then you might have this blog web page, and this thing, which is another web page, another web page, another web page, blah 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 blah. This is, as a whole, is a website. All right, this whole thing is a website. Everything, a collection of web pages. But by themselves, these specific pages, they're web pages, right? And there are several types of web pages: static versus dynamic. Easy. What are static web pages? Let's give you an example, direct. All right, let's go over to my blog. This is also a promotional, self-promotional time for me. This is my blog. You can visit it on nibirsan.org/blog. All right, and if you see, everything is for everyone. I mean, if you are seeing this, so is everyone. बाकी सब भी यही देख रहे हैं, यही देख रहे हैं. This your blog give me existential crisis. बाकी सब भी यही देख रहे हैं, बाकी सब भी यही पोस्ट देख रहे हैं, कोई अलग नहीं देख रहा. All right, everyone is seeing the same thing, and that's what a static web pages is. Static web pages look the same to everyone. For example, my blog looks the same to everyone. Yes. So if you want to see my blog, everyone is seeing the same thing. All right, there's no difference. But what about dynamic? Dynamic web pages look different to everyone based on the user's choices. You're browsing Amazon, all right? You put something into your cart and whatever, it will be different for everyone because everyone browses every different thing in your Amazon. Like, they buy different things. Like, for example, I might want to buy a Pomodoro timer or something like that. But you might not. You might want to buy, some weird thing, some toy, whatever. So that's different. Like YouTube. YouTube is another example of a dynamic web page. Yeah, it gives you specific choice based on your preferences. So that's the difference between static and dynamic. Static, same for everyone. Dynamic, not same for everyone. That's it, right? And with that, we have the thing completed, and I think it's a timer, it's a break, and my throat hurts. Yay, very nice. I should probably drink some water and also, check the chat a bit. Yeah. Oh, what's up, people? How's it going? Do you have any doubts? Please let me know. Till then, I'm gonna drink some water, and you should drink some water as well. Yeah. Let me see how the stream is going. Is that lo-fi too loud? I think I'll probably reduce a bit. Hello, check. Let me check the balance. Yeah, that's nice. Ooh. Okay, that should be good. That should be nice. All right, let me clean up some stuff. And yeah, how is that thing so far? We have learned networking, the basics, networking devices, topologies, and now the internet. I hope it's going great, and I hope you have learned something, if not nothing. Yeah, and let's move on, shall we? I want to take a break because it's been a while. We're done with the 50-minute thing. But you know what? Let's push ourselves a bit. All right? Let's push ourselves a bit and let's do it. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the main screen. All right. So we are here to the web server. What is a web server? The web server is where you put the website which you made with much blood and sweat. The web server keeps the website open, which means you need to keep the server open 24/7. Yeah, it's a bit circular. I will try to explain better than my writing. Web server is where you put the website that you built, right? And then the web server makes it open for everyone else. Cool. That's it. The website. Okay, let me draw the diagram to make you understand better. All right. Imagine this is a web server. All right. This is a web server, and you put in your website somewhere right here. I don't know. Like, just imagine this. This is not how it actually happens, but just like for just visualization. All right. You put your website and you turn this on. All right, and the web server will like output this to every single thing. Right. It makes it visible, something like that. So yeah, this is not really possible every time because you have to buy a web server. It usually is a laptop or desktop or a giant data center. I don't know, but it's not possible for many of us, which is why we use something like a virtual private server. Like, we buy a private server virtually or use a hosting service like GitHub Pages or Vercel. Yeah, recently, like not recently, yesterday I made a repository, also a website for my math needs. All right, and this is my math journal, and this is the particular website I'm talking about. Again, very self promotion like, but I hope you don't mind that. I'm just giving examples. Yeah, so this is my website, which I hosted using GitHub. All right, you see this GitHub Pages right here. This is sort of like the web server for me. It's a hosting service. All right, it's a hosting service. So I use this and to host my website. What GitHub people do is keep a server, a part of a server specifically for me, because it does not need much resources to actually host the website. All right, it just needs specific thing. So what they do is they keep a large thing and they make specific sections for each one, and they host a lot of website for a lot of people within a fraction of a cost. Right, they don't need much resources, right? So that's it. Once you're uploaded, it's done. You just have to keep it open. All right, so yeah, and here's how you actually host the website. Because yeah, hosting website is cool, man. It's like, yeah, if you need something to show other people, for example, my math journal, for example, I want to show some of my proofs or some of my solutions, then I might want to host a website so that I can show it to other people, so that it's more accessible, right? So here's how you do that. One of the things that you need to keep in mind is the word DNS, the abbreviation DNS. What it means, domain name server. Just remember it, right? Just remember it. All right, here's the step-by-step how you make a website. All right, number 1, find or get a domain. Like I said, what's a domain means, right? This thing nibirsan.org or youtube.com, these are domains, and you can buy them. You can buy them from something called a domain registrar. Okay, you register them. Okay, you can buy them just like I bought my domain from the porkbun service. Yeah, this is their website, porkbun.com, I think. Yes. So this is an example. Okay, this is where you find your domain. For example, I want to find something like run, baby, run. So I want to find something like that, and you will find a lot of stuff right like here. You can buy it $1 a year, and probably I should zoom in, and you can buy them. It's on sale. Runbaby.info, runbaby.me, whatever. And once you get that, find a web server or a hosting service. Like, for example, I used this GitHub Pages for my website, right? For hosting my website, you need to get something like that. You can easily host your own thing like this. Like, let me show you. This is all an example, all right? All an example. And I'm just starting the server, all right, for my specific website. And I can, you see this thing? This is accessible on, I can just click it and it will open on my thing. It's locally hosted right now, but I can use this and forward it to the whole internet. All right, it will go through my gateway. You remember gateway? It will go to my gateway to all the other everything on the cloud. You can do that, or because this is like really costly, you need to keep your laptop or computer open for a long time, like forever, most probably 24/7. You get something like this, GitHub Pages. So once you get that, the next thing you'll need to do is make our actual website and push it to the domain service. For example, I built this website yesterday. I copied it from this thing, like this. Someone made a template, so I just copied that template and made some edits for my needs, and I pushed it into the GitHub, and they did the whole thing. All right. Yeah. So you need to do that, and the next thing is to attach the domain service DNS to the domain. So now remember, DNS is the domain name server. Think of it like linking the hosting service to your domain. ठीक है, मतलब GitHub Pages का link कर रहे हो तुम्हारा ये अपने website तक. So for example, if I want to buy this thing, runbaby.blog. Okay, I want to write a blog and I want to buy this domain and I'm going to be hosting it on my GitHub. ठीक है. So GitHub का जो वेबसाइट बनाया मैंने, उसको जब लिंक करेंगे, we'll need to link the DNS of GitHub जो है यहाँ पर. ठीक है, यहाँ का जो है जो पोर्ट बन का जो हमने खरीदा, जो अभी जो डोमेन खरीदा, उसका हम लिंक कर देंगे in the specific thing. Right, जहाँ पे हम, there are many managers we can use Cloudflare and all that stuff. You don't have to remember it. Just remember that attach the hosting service DNS to the domain. That's it. Just link kar do. You need to remember only that. Don't get into the details too much. All right. And Google a lot and watch YouTube videos on how to do that. Yes. Yes, a lot of trial and error, but you learn only when you do it. So yeah, just do it and you got a free website. You got a website. All right. You can even make a free website without buying a domain using the whole GitHub thing. Okay. For example, when I did not buy a domain name for myself, this is my profile, by the way. I just had a personal website of my own. Okay. And I said okay too a lot. Sorry about that. See, GitHub has a thing. If you make a repo with this kind of format, like use your username.github.io. For example, in my case, this is moisentinel.github.io. If you do like this, then you basically get a free free website, right? You get a free website. For example, I think I have Anubhav's right here, anubhav.github.io. I think it should be like that. No, Anubhav doesn't have AIO, but I have some other. Yeah, this is one of the people I know. I don't know. Yeah, they have a blog about math and stuff, and yeah, this is the thing. Quirt.github.io. Quirt is their GitHub username, and they have a free website, man. It's a free website without buying anything. So you can just deploy your own website like right now if you choose to, for free. You just need to build the website. That's it, right? You need to build that, but it takes a lot of time. But just do it. It's pretty fun actually. All right. Next thing we have is browser. Browser is where you whip the browse and watch videos, which involves YouTube. I'm talking about specifically YouTube. All right. Don't get weird ideas. Okay. TK, yes, TK. Yeah, don't get weird ideas. And that's all it does. Browser is where you go boom. Yeah, that's where you search for boom. That's where you do all of these things. This is where the browser is. And you already know what the browser is. And yeah, you can write this. Okay. You can write कि browser में हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं. You can use the browser to browse the web and search something, watch YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, you can extend its capabilities by adjusting the settings and installing add-ons or extensions. For example, I have a lot of extension on my Firefox I'm using Firefox right now. It does not look like Firefox because I've used themes and all. So yeah. For example, there are a lot of extensions that you can see. We have Start Page, which is like the search engine that I use, Sponsor Blog, Valent Monkey, Scripts, Unhook. This is one of the best extension ever. All right. This is like, oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, let me close that. All right. Yeah. Best extensions that I ever need, that everybody should use. This is like YouTube का जो है हटा देता है, ठीक है? It can hide the home feed, it can hide recommended, hide playlist, hide shorts. Yes, hide shorts please, hide comments, hide mixes, everything, so that you don't get distracted. That's the main thing. That's why my YouTube looks something like this, right? If I open YouTube, then kaboom, you'll not see anything because there isn't anything, because I've hidden everything. I've hidden it all up. So yeah, that's you can use extensions like these to enhance your browsing experience, and that's all it's about. And with that, we have completed the networking chapter. Oh yeah, how much did it take? It took 1.5 hours. I think that's all. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's great. And oh yeah, cool. Is he responding to the chat? Yes, I am. Oh yeah, this is life, bro. Come on. Oh yeah, come on. And yeah, I hope that was clear. I hope it was all right. I hope you understood something. Let me drink some water. Right. Okay. So, what's up? What's up? What's up? What do we have next? What do we have next? Let me wait. Yeah. Let me convert all of this to checklists. Sorry. Wait. Paragraph task list. All right. No, not bullets, bro. Wait. Fine. And that's just fine. We are done with networking. We can cross that off our list. Next up, we have Python, pandas, and matplotlib. Ooh, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So why not take a 10-minute break, right? Why not take a 10-minute break so that, we don't get burnt out and shit. Of course, this is a live stream, and I told you this is going to be highly experimental and unconventional. And I think I feel that we need a short break to recharge our things. Make sure to, here's what you can do if you're watching this in the future, all right? Just write everything you have learned so far without watching the stream, without pausing or reviewing anything. Just write everything on a single sheet of paper. ठीक है? एक paper में लो, सारा लिख दो from your memory. See what you can, see what you remember. Okay? Just do that, and I'm gonna be back in I don't know, 8 minutes or something. Okay? I'm gonna see ya very soon. And we're gonna do Python. Okay? Okay, I'm back. Yo. Yeah, I got myself some hot water because my thermos fell down. At least it was empty. So yeah, got myself some hot water because I understand now that our good old throats are not made for shouting things online at people. I don't know how the teachers at various coaching I don't know, channels, YouTube channels and stuff do it, but it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. Really, really hats off, I guess. Hats off. Yeah. So we are down to some Python, right? So let's do some Python. And let me remind you that this part, and especially this part, you won't understand if you don't do them. All right. If you need to learn by doing things. All right. So let me share my screen. This is the Jupyter notebook I'll be using to teach you the Python things that you need. All right. First, let me just a second. Let me move this over a bit. All right. Okay, that is much better. All right. But again, let me tell you guys to please use the repo. Okay, this is the repo again, and use this to actually do the code. All right, I have everything related to the thing, everything from this, all of this. All right, all of this that you can see in here. Okay, this is in the GitHub repo, links in the description, and you should use it. Open it up on your local device or on Google Colab. Just open these and follow along with me and do something on your own, right? That's how you will learn much better. So, but first let us do one thing. Okay, let us start with series and pandas, specifically pandas, and the topic is series. All right. So series are nothing but single columns in a data frame. Don't mind that. Just ignore that. Just remember that series has one-dimensional data, right? Just one-dimensional data. So each series contains one type of data and only that. Doesn't matter if you give it multi-dimensional array or anything, blah blah blah. It will only be able to create one single column. I made a mistake here. Let me edit that. All right. You see this thing? This is a series, right? This is, you got a single row, and the index. Okay, a single column and the index. Remember, rows are not this. These are columns. All right, these are columns. These are rows. Right? These are rows and these are columns. So you got a single column with a single series. So how do we create a series? First, you gotta import pandas. Lol. Yeah, of course. You need pandas to do all of this shit. All right. In the next 1 or 2 hours, you'll just use pandas. All right. So just creating a series. How do you do that? You use this function. Okay. This is pd.series. Again, remember that we have imported pandas as pd. Okay. So we got this thing, and we use this function. All right. Panda.series. And then inside the parentheses, we'll give a couple of values. Okay, I've written this in this way so that you guys can understand. Of course, you guys can write, just this, like this way. All right, let me just, suppose we make a series S, and you guys can just do pd.series, and inside it you will give a list or an input, blah 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 blah, and then you guys can import the series like this, like this. I'm just writing it this way, like vertically, so that it's more understandable and legible, but you guys can just, this will do fine. I mean, I hope you know the basics of Python and functional stuff, how you import parameters in a function. So yeah, I'll not worry much about that. So in a series, the series accepts one like that that thing is most important. It's the values, all right? The list of values or dictionary or any data, any one-dimensional data. All right, we'll get to the dimensional part in a bit, but one-dimensional data, right? It will accept that. So this is the list of values. For example, we have given here, and then we can name the thing, and we can create an index as well, like whatever we want. Usually indexes begin in 0, 1, 2, 3, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Just like in lists and stuff, that is the same for series and then data frames. But here we can give it a specific name, like right here. This no is for 3, hell no is for 4, F no is for 5. And you can see that right here. No 3, and so on. And you can give it a name, which you can see right here, right? And you also got the D type, which is the data type of every value here. So instead of numbers, instead of integers, if you had just given, like, for example, floats, all right, let's do 3.0, and let's do 4.2 or 5.7, 5.5. And then, of course, you gotta run all right, before doing it. So yeah, if you give them floats, then you'll get a float 64, right? Instead of integer 64, 32. Yeah. So that's the thing, all right? And let's keep it like this. Now let's come to the array part, the multidimensional part, all right? For this, you need numpy and import that as np, which is the conventional nickname for numpy, all right? And how do you define an array? First of all, what is an array? Well, arrays are just like lists, but more mathematically accurate. I have one section related to that right here, somewhere around here. Yes, like here. Lists versus arrays, all right? I create the same list, all right? You got one list and one array. We'll get to how you can define array first, later. And let's just see what's the difference here. We have the same values, and we print using like we multiply, all right? We'll multiply the list first by 2, and we multiply the array with 2 again. When this happens in the list, the output gets like doubled, all right? 1 to 4, 1 to 4. That's what we should expect with lists. But with arrays, each specific elements gets multiplied with 2. Not like lists, but more like a matrix in mathematics, if you know mathematics, that is. But you don't need to know that. You just need to know that the arrays are more mathematically accurate than lists, all right? Let's go back up to the top. Yeah. And here's how you can create array. Just define a variable and use np.array, right? np.array, and then use these parentheses, the brackets, and inside that input your array. You use array like a simple list. It looks like a list, but it is not exactly a list, you know. So you input the list of values here, and then you print the array, you know, you see something like that. You can define arrays of multiple dimensions, like, let me go down, like right here, all right? You got this level 1 and level 2. So how would you create that? Same like before, np.array, you got your function, the brackets, that inside a square bracket, you make a list of lists, all right? This is essentially a list of lists, all right? This is your first level, this is your second level. So if you print that, you'll see something like that. Remember, there are two things here. You got this first set of square brackets, and inside that we have list 1 and list 2, which will be printed like this, all right? So that is a two-dimensional array, all right? And this is called ND arrays because it's n-dimensional arrays. You can do this for however dimensions you want. It's up to you. So yeah. How would you create a series from ND array? That's definitely very interesting, right? Let's remember we created this array earlier, right? This array, this thing, right? Let's create a series from just this, all right? How would you do that? Same thing. You assign a variable, use pd.series, and just input the array inside. That's it. If you print that, you'll get the thing right here. If you want to input some index, you know, do some indexing or whatever, you just go index and just, give it a list or whatever, whatever you want. It's up to you. For example, I want to give it a name, right? I want to give it a name, just learning, just learning, and just run it. All right. So you'll see just learning right down here. So that's how you create a series. Just input the array, and then you got the series from an array. Boom. Which is same as they're just writing the whole thing. Instead of just defining the array before like this, and then inputting it like this, like this, you can just input the whole thing as it is inside the series function. This will do the same thing, but reduce some time and memory collection, whatever. If you're an optimizer like my friend Junak Beast Knight, then this is for you. But not if you want to make things clear and see what it's all about, So you're free to do that. For multi-dimensional arrays, you have to provide only one dimension. Only one dimension. That's a spelling mistake. All right. So remember, we created that two-dimensional array right here. This one. If you want to create a series from this array, you need to provide only one of them. You cannot do a series from a two-dimensional, three-dimensional, five-dimensional array. You need only one dimension. All right. So if you just give it, instead of like this, you just experiment, right? If you just give it the whole array, it will return an error because it's a two-dimensional array, right? You idiot. You idiot. Yeah, it will say something like that. But if you give it the first level, all right? How do you do that? You just use when you get something from a list, you use this convention, right? You use brackets and input the index, something like that. So use something like that. Boom. This is for the first level, first level of the array. And second, this is the second. Oh, sorry, there is no second. Sorry. It starts with 0. Oh, my bad. Yeah. So it starts with 0, then 1 and 2. So you got that. This is for the first level, and this is for the second level. My bad. So yeah, you can do that. Remember, it does not work. The series function does not work for multidimensional arrays. If you have a multidimensional array, you need to give it only one dimension by using the index thing right here, right? Okay. Creating multiple series from one ND array. Here's what you can do. Instead of creating one series from multidimensional array, you can create multiple series from one multidimensional array. Like this. Let me explain what this code says. First, we define a three-dimensional array. We just write it, just, usual stuff. 1, 2, 3, three-dimensionals, okay? 3 stuff. And in my code, right? Remember, you can do this in any other way, maybe even better than this, right? I created an empty list, right? An empty list for the series to store them, okay? Here is where I'll store the different series I create, right? So for array, I use a for loop here. For array in array 3, this one, I'm iterating over the ND array, and series.append pdseries.array. All right, here's what it's doing. So it will go over all of the arrays like this: level 1, level 2, level 3. Each one, and in that case, it will append. All right, it will append. It will insert the series created using that array into this list. All right. First, it will make a series from this particular array. For example, I started here like level 1. Okay, I will create the series and then put it into here. That's what it's doing. And then it will do the same for the second and the third. So in the end, we have this kind of thing. All right, this is a list. Again, we have 3 series for each one of the levels of the multidimensional array. Yeah, that's what it's all about. So, all right, you can do that. You can create multiple series from just one multidimensional array. That's quite interesting, actually. You can do that. You can do that, yeah. But what if you don't want to use arrays because you don't like math or for some reason, How about you create from dictionaries? How about you do that instead? Here's what you can do. All right. Here's what you can do. You create a dictionary first. Like, for example, I created a car dictionary. We have a brand key, a model key, or a year key, whatever. And the brand, we have two particular brands. All right, we have a list of brands right here. So I'll just use the car and input the brand key here, so that only the brand list, the values are used to create the series. Right? मतलब यहाँ पे जो है उसका ही बनेगा. ठीक है? If I just here instead of brand I used model. Right? Only Mustang will be used to create the thing. Right? अगर मैं यहाँ पर कोई और डाल देता. ठीक है? Let's create the model list instead. Right? Model. Okay. Let's do that. ठीक है? Mustang and say Maruti 800, which I have. Okay. It's a king. It's the king. All right. And we have Alto. All right, Alto. And we have, for example, Wagoner. Wagoner. All right. Okay. If we use this now, the same thing. All right. Same thing. We're just using the model list for the series. It'll create a series using that particular set of values. All right. And let me change that again to brand. Boom. It's using that set of values. Okay. But if you give it a full dictionary, then it will print the key and value pairs. Okay. What does that mean? अगर तुम सीरीज में फुल कार डाल दो, just the dictionary, no particular key, एक कुछ भी define नहीं किया है ऐसा brand model, then it will just create this, all right? It will just list the brand and the values. Brand will be given, the keys will be given as indexes, and the values will be given as the actual values of the series, all right? These will be indices, whatever you want to tell. Okay, let's print this, all right? See? The keys are used as indexes and the values are printed here. Pretty nice. You can do that as well. It's pretty cool. Again, I'm really encouraging you to try it yourself. Make your own dictionaries and just try it out. You know, instead of brand, just do something else. You know, just experiment. Make errors. Whatever. That's how you learn. Accessing elements of a series. All right. So how do you okay, you have made a series. All right, let's what do we have here? Okay, suppose this is the series we have, SE2, right? This is the whole series. Suppose we want to access number 2 right here, or maybe number 3, right? How do you do that? Well, it's just like a list. You just print the thing, just print and then use this square brackets and print the number 3 and you get the 25. Yeah, that's the thing. It's easy. Okay, it's easy. It's really easy. Just like that. I don't think I need to go over this again. So, all right. Let's go over some more things. Tails and heads. Heads and tails. What are these? Main thing you need to remember, heads means the top, over, and from the top, and tail means from the bottom, right? From the bottom. So everything that involves it with heads is from the top, and tails means from the bottom, all right? Okay, let's take our old array 1. If you don't remember what array 1 is, let's see here, array 1. Yeah, this is our array 1. All right, this is our array 1, and we created the series, this thing, from array 1. So we have the series 2 from array 1. So this is the series. And we're gonna use that series to do all sort of weird shit, all right? Okay, so we can just print that series dot head, and we in the head function, we type a value, an integer, जो कि उतना ऊपर वाला value देगा. In this case, it returns first 2 values because we have written 2 here. So 4, 9. If we would give, say, 4, then it give the top 4 values, all right? And if we just give 0, what do you think it would happen? What do you think should happen? What do you think should happen? What do you think? Let's print it. Nothing, because there is no 0 heads, right? I mean, first 0 nikalo. Return first 0 values. तो कुछ भी नहीं निकलेगा ना. So you don't get anything, all right? It's just an empty series, all right? 1, just like that. And same with tail. खाली tail में नीचे से आएगा. So if you want just last one value, okay, so this is 49. Say last 8 values. So you get all of the values. Because 8 is larger than all of the numbers, right? So सब आएगा. Same with head. And if you want last 3 values, sorry, last last 3 values, and boom. But how about you don't give it any values? Huh? क्या होगा? What do you think would happen? Interesting. Let's try it. Well, it looks like it removes the last thing, right? Head में क्या होता है? Top का सब लेते हैं ना? So it removes the last thing, all right? It removes the last thing. It has a sixth element. If you remember the series, okay, this is the original series. Select नहीं हो रहा क्या? This is the original series, and let's compare that with the result we got here. Where is it? Yes, so it has removed the 49 wala, है ना? So this will remove the last, and same with tails. It will remove the first, ekdam top wala. We don't have a 0-4 thing. So that's what it does. Head में नीचे वाला सबसे नीचे वाला हटा देता है, only सबसे नीचे वाला, ठीक है, only सबसे नीचे वाला. And tail में only सबसे ऊपर वाला हटा देता है. Boom. If you don't give it any values at all, alright? If you don't give it any values at all. But if you give it any values, then it will do just like you asked. Alright? ठीक है. Math with series. अरे it's just the same. जो बोलोगे वही करेगा, ठीक है? If you add this thing like plus add करना है तो ये सभी values के साथ 2 2 2 add करके जाएगा. If you multiply it, it सभी value के साथ 2 2 2 multiply करके जाएगा. That's all it does. Just like arrays, that's all it does. ठीक है, यहाँ पे सभी के पास गया, ठीक है. This is the original, okay. SE2 multiply by 1 मतलब एक से multiply हो रहा है मतलब it's just the same, right? That's the same. And see, look at the list below, right? The series below. This is the original one, and let's say we do 3. So not 3, bro. sorry. And SE2 times 3. All right. So it's multiplying every element with 3. So that's how we do math. And we already went through the list versus arrays here, and this is perhaps the most important part of whole series thing: conditionals and filtration and this thing. Whew. ठीक है. Let's go over the thing. But before that, let me print the series so that I don't have to go back to the top again and again. So this is the series we'll be talking about specifically right now, right? The same series we've been doing is the series of squares of natural numbers or whatever, 4, 9, 16. ठीक है. अभी हम करेंगे conditional if-else statements in the series. All right. So here, this is one particular thing we're doing. Print SE2 greater than 12. इसमें क्या होगा? What it's doing is seeing if each element is greater than 12. If not, it's going to print false. So if you compare this, so if 4 is not greater than 12, so it has printed false. Same with 9, false. But बाकी सब के लिए it's true because they are greater than 12. But if you write less than, it will just reverse it because that's the thing. That's the thing. Same you can do for greater than or equal or less than or equal or whatever, whatever you want. That's the thing. And this is perhaps very important. People ask you to find if it's true or false or whatever, something like that. And I need to drink some water. Sorry. Yeah. They ask you in exams and stuff. Moving on. This is very important. Using the function lock. I say lock and lambda. Oh, this will be fun. This is actually fun, all right? remember to use it. All right, just do it, figure it out. Just fuck around with this to learn the whole thing. Again, please try that. Please try this on your own. All right, after I'm done. Use lock and lambda to access the whole series and return each element if the condition suffices. अरे ये बहुत हार्ड लैंग्वेज हो गया, अच्छे से बता दो, ठीक है? ये जो बंदा है लैम्डा, दिस गाय सर्च अराउंड एवरी सिंगल एलिमेंट, ऑलराइट? ये लॉक और लैम्डा बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स है, ऑलराइट? लॉक एंड लैम्डा आर बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स. लॉक बोलता है मैं तुमको सब दूंगा, तू जो करना है कर, ठीक है? लॉक, मैं तुमको सब दूंगा. लैम्डा सुनो, मैं तुमको सब दे दूंगा, यू दो जो करना है करो, ठीक है? ठीक है? लॉक does that. Using lock, we can access every single element in the whole series or data frame, alright? And lambda बोलता है, you say you are very thankful. I'm very thankful for your kind generosity. Like lambda थोड़ा सा, he's like a bit, like nerd and stuff. So he will like always do mathematical calculations and stuff. So क्या करेगा ये? It will take every element and see if that element is greater than 12 or any condition. ठीक है, बाद में देखेंगे और सारे चीज़ें. और उसके बाद अगर वो कंडीशन सफाइस करेगा, ठीक है, if this condition is true, then वो बंदे को प्रिंट कर देगा, वो बंदे को दिखा देगा, ठीक है? लॉग बोलेगा कि लैम्डा भाई मैं तुमको सब दे दूंगा, तू जो करना है कर. लैम्डा बोलेगा थैंक यू वेरी मच, आई एक्सेप्ट योर जेनरसिटी. देन इट विल परफॉर्म मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशंस, इफ एल्स करेगा अपने सब एलिमेंट्स के लिए. अगर ट्रू आया तो वो प्रिंट कर देगा, ठीक है? ओके, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन दिस दैट्स द सेम सीरीज. ओके, इन द सेम सीरीज हमने देखा कि सपोज हमको लेना है, अच्छा जो एलिमेंट सीरीज में 12 से बड़ा है वो प्रिंट करो. तो उसने लिया, लॉक से सब ले लिया, x मतलब एनी एलिमेंट ले लो, एनी एलिमेंट. तो अगर x 12 से बड़ा है, ग्रेटर देन है, तो उसको प्रिंट कर दिया. हाउ अबाउट वी डू समथिंग एल्स? 16 से लेस देन 16. अब क्या करेगा? अब 16 से लेस वाला बंदा करेगा, ठीक है? ठीक, वेरी नाइस, हो गया, काम खत्म. दैट्स वन ऑफ द यूजेस, ठीक है? वन ऑफ द यूजेस ऑफ व्हाट यू कैन यूज लैम्डा और भी चीज़ों के साथ अप्लाई कर सकते हो. लाइक दिस, यू कैन यूज मोर स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस, राइट? अभी क्या करें, ये देखो प्रिंट लैम्डा. अभी इस बार भी लॉक से सब ले लिया लैम्डा ने. अब ले लिया सब एक्सेस मतलब ईच एलिमेंट. अब देखागा कि x 40 से लेस है कि नहीं, 40 से कम है कि नहीं, छोटा है कि नहीं, देख लिया. और देखेगा कि 12 से बड़ा है कि नहीं, ठीक है? अगर ये 40 से छोटा हो गया और एंड 12 से बड़ा हो गया, तभी वो प्रिंट करेगा. अगर सिर्फ 40 से छोटा हो गया, 12 से बड़ा नहीं होगा, तो प्रिंट नहीं करेगा. रिमेंबर, दिस इज वेयर द बोथ ऑफ दिस कंडीशन शुड बी मैच्ड, ठीक है? ये दो कंडीशन करना ही पड़ेगा, मतलब होना चाहिए, ठीक है? तो इन दिस केस 12 से बड़ा है, यस 16, 12 से बड़ा है, 12 से बड़ा है, 12 से बड़ा है, सब 12 से, लेकिन 40 से छोटा है. हाँ, सब 40 से भी छोटा है. ओके, हियर वी हैव द थिंग. सो लैम्डा यूजेस हिज मैथमेटिकल ब्रेन टू कैलकुलेट एवरीथिंग, कैलकुलेट द कंडीशंस और सब करेगा. ये जो एंड दिया है, इससे ये एंड मतलब इससे ये बोला गया है कि दोनों कंडीशन होना चाहिए, ठीक है? यू विल हैव टू सफाइस बोथ द कंडीशंस, राइट? एंड ये जो ब्रैकेट्स दिया है, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ठीक है? अगर मैंने ये काट दिया ना, हो, अगर मैंने ये काट दिया तो देखो एरर. बिकॉज इससे क्या होगा कि ये, अच्छा ये कौन सा करना है, क्या करना है? लैम्डा इज जीनियस, बट इट नीड्स प्रिसाइज इंफॉर्मेशन, इट नीड्स वेरी एक्यूरेट इंफॉर्मेशन. सो ये एरर देगा. तो मेक श्योर टू गिव पैरेंथेसिस टू मेक इट स्पेसिफिक, ठीक है? ये बता देना कि ये एक कंडीशन है, ये एक कंडीशन है, बता देना कि ये है एक कंडीशन, ये है कंडीशन. सो ये सेपरेट, जैसे कि मैथ में करते हो ना, ब्रैकेट लगा के, दिस इज द स्पेसिफिक थिंग. सो सेम थिंग हियर. एंड हाउ अबाउट और? हमने बता दिया एंड, हाउ अबाउट और? ठीक है, देख लेते हैं ये कोड, देख लेते हैं। ठीक है, सेम लॉग से सब ले लिया लैम्डा ने, लैम्डा अभी इवेलुएट करेगा। ठीक है, ये क्या बताना चाह रहा है? इफ यू नो ग्रेड 11 पाइथन, यू नो दैट दिस विल रिटर्न रिमाइंडर। ठीक है, x%2, इसका मतलब है कि x इवन है कि नहीं। इफ x इज डिविजिबल बाय 2 और नॉट, अगर डिविजिबल है तो रिमाइंडर 0 आएगा। ठीक है, तो दिस इज सेइंग कि इफ x इज इवन, मतलब इफ x इज डिविजिबल बाय 2, ये कंडीशन वो बताना चाह रहा है। और ये कंडीशन बताना चाह रहा है कि x इज डिविजिबल बाय 5, मतलब इफ x इज इवन और अ मल्टीपल ऑफ 5। ठीक है, पॉज दिस वीडियो if you're not understanding and listen to it again, alright? ठीक है, तो ये जो डंडा है ये बताना चाहिए कि और मतलब ये x अगर इवन है और मल्टीपल ऑफ 5 है तो ये रिटर्न करेगा। ठीक है, ये ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि एंड होगा ना, and like let's before the end thing, let's try looking at the thing. Yes, 4 is even, 16 is even, 25 is a multiple of 5 and 36 is even। बढ़िया, अगर हम एंड डाल दे, what will be the output? What will be the output? Think about it, all right? Okay, now we'll see. Nothing, क्योंकि कोई भी एलिमेंट इवन एंड मल्टीपल ऑफ 5 नहीं हो सकता, बिकॉज ईच मल्टीपल ऑफ 5 इज नॉट एन इवन नंबर, इट्स एन ऑड, क्योंकि लास्ट में 5 आता है। तो और से हमने ये दिया है कि अगर इवन है तो भी प्रिंट करो, अगर मल्टीपल ऑफ 5 तो भी प्रिंट करो। लेकिन देखा बाकी कोई अदर बाकी जैसे कि 9 और 49 ये सब तो नहीं आया ना, क्योंकि दैट वाज नॉट द कंडीशन वेयर दीज। सो या, वी सॉ एन एग्जांपल विथ एंड वी सॉ एन एग्जांपल विथ और। These are both very important. Just make sure to understand these and actually do them. This part is very, very important. Very, very, very important. Even my teacher says so. All right. So, yeah. Just practice these using different series and different conditions. Just these are same. Nothing to be worried about. Lambda क्या करेगा? Remember that lambda evaluates the expression. Right? देखता कि ये करेगा कि नहीं है कि नहीं. That's how you write it. You write x, कॉलन देना है, उसके बाद कंडीशंस स्पेसिफाई करना है कि ये कंडीशन है, उसके बाद सेम करना है। एंड रिमेंबर, लॉक डज नॉट यूज द कर्ली दिस ब्रैकेट्स, द parentheses, it uses square brackets. All right, cool. Okay, very nice. And I guess we are done with the whole series. Yeah, series is done, but series is only a part of the whole thing. We also have data frames, which is a really, really big pain in the ass. But anyway, we're gonna enjoy that as well. But before that, let me see if we have any chat showing. All right. Yeah. Oh. Hi. Monjati Moran, hi. Your PC spec. My PC spec, I'm using a ThinkPad. Let me. Oh yeah, I love this. I love showing my specs. Oh yeah, and let me just fast fetch real quick. Right, this is my specs again. Yeah, you can just see what it's all right. You get the CPU, GPU, memory all over here. I'm using Linux and all sort of things. And yeah, enjoy. Let's move on back to the camera. Yeah. Akib Alam, hi sir, how are you? And hello Nibir, you are doing a really good job. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot. It really, really means a lot to me. So yeah, context. Akib sir is still kind of like my sir. That's not the context. Yeah, he taught us in our school, and he's a really great person. Not because he taught us computer, but because he loves Kafka and Camus and other absurd stuff, and also probability. And we resonate a lot. So yeah, sir is very nice. And thanks for the appreciation. I really, really appreciate it. All right. So, all right. I think we are done with the chat thing. Yeah. My hair has grown a lot long than it usually happens. I guess that's the word. I don't know. Yeah, so far we have covered series and all sort of thing. And yeah, let's move on to the data frames. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah. Uh, I'll probably not be okay. All right. Cool, 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 cool. I was checking the things here, and let's go back to the VS Code. All right. And okay. So data frames are 2D data structures, much like a spreadsheet. Do you know what spreadsheets are? I guess not. But let me show you. I mean, you already know. You know MS Excel and stuff. You know MS Excel, the thing you hate, the thing you hate and stuff. So yeah, this is an Excel. You have rows and columns and all sort of thing. And I can open it in a new image if you'd like. So yeah, you have these rows, right? You have these columns and all. But you are a Python coder. You love technology. You are a programmer by blood. So you won't use this kind of thing. You will use data frames, which is the same thing but using Python and stuff and pandas. So yeah. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. So yeah, it has rows and columns, and you can do all sort of things with data frames, and we'll see what we can do. But remember that this is only a very small set of uses. So yeah, I mean, these series and data frames, these are used in much higher level stuff like AI, machine learning, and all that stuff, data science, and just all right. Why is the volume always gets so loud? Shit. Huh. Hey yo. My stuff is glitching, yo. Wait a second. Let me close this thing here. And something is wrong. Shanling, this is the thing. Yeah. Muted. Yeah. Okay. All right. That should be good. Okay. Let's move ahead. All right. So yeah, this is used in very, very high level uses. Not like this, because this is what is taught in high schools and stuff. So yeah, at least these are basics that you need to know before going on a higher level. So yeah, so let's create some data frames, but of course before that you need to import pandas and numpy. Numpy is like the little sibling. You need to use it for everything. Yeah. So okay, let me drink some water first. All right. So let's create some data frames. First, let's do them via a dictionary. Oh yeah. We like dictionary because we are old school Pythoners, not not numpy, numpy heads, or I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's make a dictionary. I created this dictionary called Music I Like. And this has 3 values, 3 keys with lists. So we got song, artist, and rating. We got different songs right here in this list and different artists right here and ratings for the specific things. How do we create a data frame? Just like series, in series we used pd.series with a capital S. In the data frames, we'll do pd.data frame, which D and F as capital. Inside that, we'll put the dictionary just like we did in the series, like that, and boom, we are done. But if this is the index thing, here also you can just put in the index if you want, customize it if you want, but if you don't, it will just give you 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 like usual lists, But here, because I am a nerd and I like to make things complex, I made a specific list comprehension to help me out with making this start from not from 0 but from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need to learn this code. Essentially what it's saying that make a list Okay, this is I'm making a list. If you want to learn more about list comprehension, go check other videos out because that is really super cool. Okay, you will see a lot of list comprehensions over here. And yeah, I mean, let me explain this. If you understand it very well, if you don't, maybe watch a short video on list comprehensions. Yeah, list comprehension, that's the spelling. It's very cool. All right. So essentially, it outputs a list, all right, based on a list. Okay. So I for I in range, blah, 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 blah. So what it does, it for loops inside a list and outputs another list. Something like that. So here, I is the output. And let's say we're doing a for loop inside, and we're taking the range from 1 to length of music I like song list plus 1. That is very complicated. I'm going to try explaining it easily. Okay, so remember, this is the song list, right? This is in the dictionary we have this value song key song, and for that we have a list allocated to that. And this is that specific list, correct? Music I like song, right? This is the list we get. And if we use the len function, we get the length of that thing. Like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements, so we'll get 5 here. And plus 1 is so that in range, in the range function, the last thing is always negated. No, that's not how you explain it. Take care. Let me explain it in a better. All right. List. Range में suppose ये from to ऐसे क्या ना, from comma to, but ये यहाँ तक नहीं जाएगा, 2 minus 1 तक जाएगा. ठीक है, ये मतलब 1 से तो 1 2 3 4 5, सपोज 5 तक जाना था, हमने 5 लिख दिया यहाँ पर, तो 5 तक नहीं जाएगा, ये 4 तक जाएगा सिर्फ, राइट? सो टू काउंटर दैट वी इंस्टेड ऐड अ 1 सो दैट ये लास्ट वाले तक भी जाएगा. ठीक है, तो मेक थिंग्स सिंपल. वही बताता है कोड. अगेन इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड इट, maybe watch some other video and like increase your Python knowledge if you want it. All right, I don't know, IP nahi chahiye list comprehensions. I'm just doing this just to make things easy. You don't necessarily need that. You can just write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 essay. ठीक है, you can write that as well, then that will do. ठीक है, I can just write it. Okay, अभी लिख देता हूँ. Let me write it right now. Right, all right. The index, we create a list 1 2 3 sorry 4 5 6. ठीक है, हमारे पास कितना है? ओके, तो अभी भी अगर ये भी दिया ना तो यही करेगा. तो ये जो हमने कोड लिखा पहले, ये यही करता है, यही काम कर रहा है कि 1 2 3 4 5 ऐसे कर रहा है. आई जस्ट मेड इट मोर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, बट विदाउट डूइंग लाइक 1 2 3 4 5 से बार बार लिखने की जगह अगर मैं कुछ भी ऐड भी करता हूँ तो ये अपने आप एडजस्ट कर देगा. सो दैट्स द थिंग आई एम डूइंग. सो या, and we use display music in Jupyter notebooks, but अगर एग्जाम में लिखने को दिया ना तो ऐसे लिखना पड़ेगा, like print music, तो ऐसे लिखेगा. ठीक है, display only happens in Jupyter notebooks जो कि हम यूज कर रहे हैं अभी. right, so keep that in mind. okay, मतलब ये अच्छा कर देता है ना, it's looking good, very nice. yeah, so ठीक है. अभी उसके बाद हम CSV कुछ वगैरह यूज करेंगे. सो व्हाट इज अ CSV? बिफोर दैट, यस, व्हाट इज अ CSV? CSV इज अ फ्लैट फाइल फॉर्मेट जस्ट लाइक एक्सेल, ऐसे वाला. ठीक है, यहाँ पे भी रो इन कॉलम मिलेगा, लेकिन यहाँ पर ऐसे तुम लाइक इट्स लाइक वेरी वेरी हार्ड टू लुक. ठीक है, कुछ भी समझ नहीं आएगा अगर तुम एक CSV खोलोगे. लेकिन इफ़ यू इम्पोर्ट इट इन एक्सेल और कुछ भी ऐसे मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, डेटा फ्रेम में ही डाल दोगे, इट विल मेक थिंग्स मच बेटर एंड विल लुक एंड विल सी व्हाट वी मीन बाय दैट. सो फॉर एग्जांपल एक CSV है VG सेल्स करके, विच इज़ लाइक ऑल अबाउट जो वीडियो गेम सेल्स है ओवर अ गेम वगैरह है, तो वहाँ का रैंक, नेम, प्लेटफॉर्म वगैरह है ना, यहाँ पर सब इंफॉर्मेशन है. बट अगर तुम ऐसे देखोगे just like this, you will not understand anything, and that's why we're using pandas and data frames to understand it better. So here is how you import CSVs. ठीक है, you assign a variable and you use pd.read_csv this function, ठीक है. तो read the csv and अंदर तुम जो भी क्या बोलते हैं फाइल का जो जगह है, पाथ है, उसको अंदर डाल दोगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल हियर वेट अ सेकेंड, हियर आई हैव दिस पाथ कि assets.csv है ना. देखिए ये यहाँ से है, यहाँ पर pandas पे है हमारा फाइल. अभी pandas के बाहर जाएगा, assets के अंदर जाएगा, assets के अंदर csv है, उसके अंदर vg.csv है ना. ये बता रहा है, ठीक है. ये डाल दिया. उसके बाद हमने और एक csv डाल दिया sockmed करके, मतलब सोशल मीडिया. उसमें भी सेम pd.read_csv उसके अंदर भी डाल दिया. ऐसे हम csv को पढ़ सकते हैं. अभी हम और करेंगे, और एक csv का पर्टिकुलर है मेरे पास, वो भी देखेंगे, ठीक है. हाँ ठीक है. अभी कॉलम वाइज ठीक है. अभी कैसे डिस्प्ले करना है, ठीक है. अभी यहाँ पर जैसे कि हमने डेटा फ्रेम को डिस्प्ले किया, विल डू द सेम विथ ऑल द csv, ठीक है. अभी हम इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग हेड, रिमेंबर हेड क्या करता है, सब ऊपर वाला वैल्यू को दिखाता है. हियर अगर हम सिर्फ प्रिंट डिस्प्ले करेंगे तो ये देखो कितना अच्छे से दिखा दिया है ना, कितना अच्छे से. हम ऐसे अगर सिर्फ csv का खोले, इट्स लाइक क्या है ये, व्हाट इज दिस यार, this is fucking shit, alright, this is कितना गंदा बैड है ना. But if you look the data frame, वाह क्या बात है ना, something like that. So yeah, same with both of these CSVs that we have this first one जिसमें कि सुपर मारियो वगैरह हो, ये गेम वाला, and second we have social media addiction वगैरह. So दोनों को हमने डिस्प्ले कर दिया, इसलिए ऐसे आया, ठीक है. अब देखते हैं, हेड करके देखते हैं, ठीक है. जस्ट ट्राई इट है ना, जस्ट ट्राई इट कि पहले पाँच, ठीक है. पहले 5, यहाँ पे पहले 5, तो ये देखा पहला 5, यहाँ पर भी पहला 5 दिखा दिया. सो या यू कैन यूज हेड फॉर नॉट ओनली फॉर सीरीज बट ऑल्सो फॉर डेटा फ्रेम्स. वेरी नाइस. ओके, अब देखते हैं कि कैसे हम एक सिर्फ कॉलम सिलेक्ट करते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल ये जो हमारा ये वाला है ना, ये जो सोशल मीडिया वाला, सपोज वी वांट टू सिलेक्ट ओनली द जेंडर, ठीक है. ये जो जेंडर है सिर्फ हमको यही चाहिए, तो सिर्फ हम ये करेंगे, सोशल मीडिया, हम डेटा फ्रेम को लेंगे और वहाँ पर जैसे कि हम लिस्ट वगैरह डालते हैं, डिक्शनरी वगैरह सिलेक्ट करते हैं, वहाँ का वैल्यू सेम उसी तरह के स्क्वायर ब्रैकेट के अंदर हम कॉलम का नेम डाल देंगे और उसको हम डिस्प्ले कर देंगे. और उससे फीमेल मेल ये सब आ गया है ना, फीमेल मेल व्हाटएवर है ना, जो भी चाहिए. कुछ अलग चाहिए हमको, ठीक है, डाल देते हैं कंट्री, ये भी आ जाएगा, नो प्रॉब्लम. सबको सपोज हमको चाहिए एज, हम ये भी डाल देंगे, ये भी आ जाएगा, नो प्रॉब्लम. वेरी नाइस, ठीक है. अब देखते हैं कि कैसे ऐड और रिमूव और ये ना क्या बोलते हैं, डिलीट, जो भी करना है वो सब कैसे करें, ठीक है. पहले देखते हैं कि ऐड कैसे करें, ठीक है. हाउ टू ऐड सम कॉलम्स. ऑलराइट, पहला केस, एक ऐसा कॉलम ऐड करना है जिसमें सभी का वैल्यू सेम हो. कैसे करें, मतलब मुझे एक ऐसा कॉलम क्रिएट करना है, उसका नाम बनेगा ब्लूटूथ हेडसेट. उसको हम ऐसे लिखेंगे, सॉकमेट, वहाँ पर जैसे हमने वहाँ पर निकाला, उसको रिटर्न करवाया, वैसे ही सेम हम उसको एलोकेट करेंगे, ठीक है. ये रिमेंबर दिस, वी डोंट हैव अ ब्लूटूथ हेडसेट वाला, वो भी हैं. अच्छा हमने ऐड कर दिया था गलती से, सॉरी. हाँ नहीं है, वी डोंट हैव दैट, राइट. क्योंकि क्या बोलते हैं, हमने यहाँ पर लास्ट वाले के बाद व्हाटएवर, ठीक है, नहीं है, ओरिजिनली नहीं है, ठीक है, ओरिजिनली नहीं है, हम ऐड करना चाह रहे हैं, ठीक है. तो वी वांट टू ऐड ब्लूटूथ हेडसेट, ये बनेगा कॉलम का नेम, और उसमें सब वैल्यूज में बोट एयरबॉप्स, दिस वैल्यू विल बी इन every single value, like ये जो रो है, every single value में ब्लूटूथ एयरबॉप्स आएगा, बोट एयरबॉप्स, but the column name will be Bluetooth headset. All right, this is the first one. And second, we can also fill it with a series or an array or a list, whatever we want. Same हम allocate करेंगे ऐसे नाम को, जो कि हमारा ये बनेगा हॉबी, हमारा बनेगा क्या बोलते हैं कॉलम का नेम, एंड उसके बाद हम pd.series दबा के ये जो कोई भी सीरीज है वो डाल देंगे, ठीक है। लेकिन उसमें क्या होगा, ऐसा हो सकता है कि जो वैल्यूज है वो पूरा ना मतलब ना मिल पाए, राइट। कि फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पर कितना है हमारे पास 704 बंदे हैं, है ना, लिस्ट में 704 इतना सारा, लेकिन हमने सिर्फ डाला है 4। सो बाकी सब जो बचेगा उसमें ये NaN करके आ जाएगा, मतलब नल, नथिंग, देयर इज नथिंग, राइट, नल। देखते हैं करके, ये रन करके, राइट, वी विल रन दैट एंड देन विल प्रिंट दैट, राइट, विल डिस्प्ले सोशल मीडिया, राइट। ठीक है, अभी लास्ट में देखते हैं कितना आएगा। ब्लूटूथ headset, bloat airbob, boat air, बढ़िया हो गया, it's done. Alright, we got every value as boat airbobs and a column named Bluetooth headset. We also got a hobby, उसमें हम डाल दिया था क्या 1 2 3 4, उसमें सीरीज डाल दिया था ना, तो 1 2 3 4, उसमें बाकी सब नल वैल्यूज आ गए, बाकी सब में है ही नहीं कुछ। Alright, so that's pretty cool, it's pretty nice. That's how we add things, alright, that's why we add columns. But what if we want to delete columns? हमने यहाँ पर डाला नहीं, right? Sorry about that. Okay, something is missing. Let me reopen VS Code right now. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. So how about we add some stuff? Okay. How about we delete some stuff? How to delete stuff? ठीक है, सपोज आई वांट टू डिलीट द ब्लूटूथ हेडसेट वाला, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि nobody uses boat airbobs, not everyone uses boat airbobs, ठीक है, I use boat airbobs yeah, but not sponsored, okay, please sponsor. हाँ, if I want to delete that, then I'll just go del and I'll go sockmed, उसके बाद अंदर डाल देंगे ब्लूटूथ हेडसेट, right, ब्लूटूथ headset. Probably it might return an error because अभी create नहीं किया, but let's see what happens. Headset. Okay, done. कुछ भी error नहीं दिया, मतलब था उसमें से delete हो गया. And remember, this del thing is also used for dictionaries, right? Dictionary से अगर कुछ key delete करना है तो we use the del thing. The same thing is true for social media, or sorry, data frames, correct? And this is a random code. Thanks to Anubhav, this is how you make a stylish data frame, you know. So करना है तो करो, नहीं करना है तो मत करो. It's your choice. Anyway, let's move on and let's say how we rename some stuff. How about we rename some stuff? So here we use a function named .rename. So here we input the data frame. In here we are using the sockmed social media one, and we want to rename some columns. All right. So in the rename function we have this parenthesis. Remember, I'm just writing vertically because it's more understandable how it's going, right? So inside that we'll take a column, and we'll in the column we'll input a dictionary. All right, we'll input a dictionary. So here rename, and we write column. We can also write like this, all right? And in the column we have a dictionary of what to replace rename and new name, right? Like this. So वही same मैंने यहाँ पर लिख दिया है नीचे, ठीक है? Let's see. So for the Bluetooth headset, I wanted to rename it to not Sony, and hobby to not hobby. But we don't have a Bluetooth headset, so instead we will rename gender, just for fun. Gender not Sony. Lamau. All right. I hope you don't identify as not Sony. Yeah, probably. Yeah, sorry. So I just made a joke. Don't get me cancelled. All right. I'm a very liberal person. Yeah. All right. It's all fun, non-harmless things. Just chill. All right. Let's do that. Let's rename some columns. All right. Okay. So अभी देखिए हमने क्या किया. Age जो है, sorry, gender जो है not Sony बन गया. Very nice. And last में hobby जो था हमारा वो not hobby बन गया. Very nice. That's how we do renames. All right. And we have filter, select columns. इस बार भी log पाया गया हमारा. वी हैव द लॉग भाई, ठीक है। अभी यहाँ पर वेरिएबल असाइन कर देते हैं, दिस वेरिएबल विल बी एवरीथिंग, ठीक है। ये जो हम जो सिलेक्ट करेंगे उसमें से जो डेटा फ्रेम बनेगा ये वो डेटा फ्रेम होगा, ठीक है। लेट्स नॉट मेक इट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। बेसिकली यहाँ से हम क्या कर रहे हैं, ये कुछ सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं ना, ये जो दो कॉलम है वो हम सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। सिलेक्ट करने के बाद भी एक डेटा फ्रेम बनेगा ना, हम देखेंगे ना कुछ, सो दैट विल बी द सेल्स ग्रुप, ठीक है, दिस सेल्स ग्रुप द वेरिएबल, राइट। और उसको हम डिस्प्ले करेंगे बाद में। ऐसा कि हमने यहाँ पर सिलेक्ट कर दिया नेम और ग्लोबल सेल्स फ्रॉम द वीडियो गेम सेल्स CSV, ठीक है। देख लेते हैं एक बार फिर से क्या था वो, ये था नेम प्लेटफॉर्म ग्लोबल सेल्स, ठीक है। ओके अगेन राइट, वेयर इज इट। सो कैसे देखना है, कैसे हाउ आर वी सर्चिंग, हाउ आर वी सिलेक्टिंग ओवर थिंग्स। तो रिमेंबर लॉग प्रोसेस की, भाई तुम जो करना है करो, हम तुमको सब दे रहा है। तो इट प्रोवाइड्स एक्सेस to all the stuff that we want. And now here's interesting thing, we are not using lambda this time, we're just using just log, that's it, okay, and just normal stuff. So here ये जो है ना, ये जो कॉलन दिया है हमारा, ये जो कॉलन दिया है, इसमें से हम क्या करना चाहते हैं, ये बताता है कि ये जो डेटा है हमको यहाँ से यहाँ चाहिए, ठीक है। ये ऐसा मतलब from to ऐसा होगा। अगर तुम कुछ दे दिया ना तो वहां से यहां तक आएगा, यू कैन डू दैट, बट इफ यू डोंट गिव इट एनी वैल्यू, जस्ट राइट लाइक दिस, ये बताएगा कि सारा पूरा डेटा फ्रेम का डेटा हमको चाहिए, राइट, पूरा डेटा फ्रेम। दैट मीन्स हियर वी हैव 1659 है ना, यहाँ पर कितना रोज है, बहुत सारे रोज है। अगर हमको एकदम नंबर 1 से चाहिए लेकिन सिर्फ 1400, ठीक है, यहाँ तक चाहिए, तो हम वी कैन डू दैट। सी we are limited to 1400 rows, but if you want a 1500 we can do the same, see 1500, लेकिन हमको सब चाहिए, we want everything, कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ेगा, we'll leave it empty and it will do just that, alright। ये बता दिया लॉग भाई को कि हाँ लॉग भाई हमको यहाँ से यहाँ तक चाहिए। अभी हमने यहाँ पर बताया कि सब चाहिए हमको, ठीक है। एंड देन वी गिव इट द कॉलम्स दैट वी वांट। ये कॉलम्स का एक लिस्ट है, ठीक है, रिमेंबर दिस इज अ लिस्ट, and in the list we have the column names, ठीक है। simply यहाँ पर in this case we have names and global sales, and in the end we close the lock with the thing, right, ठीक है, cool, very nice। अगर हमको कुछ और चाहिए था, ठीक है, हमको अगर प्लेटफॉर्म, we want platform as well, कि कौन सा प्लेटफॉर्म में गेम खेला जाता है, ठीक है, we have the platform as well, simple, very nice। so that's how you do column related stuff, okay। we saw how you can add columns, just define it like you do in the dictionary, and we saw how you can delete and rename and filter and select. Okay, very cool. And yeah, we can move on to the row wise stuff now, but water is important, right? कितना हुआ? 2.5 hours. We have a lot more to go. But don't worry, we got this. Right? We got this. Alright, what time is it? 3:35. Easy. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Alright. Okay, row wise stuff. हमने column wise कर लिया, अभी row wise देखेंगे कि ये ऐसा कैसे select करे, क्या करे, कुछ करे कि नहीं करे, है ना? Here. Let's take our first music वाला dictionary, music वाला data frame, sorry। ये वो हमारा music data frame था, song artist rating, ठीक है, we have these kind of things, and we want to suppose we want to select a few songs और जो भी चाहिए हमको, है ना। तो कहाँ गया हमारा कोड? yes, ये वाले कोड में अब lambda भाई आएगा। yes, in the case of data frames we use lambda when we are accessing the rows, alright। ये जो rows यूज करेंगे तब lambda यूज करेंगे, otherwise we'll just do, हमको log भाई को बताएंगे कि यहाँ से कहाँ लेना है और वहाँ से कॉलम का नाम बता देंगे, वहाँ पे आ जाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन हमको अगर रो से रिलेटेड एनी कुछ करना है तो हम lambda भाई को यूज करेंगे। इन दिस केस log भाई बता रहा है कि lambda मैं तुमको सब दे रहा हूँ तो जो करना है कर, ठीक है। lambda is doing okay, thank you very much again। अभी मैं ये करूँगा, ठीक है। ये मतलब पूरा सपोज ये लिस्ट है, ठीक है, एक रो को समझ लो कि लिस्ट है, ठीक है, इट इज अ लिस्ट. अब ठीक है, एक्स मतलब लिस्ट होगा, ठीक है, रो इज अ लिस्ट मतलब एक्स इज एनी रो, सो एक्स इज अ लिस्ट. वहां पे बताया कि लिस्ट और डिक्शनरी, यू नो, लाइक आई थिंक वी कैन ट्राई सीइंग व्हाट इट्स ऑल अबाउट. और एक डिस्प्ले डाल देते हैं. इन इसको ही कोड कॉपी कर लेते हैं, ठीक है, एंड लेट्स नॉट just print x, all right, just print x. Oh, cannot index with multidimensional key or what just happened, yo? What just happened, yo? Yeah, I mean, this part is working, this part is not. All right. This is giving us an error. Cannot index with multidimensional key. Okay, this is not really a conditional. We have to suffice it to the condition, and also it's multidimensional. Okay, so it is creating a data. You remember जो हमारा क्या बोलते हैं डेटा फ्रेम था, उसमें बहुत सारे ये थे ना, क्या बोलते, पैरामीटर्स थे, कॉलम थे, सॉन्ग, आर्टिस्ट, रेटिंग. थिंक ऑफ देम एज डिफरेंट arrays or something like that. And if you just give it, this is just essentially giving it a multidimensional array. That's why it's not working. And I'm not able to explain it better because, well, I have to think about this, okay? So, yeah, I'm a bad teacher, but only this time. Yeah, I'm a bad teacher because, yeah, I don't really know what this means. I'll just be honest, all right? But we can move on with other thing, all right? But we can move on with this thing, explaining this thing, ठीक है? So what this is doing कि यहाँ से जो रो ले रहा है, रो का सब डेटा ले रहा है, it is taking all the data, and if it's saying कि रो, अगर रो का आर्टिस्ट जो पैरामीटर है, ये वाला आर्टिस्ट इज इक्वल टू गोजीरा, देन वो प्रिंट करेगा, ठीक है? मतलब आर्टिस्ट अगर गोजीरा है तो वो प्रिंट करेगा, जैसे कि ये वाला केस में. So we have a song, backbones, and maybe the artist Gojira, then it's printing or the row related to that. Similarly, यहाँ पर similarly we are taking the song instead. हम song का नाम ले रहे हैं इस बार, है ना? Song is equals to तामड़ी चामड़ी, ठीक है? अगर ये ले लिया तो ये तामड़ी चामड़ी किसने बनाया है, सब उसके बारे में दे दिया. By the way, it's a really nice song. Yeah, all of them are okay because it's the music I like. Yeah, so that's what it's doing. You can search about different things, and suppose I want something like I don't know, maybe I want like और कर लेते हैं एक बार, है ना? Let's copy that and paste over here, and let's see if we wanna see the rating. All right, क्या है हमारा rating? कौन से गाने 5 out of 5 है? Let's check them. All right. Okay, so we have these 5 out of 5 songs. So these are possible use cases that you can do in data frames, like searching about things and all, you know. And यहाँ पे लिख देते हैं rating, sorry, is 5 out of 5. All right. ये जो notes बना रहे हैं सब upload होगा फिर से, है ना? So you can just view my uploaded stuff right in the GitHub repo. So yeah, and also we can do some counting, all right? कि क्या है क्या नहीं है, जैसे कि going back, oh shit, sorry, excuse me, going back to the social media, है ना? ये जो social media हमारा क्या बोलते हैं data frame था, उससे related, ठीक है? How do we count the thing? Okay, but first how we group the thing. There's a function named group by. उसमें क्या करता है कि जो हम इससे रिलेटेड, इस वाले कॉलम का जो चीज़ें है, वैल्यूज़ है, उससे रिलेटेड हम बाकी सबको कंपेयर करेंगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लेट्स लीव दैट, जस्ट प्रिंट विदाउट दिस. काउंटिंग छोड़िए, जस्ट ये प्रिंट करिए, है ना? ये डिस्प्ले जो कि कुछ नहीं दिखाएगा. इंटरेस्टिंग, ठीक है, कुछ सम कर देते हैं एंड सो ऑन, है ना? काउंट ही कर देते हैं, काउंट। ऑलराइट, इसमें क्या करा है, जो रिलेशनशिप स्टेटस है उसमें 3 वैल्यूज, एप्लीकेबल वैल्यूज थे, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, इन रिलेशनशिप और सिंगल, ठीक है। और उसमें से हम ग्रुप कर दिया कि जो साइड में इंडेक्स बनेगा वो इस वैल्यू के अंदर ही बनेगा, और बाकी सब कॉलम में कितने वैल्यूज हैं तो वो काउंट से रिप्रेजेंट करता है। ऑलराइट, आई एम नॉट बीइंग वेरी 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 एक्यूरेट हियर, आई एम जस्ट यूजिंग वेरी वेरी रूडिमेंट्री थिंग्स, है ना। कितने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, कितने रिलेशनशिप है, कितने सिंगल है, ये बेसिकली वही बता रहा है। एंड इफ यू डोंट वांट टू सी द एवरीथिंग, बाकी सब में सेम होगा ना, बाकी सब में सेम होगा क्योंकि यहाँ पर है ही नहीं कुछ, है ना। मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, बाकी सब में वैल्यूज हैं। wait let me explain because this is not very intuitive at first. Alright, ये देख लेते हैं। this is the social media CSV, the data frame we have. Alright, यहाँ पे देखते थे relationship status, in person, in relationship, single, complicated and so on and so forth, है ना। ये हमारे पास हैं, और बाकी सब रोज, बाकी सब कॉलम्स में भी वैल्यूज हैं, है ना, वैल्यूज हैं। तो हमको क्या करना है कि अगर हमको काउंट करना है कि कितने रिलेशनशिप वाले हैं, कितने सिंगल है, कितने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, तब हम कहते हैं कि वी यूज द ग्रुप बाय एंड काउंट थिंग। हमको जिससे ग्रुप करना है, जिससे हम चाहिए, जो वैल्यूज हमको चाहिए, वी यूज ग्रुप बाय एंड वहाँ पे डाल देते हैं, और वी यूज काउंट to count all the number of rows with that particular value। जैसे कॉम्प्लिकेटेड कितने हैं हमारे पास, 32 है, रिलेशनशिप वाले 289 है, सिंगल बहुत सारे हैं, इट्स रियली सैड, या ठीक है। लेकिन ये सभी रोज में दिखा दिया कि which might be repetitive in some points। if you don't want repetition just add another, क्या बोलते हैं, यहाँ पे स्क्वायर डाल के, मतलब ये क्या कर रहा है कि सिर्फ एक कॉलम को सिलेक्ट करेगा, है ना। यू रिमेंबर कैसे सिलेक्ट करते थे हम ऊपर वाले में, ये कहाँ गया, हाँ ऐसे हम सिलेक्ट करते थे ना, वही कर रहा है इसमें, ठीक है। वी विल जस्ट सिलेक्ट जस्ट द सिंगल वन। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हियर वी हैव स्टूडेंट ID सिलेक्ट कर लेते हैं, है ना, ताकि हमारा जो क्या बोलते हैं एंड रिजल्ट थोड़ा सा साफ दिखे, है ना। तो या वी हैव दिस एंड वी हैव दिस रिलेशनशिप स्टेटस, कितने 32, ये है वो है, just like that, ठीक है। Remember we are using count to actually count the thing and group by, ताकि हमारा साइड में जो वैल्यू आए ये वाले आए, जो रिलेशनशिप वाले स्टेटस है वो आए। लेकिन अगर हमको चाहिए जेंडर, ठीक है, और एज और कुछ और क्या है देख लेते हैं, और कुछ है क्या, कंट्री नहीं, मोस्ट यूज प्लेटफॉर्म, कि कौन सा बंदा कितना यूज करता है, कितना आएगा। सपोज वी वांट दैट इंस्टेड, सो हम यहाँ पे पेस्ट कर देंगे। देखिए फेसबुक सबसे नॉट वेरी मच, इंस्टाग्राम सबसे ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है, फिर उसके बाद टिकटॉक, उसके बाद फेसबुक एंड सो ऑन। वी आर गेटिंग द होल काउंटिंग थिंग। ऑलराइट, लेट्स सी इफ वी कैन यूज सॉर्ट थिंग, मे बी हम सॉर्ट कर सकते हैं। हाँ, तो इट्स डज नॉट हैव एनी सॉर्ट। क्या है, सॉर्टेड है क्या? नहीं, सॉर्टेड भी नहीं है। क्या है तो क्या है तो फिर आई थिंक परहैप्स वी कैन जस्ट यूज सॉर्ट, राइट दिस सॉर्टेड, yeah, but it gives us only a list, so it's not very useful. So I need to see how we organize this thing, ascending descending कैसे कर सकते हैं, that I do not know. Maybe we can use lambda function to like क्या बोलते हैं, organize the thing like one by one, like ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि lambda देखो कि ये अगर छोटा है इससे, ये अगर छोटा है तो ये उसको आगे डाल दो, इसको पीछे डाल दो, like Fibonacci and stuff. We can do that. Let me know if you did this before. So उसको करेंगे, है ना। तो yeah, that will be very nice. Yeah, but we'll leave that for later. Let's move on. And ये हो गया, हम देखना चाह रहे थे कितना फेसबुक कितना ये है, तो हमने देख लिया, ठीक है। Finding duplicates, हाँ ठीक है। तो हमारे पास बहुत डुप्लीकेट है। हमने ये एक डेटा फ्रेम बना लिया जिसमें हमने वैल्यू दे दिया, डिक्शनरी से बनाया हमने, अगेन वी जस्ट इनपुटिंग द डिक्शनरी एंड है ही करके दो हम बना लिए। तो यू कैन सी द है एंड ही, बोथ ऑफ दीज रोज हैव द सेम वैल्यूज, है ना, ये भी है, ये भी है, ये भी सेम है। तो हमको अगर देखना है कि कौन सा डुप्लीकेट है कौन सा नहीं है, सो वी कैन जस्ट डू डुप, मतलब ये जो डेटा फ्रेम है डॉट डुप्लीकेटेड, अगर ये हमने दे दिया तो ये बूलियन वैल्यूज निकाल के आएगा, फॉल्स और ट्रू। अगर ये नेक्स्ट वाला अगर डुप्लीकेटेड है तो ट्रू आएगा, अगर नहीं है तो फॉल्स आएगा। जैसे कि फर्स्ट ये जो 1A है, पहले वाला तो कभी भी डुप्लीकेट होगा ही नहीं क्योंकि वो तो पहले वाला है ना, लेकिन अगला वाला तो डुप्लीकेटेड है तो ये सेकंड वाले के लिए ट्रू आएगा। सिमिलरली फॉर ऑल ऑफ दीज, ऑलराइट। And yeah, this are the basic things about data frames, and we are now going on to some practicals जो कि ये जो CBSE वाला है ना करिकुलम, उससे बेस्ड हैं। तो these problems are based on that, and we can see some very interesting use cases for using data frames. All right, I hope you understand. Until now, I'm gonna drink some water. All right. I hope everything's going well. Let me see. Okay, we can move on. Practicals, so that you and I don't feel guilty. Yeah. Create, first question है हमारे पास, first problem है, create a data frame of quarterly sales where each row contains item category, item name and expenditure. मतलब 3 रो चाहिए, मतलब 3 कॉलम है हमारे पास। ये साला ऐसे बताता है कि ये है ना, ये कंफ्यूज कर देता है, रिमेंबर दैट, कंफ्यूज करता है जानबूझ के, ठीक है। ईच रो कंटेन्स आइटम कैटेगरी, आइटम नेम, एक्सपेंडिचर, मतलब ऐसे 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 रहेगा। लेट मी, ओके, आफ्टर दिस ग्रुप द रो बाय कैटेगरी एंड प्रिंट द टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर पर कैटेगरी। ओके, ठीक है, करते हैं सब करते हैं। पहले दिखा देंगे कि क्या बताना चाह रहे हैं हमको। टेबल, ठीक है, हो गया। हमारे पास क्या बोलता है, ईच रो कंटेन्स आइटम कैटेगरी, आइटम नेम, एक्सपेंडिचर, है ना। तो मतलब क्या बोलता है, आइटम कैटेगरी, कैट लिख देते हैं। सो आइटम नेम और एक्सपेंडिचर, मेन लिखते हैं, अरे यार, एक्सपेंडिचर, है ना, कूल। तो ये बताना था कि हमारे पास 3 कॉलम हैं जिसमें अलग अलग वैल्यूज होंगे, ये कुछ होगा, ये कुछ होगा, ये वगैरह वगैरह, और अलग अलग एक्सपेंडिचर होंगे। हमको बताना है कि क्या बताना है हमको, देखते हैं। ग्रुप द रोज बाय कैटेगरी एंड प्रिंट द टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर पर कैटेगरी। ओके, सो हमको ये करना है कि ये जो कैटेगरी 1 हो गया, सपोज कैटेगरी 1, कैटेगरी 2 जितना हो गया, और उससे रिलेटेड कितना एक्सपेंडिचर हुआ वो हमको बताना है, ठीक है। वी हैव दिस डेटा फ्रेम एंड वी वांट टू फाइंड दिस कि कैटेगरी से पूरा कितना आया कितना नहीं आया, ठीक है। हम देखते हैं कैसे करते हैं, पहले हमको देखना है, राइट। यूजिंग फेकर टू क्रिएट डेटा। ओके, दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग व्हाट यू कॉल इट, मॉड्यूल, है ना, पैकेज मॉड्यूल, जिससे हम फेक डेटा क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। बिकॉज आई एम लेजी, आई डोंट वांट टू क्रिएट रैंडम स्टफ हियर जो बनाना है। ऑफ कोर्स एग्जाम में तो हम तुमको हाथ से ही लिखना पड़ेगा, यू हैव टू थिंक अबाउट इट, बट अभी मेरे पास है कोड, मेरे पास है इंटरनेट, सो आई एम गोना डू दैट, ऑलराइट। Remember, this is not in syllabus. I'm just using this code to generate this data frame. ये जो है हमारे पास data frame है ना, ये generate के लिए हम use कर रहे हैं। तो you can completely ignore that part, but I'm just going to be brief about this. What is saying? Basically, this has ये सब category हैं और उसमें से हम category से category बना रहे हैं, ठीक है। मतलब category हम ये random access कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ से name भी हम randomly बना रहे हैं, expenditure भी हम randomly बना रहे हैं, ठीक है। वही बता रहा है ये। तो एक बना लेते हैं हम डेटा फ्रेम, विल क्रिएट अ डेटा फ्रेम। क्या है, सेम हमने क्या बोलते हैं, लिस्ट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन यूज किया। तो बेसिकली आई एम क्रिएटिंग डिफरेंट लिस्ट फॉर ईच थिंग। ओके, वी हैव कैटेगरी, नेम, एक्सपेंडिचर, जो हमको यहाँ पर बताया है, ठीक है। आइटम कैटेगरी, नेम, एक्सपेंडिचर, राइट। एंड वी हैव, पहले वाले में हमने कैटेगरी डाल दिया, रैंडम रैंडम कितने 9, ठीक है 9 मतलब टोटल 10 होंगे, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, ओके सो 10. It starts from 0, right? So 0 to 10, we have 1 to 9, मतलब 0 to 9 मतलब 10, alright? Maths, ठीक है. And ये वाले हमारे पास हो जाएगा. Similarly name, हमने नेम भी ले लिया, ठीक है, नेम भी ले लिया 10, और हमने रैंडम इंटीजर्स जस्ट फॉर एक्सपेंडिचर कुछ भी ले लिया, हमको कुछ भी मतलब नहीं है इससे, हमने ले लिया. उसके बाद हमने इसको डिस्प्ले कर दिया, ऑलराइट. हमने लेट्स सिलेक्ट दैट एंड लेट्स डिस्प्ले इट. ठीक है, अभी फिर से रैंडमली जनरेट होगा, जितनी बार बोलूँगा उतना ही रैंडमली क्रिएट होता रहेगा. बट फॉर नाउ लेट्स डू विथ दिस, ठीक है. हमने इसका ले लिया, हमने क्रिएट कर लिया. इसमें क्या क्या चाहिए था हमको? कैटेगरी, नेम, एक्सपेंडिचर. अरे अभी लेट्स नॉट, आई मीन यहाँ पे बोला था कि आइटम नेम चाहिए, लेकिन हमने क्या बोले इंसान का नाम ले लिया. सो जस्ट छोड़ो, कुछ भी लेना था ना, तो हमने ले लिया. और अभी हमको चाहिए कि हम कैटेगरी का, ईच कैटेगरी वांट टू फाइंड द सम ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ ईच कैटेगरी, ऑलराइट. मतलब ये क्या बोलना चाहता कि कैटेगरी 1 से कितना टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर मतलब दिखाता. देखो लाफ्स बहुत सारे लाफ्स है ना, तो उसका टोटल करेंगे तो वैसे एक आएगा. गेम्स उसका टोटल करेंगे, बुक्स उसका टोटल करेंगे, पेन्स का टोटल करेंगे, वैसे आएगा, है ना. तो उसमें क्या करेंगे, सेम ग्रुप बाय यूज करेंगे हम. ऊपर वाला जो ग्रुप बाय था ना हमारा, क्या बोलते हैं, ये जो है ना, हमको कौन सा चाहिए कौन सा निकालना है, ठीक है, कौन सा चाहिए कौन सा निकालना है. स्टूडेंट आईडी हम यूज करेंगे, इस बार हम यूज करेंगे एक्सपेंडिचर. ठीक है, तो हम कहाँ से ग्रुप बाय कर रहे हैं, हम ग्रुप कर रहे हैं कैटेगरी से. हमको क्या चाहिए, एक्सपेंडिचर, और उसका सम कर रहे हैं. कैटेगरी हमको चाहिए था बुक्स, लाफ आएगा. एक्सपेंडिचर हम ले लिए, जो हमको वैल्यू चाहिए उसका सम कर देते. सम मतलब पूरा सम टोटल, राइट. तो ऐसे हमारा आ गया. सो वी आर डन विद द प्रैक्टिकल. हमको निकल के आ गया कि बुक से इतना आ रहा है, गेम से इतना आ रहा है, लाफ से, प्लेन से इतना आ रहा है. वेरी नाइस, वेरी कूल. इससे हम सम वगैरह कर सकते हैं. दिस कैन बी वेरी यूज्ड इन लाइक फाइनेंशियल सिचुएशंस एंड स्टफ. सो वेरी वेरी नाइस. आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस. रिमेंबर दिस इज द लाइक रैंडम जनरेट करने के लिए यू कैन जस्ट माइट एज वेल राइट, अपने आप से ऐसे लिख सकते हो, यू नो, लाइक गेम्स, क्या बोलते हैं, बुक्स and videos, whatever you want. So it's your choice. I'm not writing that because क्यों करूँगा, है ना. Yeah, let's fix that and let's display. All right, very nice. So okay, next problem. Create a data frame for examination result and display row labels, column labels, data types of each column and the dimensions. Okay. I was not clear about what row labels and column labels are. Let me go to my Obsidian and let's say pandas. या हमने नोट्स बनाया इसका भी, तो या देख लेना बाद में. You can see them, use them if you want. Row labels are indexes, column labels are column names. That's all. It's just very very easy. तो ये साइड वाला जो है, these are row labels, है ना, जो 1 0 1 2 3 4 आएगा और जो भी तुम डालेगा, these are row labels. और जो ऊपर वाला है, these are column labels, right? So वही बताने दिया है कि row labels दिखाओ, column labels दिखाओ, और data type of each column and the dimension. तो हमको 4 चीज़ें चाहिए. पहले 2 तो पता चल गया. data type of each column मतलब ये जो सारे कॉलम हैं, मतलब नेम है, मार्क्स है, रिज है, देंगे बाद में, देखेंगे कि कॉलम क्या है, उसका सभी का जो डेटा टाइप है. रिमेंबर व्हाट डेटा टाइप्स आर, यू नो, लाइक यू रिमेंबर द फर्स्ट थिंग, यू नो. ये देखो डेटा टाइप मतलब जो वैल्यूज आएगा सीरीज का, उसका डेटा टाइप आएगा. एंड रिमेंबर दिस इज लाइक रियली इंटरेस्टिंग कि सब डेटा फ्रेम्स एक सीरीज है, सब कॉलम्स इज 1 1 1 1 सीरीज, राइट. लाइक दिस इज अ सीरीज, दिस इज अ सीरीज, दिस इज अ सीरीज. सो सब सीरीज का एक हमको डेटा टाइप मिल जाएगा. वेरी नाइस. एंड वी वांट द डिमेंशंस ऑफ द डेटा फ्रेम. मतलब कितना रोज है, कितना कॉलम है. मतलब जैसे कि यहाँ पर 1 से 11 लोग हैं और हमारे पास 1 2 3 क्या बोलते हैं कॉलम है, तो 11,3 दैट इज द डिमेंशन ऑफ दिस डेटा फ्रेम, वो हमको चाहिए। ठीक है, ठीक है, वेरी नाइस। तो अभी सिमिलरली हमने फेक डेटा डाल दिया यहाँ पर, डेटा फ्रेम मार्क्स, नेम, मार्क्स और रिज, ये 3 वैल्यू डाल दिए। नेम और कुछ भी क्या बोलते हैं मार्क्स डल जाएगा और कुछ भी ट्रू और फॉल्स डल जाएगा। ठीक है, वेरी नाइस। और रिजल्ट इंडेक्स से हम मैन्युअली इंडेक्स को चेंज कर रहे हैं, मतलब ये ऐसा कर रहा है कि ये भी फिर से मैंने लिस्ट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन यूज़ किया, बट यू कैन जस्ट राइट इट लाइक दिस इफ़ यू वांट, वट एवर यू वांट, है ना। मतलब रिजल्ट डॉट इंडेक्स इक्वल्स, वो एक लिस्ट है से 1 है ना, 2 एंड 3 है ना, वट एवर। और इफ आई राइट इन असमीज 1 2 3 सारी ना, सारी। देन इफ यू वांट पास है ना, पास, soy, whatever, you know. So you can go like this. You can create your own index. Just use this form, but I'll not do that. I'll just instead create complicated stuff. ठीक है, कर लिया। तो if you want to display the columns, you will write result मतलब जो data frame dot columns, and अगर index चाहिए तो result dot index। ठीक है, you use this one for column labels and dot index for row labels। उससे तुमको ये वाला मिल जाएगा। You see this one? You see? These are the column names and index के लिए मैंने ये वाला डाला था ना, ये वाला। So this is like हमको index के लिए ये दिखा रहा है। ठीक है, person 1, person 2, person 3 ऐसा ना। columns ये वाले, index ये वाले, बढ़िया। result dot d types, अभी जो d type मतलब अगर data frame dot d types करोगे तो सभी कॉलम का एक डेटा टाइप मिल जाएगा। जैसे कि नेम ऑब्जेक्ट आ गया इस बारे में, मार्क्स इंटीजर, रिज बूलियन मतलब ट्रू और फॉल्स। वेरी नाइस। अगेन इफ यू वांट द डिमेंशंस यू विल टाइप रिजल्ट डॉट शेप, मतलब कौन सा शेप में है, विच विल गिव यू क्या बोलते हैं रो इनटू कॉलम, मतलब कितने रो है ऐसे और कितने कॉलम है। हो गया। आई होप यू नो दिस। यू शुड लाइक क्या बोलते हैं इसको अपने आप से करने की कोशिश करना है। You need to try it on your own. Don't do this stuff, alright? ये सब नहीं करना है, okay? This will be very hard. Instead, you can do stuff like अपने आप से ऐसे बनाना है, you know, like create a name. ऐसे ले लिया name, क्या होता है ऐसे, sorry, names यहाँ पर क्या होता है लिस्ट बना लेते हैं एक, राजू, रमेश, सुरेश बना लेंगे हम ऐसे। सिमिलरली मार्क्स डाल देंगे, यू नो ऐसे। तो ये सब आलतू फालतू नहीं करना, ये सब वैसे भी क्या बोलते हैं सिलेबस में है नहीं। आई वॉज जस्ट लेजी एंड आई डिड सो, यू नो। सो या वी आर डन विथ दैट एंड डेटा फ्रेम्स का हो गया। डू वी हैव एनीथिंग एल्स रिमेनिंग? यस, थोड़ा सा CSV का। लेट्स मूव ऑन। CSV का हमने पढ़ा ही है पहले कि कैसे रीड करना है। We will read it as pd.csv, pd.read_csv। ये नहीं पता है कि एक्सपोर्ट करना है। तुमको बता रहे कि इंपोर्ट कैसे करना है, लेकिन एक्सपोर्ट करने का नहीं बता रहे कैसे करें। अगर तुम्हारे पास कोई भी है, सपोज है ना, हमारे पास यहाँ पर था एक, कहाँ गया जो फेक वाला था, हाँ ये वाला, दिस वन। सो ये ऐसे करना है। जो हमारे पास सेल्स वाला है ना, हमने डेटा फ्रेम बनाया था कि जो कैटेगरी एक्सपेंडिचर, उसको अगर एक्सपोर्ट करना है तो ये वाला यूज करेंगे, to_csv। सेल्स मतलब जो डेटा फ्रेम हमारे पास बनेगा .to_csv, उसके बाद हम डाल लेंगे कहाँ एक्सपोर्ट करना है। जैसे कि यहाँ पर brh.csv हमने एक्सपोर्ट करा है, तो अगर एंटर दबाएंगे तो हम कर लेंगे, लेकिन वो नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि ऑलरेडी है हमारे पास, है ना। ठीक है, वेरी नाइस। वी डिड दैट, सो ठीक है। एंड दिस इज हियर इज सेइंग कि क्या बोलते हैं, ठीक है, अच्छा, ओके। लेट मी रिमूव दिस फॉर नाउ। एक सेकेंड, दिखाता हूँ जी। अरे यार, ओके, डिलीट इट, ऑलराइट, रन ऑल। ठीक है, विल नॉट डिस्प्ले करेंगे, है ना। हम मेसी डेटाबेस को डिस्प्ले करेंगे, ठीक है। अच्छा, इसमें है क्या, सब आ गया? अरे यार, इसमें तो था नहीं। अच्छा, वी एक्सीडेंटली रन दैट। ओके, सपोज यू हैव अ CSV जहाँ पर तुम्हारा जो क्या बोलते हैं, जो वैल्यूज़ है उसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है, उसमें क्या बोलते हैं, ये है ना, क्या बोलते हैं, वैल्यूज़ है ही नहीं, तो उसमें क्या करें? फॉर एग्जांपल इसमें थोड़ा सा गैप्स हैं, मिसिंग हैं, यहाँ पे नल वैल्यूज़ हैं, ठीक है। हमने अभी एडिट कर लिया, फॉर एग्जांपल नल वैल्यू से। अगर तुमको नल वैल्यू के अंदर कुछ डालना है तो हाउ डू यू डू दैट? फर्स्ट यू डिफाइन अ डिक्शनरी, ऑलराइट, लेट मी मेक इट इंटरेस्टिंग अ बिट, ठीक है। एक डिक्शनरी डाल लिया वहाँ पे, ऑलराइट, वी हैव दिस डिक्शनरी, ऑलराइट। हमको वैल्यूज़, क्या क्या वैल्यूज़ हमको डालना है। अगर हमको एक्सपेंडिचर कैटेगरी में अगर कुछ नल है, कुछ NaN वैसा है, तो हम उसको रिप्लेस करके 0 डाल देंगे। अगर नेम कैटेगरी में, ऐसे नेम कैटेगरी में कुछ नहीं है तो उसको नो नेम कर देंगे। अगर कैटेगरी में कुछ नहीं है तो ये वाला वैल्यू डाल देंगे, ठीक है। और उसके बाद हम ये वाला फंक्शन यूज़ करेंगे, मेसी डॉट फिल ना, मतलब मेसी मतलब कोई भी डेटा फ्रेम DF, उसमें फिल NA, उसके बाद हम वैल्यू इक्वल्स वैल्यूज़, मतलब वैल्यू जो भी डिक्शनरी डाला है तुमने, वैल्यू इक्वल कर जो भी डिक्शनरी तुमने बनाए जहाँ पे मिलेगा कि ओ इसके अंदर ये डालेगा, इसके अंदर ये डालेगा, तो वो वैल्यू हम डाल देंगे, वो डिक्शनरी डाल देंगे। तो अगर हम एंटर दबाएं तो देखो जो नल था एक्सपेंडिचर में 0 से बदल गया, नेम वाला नो नेम, कैटेगरी वाला ये। आई डोंट नो ब्रो, यू टेल मी। सो दैट्स हाउ यू डू इट। आई वाज वेरी rushed with this, yeah, but I hope you understand this as well. हमने क्या क्या रीड किया, देखा कि अरे यार यहाँ पे फिर से कुछ गड़बड़ कर दिया इसने, हाँ, फिर से रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा, है ना। तो वी चेंज, इफ़ वी वांटेड एक्सपेंडिचर में 0 करना था, नेम में नो नेम करना था, ये करना था, तो हम ये वाला फंक्शन यूज़ करके हमने फिल कर दिया। very nice. There are lots of very much function. Let me open pandas documentation जो है यहाँ पर, है ना। ये वेबसाइट में जाओ, पे क्या है pandas.pydata.org, यहाँ पे जाना, getting started, then not getting started, user guide, then you go to 10 minutes to pandas and you'll learn all the things here. सब फंक्शन, सब कैसे सिलेक्ट करना है, क्या है, ये सब इंपॉर्टेंट है। यू शुड रीड द डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस फॉर ईच ऑफ द फंक्शंस टू अंडरस्टैंड ऑल ऑफ द थिंग्स। तो ये सब जो साइड में दिया है ना, इसमें से अगर पढ़ लो ना, थोड़ा कुछ भी समझ लो ना, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, ऑलराइट। जैसे कि यहाँ पर दिखा गया ऑब्जेक्ट क्रिएशंस क्या है क्या नहीं है, यहाँ तुम सब समझ जाओगे कि क्या है क्या नहीं है। तो इट्स वेरी नाइस, बट यू नीड टू स्पेंड सम टाइम, बट बिफोर दैट यू एक्चुअली नीड टू डू दिस, ऑलराइट। ये सब करना है, करके देखना है, उसके बाद कुछ आएगा दिमाग में, alright. So we got done with data frames and series, and we have matplotlib next. But it's time, it's 4 p.m. already, and I think we should take a break. Alright, let me switch to my camera. Alright, yeah, it's getting dark, shit. Yeah, we'll fix that really soon. So yeah, I mean, we are done with data frames and series and pandas overall, and I think we should take a break now, just chill out, and yeah, again, just try writing all of the things in a single sheet of paper to see what you remember and what you don't, and learn it, I guess. So yeah, gonna be right back in 10 minutes, right? Let's edit that. Okay, so yeah, see ya in 10 minutes. After that, we're going to continue with matplotlib and some societal impacts. Matplotlib is very easy. You guys will get it very soon. Then, yeah, some theory as well. Okay. See ya. Yeah, all right. Welcome back, people. Welcome back. I'm back from the short rest, short break. Yeah, it does take a toll in your health and stuff. Also, I had to go for a bathroom break and stuff. I am human, yo. I'm not. Yeah, even though I'm teaching you guys, I'm still a human. All right. So what are we doing this time? We're going to be doing matplotlib. All right. Okay, my hair. Shit. Sorry about that. So matplotlib, that is data visualization. How we represent data in graphs and plots and all that stuff using Python and related stuff. So let's get to that. All right, let's switch to my main screen. All right, very nice. So this is the Jupyter notebook that we have. Again, learn by doing it. I'm telling you guys, learn by doing it. All right, just go to the repo and check the stuff out. Learn by actually making the plots, making the things, not seeing them, not seeing in this video or live or whatever you're watching. All right, don't do that. Do it. Just you gotta do that. All right, but you also gotta learn. So I'm telling you guys. All right, so this is where everything goes. You gotta import few things. You got matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. You will import this. This is the standard notation for the things you want to plot. All right. You will want to plot matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. And then you got pandas and numpy. Cool. Very nice. And then how to create plots in general. This is very, very easy. Very, very easy. You just do plt.plot. All right. plt.plot. And you give it the X values, Y values, some customization options if you want, and boom. Even if you don't give this titles and shit, right? Even if you don't just remove it. Sorry, let me remove them properly, like that. You'll get the thing, right? And run all. Yeah, you will get the thing. Okay, I just give it the X values and Y values. And that I want these little circles and the blue line, and boom, I have the thing. This is the most basic thing that you can have. plt.plot, then you guys give it X values. That means for 1 you will have 4, right? For 2 you will have 5. 2 you have 5, right? And for 3 you have 9. So here 3 you have 9, right? OB, we'll get to the part in the next part. And then for showing the whole thing, you just give plt.show. All right, that's it. That's how you get the whole graph. But if you want to make it more, a bit, look better, I guess, or something like that, you can add labels and titles. All right. For example, in the X values, in the X label, I want to add just checking. I want to write just thinking here. And in the Y label, what you doing? In the title, I want to write this. So I can use these particular functions to actually do them. So X label for X, Y label for Y, simple, and title for the actual title. So let's run that. Let's see what happens. We got everything we need. All right. So this is the very, very simple plot. Very, very simple. We're gonna do some complicated shit about next time, but let's go over to the customization thing. All right, what is this thing? OB, OR. If I change the B to R, what will happen? Well, you get the red line. That's what it do. The R and B, the dash after the dash, you get the color. Let's remove the O then. How about that? You get no little circles. How about I write just Y? All right, just J. I guess nothing will happen because J is nothing. There is no character, there's no customization option that starts with J. But how about Y? I think I'll get a yellow line. Very nice. Very cool. So how about just O? Then you get only the dots. Only the dots. No lines. All right. How about you give just dash? You get a line. Get dash means line. And you get this kind of color. All right. And after that, if you specify a color, suppose I want G, or G for green, then I can give it a G. This is how it happens, boys and girls. This is how it happens. O is for the little this thing. Dash is for the line. And if you don't give it anything, right? If you don't give it any customization option, you just get a line. That's it. In a default color, no little dots and all. That's it. So yeah, pretty cool. Let me bring this back. All right. So O-R, you get little circles and these red lines. Very nice. How about we create some plots from CSV? How about we do that? So here, as similar to the things we already did earlier, we can read using pd.read_csv, then the path, whatever. And just for like our demonstration and stuff, we want to create. Okay, let's undo this. The thing we did before. Shit. So yeah, we remember the last time we removed these things. We made it null and stuff, and we made it again like this. And so I am using this very CSV right here, and looks like I gotta input some stuff in again. So how about we export this thing right here, this messy, after we filled in all the holes? How about we do that? Oh shit, I need to restart my Visual Studio Code. Well, sorry about that. Let's restart it anyway. We are back. And let's run everything. Alright. Okay. So we got this graph, right? This data frame right here. Let's export this. Alright. Let's messy.toCSV, this one. And then I'm going to give it the path name. Alright. We got assets and then CSV, then bruh.csv. Alright, this thing. And if I press enter, this will replace this CSV with actual filled in stuff. Let's try it. Right? See? Nothing happened. Something happened. Something missing, bro. Something missing. Maybe I should reopen this one. Interesting. Weird. That I think I should. Alright, how about that? I mean, it should fill the whole thing, right? Let's display the thing first. Okay. Something is very wrong. It's not filling in. Yo. Oh, yes. Instead of yeah, it's just filling in, but it's not storing the value, right? It's not storing the value. When I am doing messy.csv, it's just returning the original, this one with no values, and just doing it. To actually do this, I gotta store it as a value. So suppose like a clean, then I have to do it like this. Like I have to do clean to CSV, right? Like this. Also, I can also go, very minimalist and just do messy.fillna. I can just do branching, just write it like this. What happens is we'll first fill the holes and then export it. Simple as that. That's what pro programmers do, instead of storing it as a variable and then doing the blah 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 thing. Let's do that right now and let's see. And yeah, we got the whole thing right here. We got a 0 0 and we got the no name. Pretty cool. Yeah, very nice. And now we can close this thing and let's get back to the whole group by thing. So we were doing just the category expenditure, the practical we did in the data frames thing here. This thing here, the same data frame, we have it, and we have it displayed right here. All right, but this time it will be a bit different because we have more data, right? So yeah, I don't know, bro, you tell me. We have this one as well. So yeah, first thing we want to get, like I want to do something like I want to create a plot of category versus expenditure of the data frame we created, right? So we have category in the bottom and expenditure in the y value, like this. All right, category in the bottom and expenditure in the above thing. And for our satisfaction, I'm gonna rename this. I don't know, bro. You tell me to, I don't know, books, I guess. All right, let's do that because I don't want a long name here. All right, where is it? Let's run everything again. All right, it's much cleaner, right? So we want to do something like that. So how we do it? First, we want the values for the x and y, right? How do we get them? All right, we have this data frame, which is this one. We named it stuff. All right, stuff. So we need the indexes for the category, right? And we want the values for the actual values, right? So what we do is stuff.index, which will give us the index like this. And we use this one to list function to convert the thing into a list. All right. If we don't do it, if we don't give it, what do we get? We get this kind of thing. All right. We get a series and blah, blah, blah. We get this weird nonsense thing we don't need. But if we just write to list, like sweet little list, it will create a sweet little list of just the indexes that we need. No other unnecessary nonsense. All right. Similar with the this thing. All right. Here stuff.toList, this will just do the series, get the series values, and just make it into a list. If we don't do that, you know what will happen. It will just type the list, right? But if we do it, then it will give us the list with the actual values. We want that. Why? Because we want to input that in the graph, all right? In the here, like we did, we added the x values and y values, a list, right? And here we have two lists as well. For this one for the y, and this one for the x, and this one for the y. Oh ho ho, looky there. But this time we want to create a bar graph, not the like this one, not this one, because bar graphs are much cleaner to see. And I don't want to make it like balloon. It's balloon. I don't want to make it look like blue, but yellow instead. All right. So same thing, we got the title, x label, y label, the same thing. But what's changed here is instead of using plt plot, we are using plt.bar. You see, plt.bar. Very interesting. And we have inputted x and y values. And also we have yellow, this one for customization. But let's not do yellow because you guys may get confused with the y here. Let's do black if that happens. So just let's try it. And the fuck. All right, that's not how it happens. Okay, that's not how your color thing happens. All right, that's not how color thing happens. So how do we get the colors again? Not this one, not this one. Yeah, we will get the colors sometime later. But if you want to get the default settings here, then we get bar xy. We input the lists that we made up here. You know, this is like example of a proper, pandas, matplotlib, whatever uses. So like multiple things together, right? We are using pandas here, and we are using matplotlib to visualize this. This is what you should do. This is what the actual uses, actually uses. So yeah, the same thing. We just, instead of creating the x and y, the line graph, we created a bar using plt.bar. And here we want what we need. I mean, we got what we needed. Books and whatever amount it made and so on and so forth. Looks like people bought books a lot more. Holy shit. Yeah, this is a nice world. Yeah, this fictional world is very nice. We should buy a lot more books. Yeah, very nice. Okay, another one. We do some weird shit now. All right, I'm in, bro. I'm in. So we got the VG sales, the previous one, the video game sales, everything. We imported that, and we created a sales group one. And similarly, lock bro says I want this from that, and I'm getting these three columns right here. All right, name, North America sales and global sales, and I'm only getting the top, the heads, the 10 top values, 10 tops rows, right? Like this. And if I display the thing, it will just be like this, all right? Top 10 stuff. How about we make a plot to compare between these two values, all right? We compare between NA sales and global sales. How about we do that? Huh? It should look like something like this, all right? It should look something like this or this, whatever, you know? It should be 2 lines, 2 bar graphs, whatever, you know, and we do that. Let's see, all right? Let's see. So here I'm using subplots. I don't think we have subplots in our syllabus. We can also do that without subplots like this, no subplots here. But let me show you why I use the subplots, all right? Simple, it's like simple. We create a figure, we create some axes, and we create a subplot, all right? plt.subplots. We can define a figure size. I chose 10:5 and so on. You can do larger, lower, whatever. If I change it to 8:2, it'll give me a more less thing, all right? Smaller value, but I don't want that. I want big things because I like big things, all right? Like this, yeah, big, very nice, good, very good. All right, note that subplot is not necessary. I'll make the same plot. Yeah, sure. We create 2 lines to compare. Yes, so we write 2 plots, right? Like you remember this plt.plot thing here that we did above in this graph, plt.plot. The same we do for this one. Well, what happened just now? I'm gonna use a pretty Russian accent to teach you guys now. I hope you like that. All right, so what you do is use subplots. That's it. Okay, you use ax.plot. Remember, ax stands for axis, all right? We want axis plots and we give it an x value. In this case, we have a name. This will create this list, all right? This particular series, and then these are the x values, and we'll create one thing, all right? Global sales, and we'll customize that. We'll make it red and with the little circles, and we'll label that as global, all right? The same thing is for NA sales. We'll give it an x value name and y value NA sales, and customize that and label it NA. And now this is important. We give it a legend, which is this one. Okay, this one is called legend. All right. So we create a legend, like here. We create a legend using this, and this thing is a really interesting code, but you don't need to remember it. This essentially is doing the rotating these labels. All right, in the below the labels. Otherwise, it would look something like this. All right, it looks fucking weird. All right, so overlapping all that stuff. You don't want that. So you rotate it, all right? But you don't need to do that in your exams because you might get little values like this, all right? So yeah, if we want to rotate it, you can rotate it like this. You don't need to remember it, but that's the code which is doing it, all right? So it is just setting tick labels by getting the tick labels, then rotating it by 90 degrees. That's it, all right? Tick labels are these are called tick labels, all right? And the usual X label, Y label, we have set these up, and title, all right, and show for the rendering. So we have 2 line graphs, plots, like plots. We have 2 plots. One is global sales, one is North America sales. So yeah, pretty cool, very nice. We are doing comparison. But how about we avoid this fake X blah 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 thing, and we do it easily, all right? Now we make a plot without subplots, but the text rotation won't work. Yes, because that is dependent on the X thing, the subplot, X subplot. It's dependent on that. If you want to create the thing, it won't do, all right? So here the same, we're creating 2 plots, all right? 2 lines, line 1 and line 2 for the thing. We give it X values as name, the whole name series here, name series. And we have this, where did it go? Sales group global, and then we're comparing with NA. We are customizing it both, and global NA we are labeling them. Again, plt.legend for this thing up here. The usual X and Y titles, blah blah blah. And then we have this one. Super nice. Very cool. All right, let's go. So here we created the comparison and it's some weird stuff. You can do that. The main idea is to, like, I don't know if it's really important, but if someone asks you to do that, you can do it, right? You are essentially getting the stuff from the CSV like this, selecting the whole thing, and then you are making plots. 2 plots to compare and 2 things. How about we do something, all right? How about instead of plot, we write bar? How about that? Would that mess our figure up? Or would it not? Because we remember that it does not provide... Oh yeah, see, it looks beautiful. Oh yeah, very nice. You can do the same for bar graphs and so on. Very, very cool. All right, now leave it at plot and, easy. How about histograms? I know we have histograms in our syllabus, but I am not creating that. Instead of to create histograms, you just what do you do? Instead of writing plt.plot, you just write plt.hist, and it should create, but it did not. Oh yeah, this thing. Oh yeah, you don't get anything. All right, shit. How do you create histograms? Well, that's your homework, all right? That's your homework. You gotta do that, all right? You gotta do your homework. So let's create histograms. That's what you will do, because, well, if I don't know something, I'll ask you to do it, all right? That's a nice way to teach something. Very nice. So yeah, do create histograms because I don't know how to, all right? Very nice. Very cool. So that's it for matplotlib. Yay, very nice. We got it, boys and girls. We got it. Very nice. So these are core notes for everything you want. These are all available in the repo. You can go there. It's in the description most probably, and it's in the notes. You'll see in the notes we have different things, data visualization, pandas, and so on. But one thing I want to show you from the notes is this thing. Oh shit. Okay. Sorry. Is this thing, anatomy of a figure. So what is in the figure and stuff. So yeah, we have this thing in the figure. Like we have a title, the figure, legend. This is called legend, right? Legend and ticks, tick labels. Tick labels. These are tick labels. As I said, Y label. These are Y label, and so on. It might be helpful to understand what these are. All right, and all the important things, commands and functions I've written here. So you might want to visit the notes for some revision of the revision stream. All right, if you want. But I expect you to do things. All right. So don't just read notes. Actually do these things. All right. Just check the practicals. All right. We have a lot of practicals in the thing. For example, sorry, not tips for journaling. Tips. Okay. So we had a lot of practicals like this one. Okay. You remember these in the matplotlib, data frame, blah, 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 blah. So you can just do these practicals and stuff. I did all of this in my IP stream, live stream. So yeah, you guys should do it as well to learn things much better. All right. Good luck on that. And with that, we are done with the whole Python part. Wow, that is amazing. All right, that is fucking amazing. Let's see points for IP speedrun. So we are done with the whole Python part. Isn't that amazing? We can cross that off our list. Wow. So we have societal impacts in SQL left now. But before that, I want to check the chat if things are going well for you or not. But I guess there's nobody here. No surprise, no surprise. It's all right. It's evening around 4:40 p.m. So I don't really expect anyone to come in this time. Yeah, but either way, I hope it's going great for you. We are 3 hours 36 minutes into the stream. Very nice. Oh, we have 2 more things. We have societal impacts, which is just some theory, and SQL. It's going to be really nice. Really nice. We're going to dive into some theory. Let me see what we have there. The networking part, I'm gonna read through my notes and explain you maybe using the thing, the IP book that we have. All right. So, all right. Okay. Let me open some stuff. Wait a second. All right. We don't have much, but it's important to actually know what it is. All right. I've already explained this societal impacts chapter in my stream, the first stream, I think. Yeah, and it was really well. So I think I can do it again. So yeah, going back to the thing. Oh yeah, but first we have this one and SQL. All right, so let's go to societal impacts. Essentially, societal BS that you have to remember for exams. Though it's just flowery writing. They expect you to write just stuff. Yeah, but I'm going to explain. I'm gonna try to explain, in the most concise way as possible. We have a lot of shit here. Where did we go? We got digital footprints, digital society and netizen, data protection, what is open sourcing, licensing, different types of licenses, cybercrime, IT Act India, and e-waste and impacts on health from tech. Well, I mean, half of the things you already know, like cybercrime and stuff, you already know that, and you already know how it impacts your health, and probably some e-waste and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty easy, but some things like digital footprints or open source and licensing, it might not be your forte. So let's do it. All right, let's get this thing started. So the first topic we have is digital footprints. That everything you do on the internet leaves a trail. So, for example, if you comment on a YouTube channel, all right, and then later delete it, it's highly likely that it's still on the server or someone's screenshot. For example, I don't know, we got this chat right here, right? We got chat. So this is one of Anubhav's messages in the chat. So if for example Anubhav deletes it, it will show here that the message is retracted. But if you see my camera thing, it will be here on the chat. Here, somewhere here, right? Somewhere here. It will still be on the chat in the thing here. So it did not really matter that he deleted it. It still remains somewhere, right? It remains somewhere. So that's one particular example. And digital footprints happens everywhere, all right? Even if you like visit Google, all right? If you visit Google, okay, you see something, all right? Say, what is Fediverse, for example? I searched this on the Google, right? Google knows now that I searched for this. And even if I try to delete my history and so on, it will save that somewhere. All right, it'll save that somewhere and so on. That's the trackers and cookies and all that stuff. So that's digital footprint. It's like a footprint, but on the internet. Simple. And digital society and netizen, which is essentially telling you how to be a better internet user and communicator on the internet. Like, you join Discord servers and, your Telegram channels and meet other people and all sort of things. So how to do that better? I mean, you already know you need to follow etiquettes. That means you have to have proper manner, be respectful and follow the server rules, whatever. Don't say curse words and, all sort of thing. But you also need to be careful that you don't meet with weird people or like meet with hackers or whatever. I don't know. You gotta be careful because they can actually delete whatever, hack your stuff, I don't know, trap you into some scam. there can be a lot of possibilities. So you gotta be aware. You gotta be a better internet user. You don't do weird stuff. All right. So that's all about it. You guys already know what it's all about. All right. It's just writing it. You just have to write all this thing that, okay, we have to do good stuff. We have to be respectful. We have to follow rules. We cannot troll people. Okay. We should not do troll people, and sort of thing. Be careful. All blah, blah, blah. So that's the next topic. So, and then we got data protection. Data protection. What is data protection? It's not the backup thing, all right? It's not your backups that you take. Data protection is when you create something on the internet or related to technology, and you have to protect that technology, all right? We have one kind of thing. There's something called intellectual property, all right? What is intellectual property? This is something that someone has created. For example, a game, say GTA 5. So GTA 5, that game, is Rockstar's intellectual property because they have created something that happens to exists, right? And a novel is an intellectual property. A machine that someone invents is an intellectual property. For example, I can give you another example. These things, these Jupyter notebooks that I've created is my intellectual property, all right? It's my intellectual property. So this is what I made and stuff, all right? And that's it. This just channel is my intellectual property, all right? And you gotta protect these because, people can be weird people, right? People can be bad. People can do weird stuff. So you gotta protect your stuff from those kind of people, all right? How you do that? You do copyrights, copyrights. You got your copyright strike on YouTube. You know all about copyrights, right? And you can do that. You can copyright your stuff so that no one else can copy that. You can patent it. For example, you created some machine or something that, that took your brain, right? So you patent it so that no one else can reproduce it or like steal your idea for that. You can trademark it. I really forgot what trademark means and I still don't. Let's Google search a bit. All right. Trademarking, right? Trademarking. So trademarking is a form of intellectual property that consists of words, phrase, summary. I see. Acha. So trademark is like name, like brand. Okay, brand. You name your brand. Suppose Haldiram. Haldiram is a brand and you trademark that brand. Like you mark it as your fucking own. All right. As your fucking own. For example, your Instagram username. Once you do it, no one else can access it. Right. So for example, that might be your trademark. Something like that. Right. So, and you can also protect your intellectual property by licensing it. What licensing does is determines how that particular property should be used. And we'll get to that in the licensing sections, all right? So that's how you protect your intellectual property, your data, all right? Not your backups, but your intellectual data, all right? So we got that here. Oh, I should have bolded this thing, all right? All right, very nice. Now, open sourcing. What is open sourcing? Sometimes softwares and resources are made available for public for any use. The source code, which is the original code made for that software, is open. Everyone can view it, and that's why it's called open source. Easiest example is this repo, okay? This survival kit that I created for you, this IP thing. Everything here, everything I made is open source. It's like open for all of you guys to visit. This is an open source software. Open sourcing. This is open sourcing. Again, I have lots of repositories, I have lots of things. For example, my, I suppose, let's say, dot files, my arch dot files, all right? And you see, these are all source codes and these are available for anyone, okay? You just visit it, do anything you want with it. That's it. That's open source, all right? But you can also license your open sources, which is how we'll get here, all right? So yeah. When softwares and they are made open, you can view anything. That's when it's called open source, right? So licensing, as I said, licensing determines how the intellectual and software whatever should be used, and it provides protection. All right, but you have public licenses, right? Suppose you have a open source software, but you want to regulate the things a bit. All right, you don't want everyone to suppose use it in your commercial applications, or like make money off of your code. Even if it's open source, you can do that using licenses and all that stuff. So there are 3 main public licenses, of which only this one is like referred in our syllabus, but I am like comparing these 3 to make you give a general sense of what these are all about. So the GNU GPL is like the licenses of licenses. It like forces you to make your thing open, right? If you have a open source software and someone takes some code from you, they will have to make their software open. All right, they cannot do otherwise. All right, they cannot steal your code and not make it open. That would be against this license. That's what this license do. That this forces the person, the group of person or whatever, the developer, to make their code open if someone uses their code. All right. And next is the MIT license. MIT license is chill. It's like he's just the chill guy. He's just the chill guy. You do whatever you want, make commercial joke, whatever. I mean, you use my code, whatever you want. That's what it does. Apache license is a bit like in between these two. It does provide some commercial thing, but it can be a bit weird sometimes. I suggest you to search and like ask ChatGPT, I guess, to compare between these 3 licenses or other licenses like Creative Commons, which we have right here. So yeah, what is Creative Commons? These are specifically for creation and providing licensing regulation for shared information. Okay, that is really vague. I mean, all of these are really vague. Creative Commons is mainly for a lot of like something like this. Okay, I'm providing these documents and all. I can just Creative Commons it. I can just give this to so that other people can use it. Every Creative Commons license can be used by anyone, right? They can be used by anyone, but they have certain limitations. You can check out this website. It's their website, and they have a lot of licenses. All right. We have where is it? You can check what our licenses do. You can check that out. And licensing consideration. All right, ESC, you got a lot of CC licenses. All right, you got a lot of CC licenses. You can like see what's they have several things, like for example CC by SA. That means this is a Creative Commons license, and by stands for credit must be given to the creator, and SA means adaptations must be shared under the same terms. That means if you take something from something which has a CC by SA license, then you must give them the credit and also share the things by using the same licensing. All right, you have to use this license as well. So these are kind of some limitations and stuff you can do with CC and stuff. So check this out. I think it's really interesting. Essentially what it does is regulate how people can use your stuff. All right, that can be pretty interesting. Next we have cybercrime. You use computer for crime, that becomes cybercrime. Simple as that. But there are different kinds of cybercrimes and stuff, like phishing. What is phishing? Not your fishing, bro. Not Minecraft fishing, yo. Phishing is when you use fraud but real looking website to scam and trap people, right? Suppose I made a website that looks like Google but is not Google, right? And I asked them for to log in, and then they logged in and I got the email and password. Boom, I accessed their account. Damn, they're hacked. They thought that they were using Google, but it was not Google. It was some fake website and stuff. All right. And so that is phishing. That kind of stuff is phishing. And identity theft. That happens when someone uses your debit card, Aadhaar, PAN, whatever, to commit crimes. right? Someone might get your Aadhaar number and, like use that as a data, sorry, as an identification proof to do something like, smuggling or whatever. That can happen. So yeah. And hacking, you already know what hacking is. And ransomware. Ransom is like blackmailing, but on a cyber level. Like they can take your important files, but not give it to you. They want money to give it to you back. So something like that. There was an interesting ransomware attack around 2017 that was called WannaCry ransomware attack. I think you might remember it. WannaCry ransomware. Yeah, thankfully we were not affected by that. It was very, very popular, and like a lot of people were affected by that. And shit, why don't we have any images? Yeah, we have. Yeah, it looked like this. All right, it looked like this. Yeah, and like they asked for you to ask for payment using bitcoins and all stuff. They asked for $300, whatever, and they encrypted all of your stuff, and so yeah, that's ransomware. So that you gotta be careful from these things. All right. And then we have IT Act. Oh ho ho, of India. So this was an act which was amended in 2008. Maybe important, the date, to prevent cyber crimes and make online transactions and online doing stuff more secure. Well, dilly-dallying means dilly-dallying means just idling around online transactions and like sharing sensitive information. Sharing information more secure. That was the entire point of IT Act. That's what it does. By like if you prevent some cyber crimes, you will be punished under the IT Act. Blah blah blah. That kind of stuff. So this is all that there is in the syllabus. Nothing else. I thought there will be more, but no. So yeah, let's move on. E-wastes, hazards, and management. So yeah, e-waste. What is an e-waste? E-waste is a piece of technology that is discarded and not in use. Like if you don't use it, and it's like just like if you throw it like this, like that's an e-waste. You should not do that, right? You should not do that. Well, I always give this example. Let me. I'll be back. All right. Wait a second. All right. So I want to show you guys something. Okay. I want to show you guys my 10-year-old laptop. Okay, this is a 10-year-old HP that we bought. My family bought around 2014, right? So 2014, and it's been running ever since. So it's like old, but I was using this as my streaming PC not so long ago, before I got this ThinkPad about a month or two ago. All right, so it still runs. It has Ubuntu in it, and I made sure to not turn this into an e-waste. Oh shit, I should be looking here. Sorry. Yeah, I made sure to not make this an e-waste. Right? This is a 10-year-old laptop. Nobody uses 10-year-old laptops anymore, unless you're a nerd like me. All right? So you should not make these little babies get to dump them in a whatever, in a what do you call it, in a landfill, just because they're old. They still have the power. All right, my mom still uses this one, right, for any of this thing. This can do everything that you can possibly imagine in this modern life, right? You want to manipulate some Excel sheets, you want to browse web, you want to watch Netflix, oh yeah, it can do all of that shit. So yeah, that's how you can prevent e-waste, by reusing some stuff. We'll get to the whole part how you can do it, but I wanted to give this example to show you that this is possible, that you can possibly reduce e-waste, right? And if I had just thrown this away because it was old and stuff, this would have been e-waste. So that's the entire point. All right, let me go back to the camera. All right, where do I keep it now? Shit. Okay, yeah. So that is discarded and not in use. Why is it harmful. Uh-huh. Why is it harmful? I mean, yeah. So if you, first of all, if you don't dispose of it properly, right? The harmful materials like plastic, beryllium, cadmium, whichever heavy metals that's inside the thing will harm the environment and you. You know, plastic is pretty shitty. You can have lead poisoning and that will fuck up your whole thing, whole life. And cadmium, beryllium, and blah, 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 right? These can harm you and the environment. Plastic is non biodegradable. You already know that. And heavy metals can inside you can make you look like a deformed alien or something like that, or whatever symptoms it may show. So that's why it's harmful. You should not dispose of it properly. You should you should dispose of it properly, all right, instead of just throwing it in a landfill or in your backyard or in your neighbor's carpet or something. I don't know. Yeah, so use the 3R, which happens for every waste: reduce, reuse, and recycle to manage e-waste. Reduce, that means don't fucking buy a thing if you don't need it, right? If you don't need a graphics tablet, don't buy it, all right? Don't bother, right? Reuse, just reuse the fucking thing, like the laptop, all right? Reuse it. And recycle, don't fucking throw it away. Fucking send it to an actual recycler, all right? 3 hours. Cool. And we are done with the e-waste thing. We'll come to the impact on health from technology. Oh yeah. The thing that comes to my mind is screen time, and it can fuck up your eyes. Like for example, it's hurting my eyes right now. Actually, yes. And yeah, it's not good if you don't pay attention to that. So that's why you should keep in mind that you should take breaks, bro. I see people who have like they give me they share statuses of like I watched 8 hours today. They share their digital well-being screenshots as if they're competing for the highest screen time. That's fucking sad. That's bad, all right? That's bad. So pay attention to your health, all right? So yeah, that's why your parents get annoyed when you play BGMI too much. Yeah, that can happen. I mean, I'm not saying that you should not play BGMI, but I'm saying that don't make them cost your eyes, all right? Don't make them hurt your eyes. And also, things can get very messy if you don't pay attention to your posture and ergonomics. For example, I'm sitting here on this awkward table. This is the old table. I cannot show you properly because I'll mess up the camera position. But this is not my usual desk, all right, which you can see in my study with me streams. This is the table just beside it, all right. And because it's closer to the window, you guys can see me properly, right? So yeah, and this is like not my forte, all right. I don't do it like this, and I have to hump down, crouch down. Okay, I should probably use the camera. Yeah, I have to crouch down to use the laptop, and in the laptop it's like very congested and stuff. If you don't pay attention to stuff like this, it can hurt your posture, all right? If you don't sit in a good posture and like don't keep your hands in a certain way, in the long term things will get very, very messy. You will have back pains, you will have carpal what the fuck was that? Carpal tunnel syndrome. Yes, carpal tunnel syndrome. That means your wrists will go, all right? They will, from typing and shit, they will pain a lot. You will not be able to use your hands that much. So that stuff can happen if you don't pay attention to your posture and ergonomics. What is ergonomics? I don't know how to explain because I have a intuitive explanation, but I don't know how to explain. Okay, suppose for example, let me show you, right? All right, so I have this weird looking mouse. This is a mouse. Yeah, I know you haven't seen it. All right, this is weird. You guys, usually the mouses will be like this, right? Like this, but this one is like this. Why? Because this is a vertical, this is an ergonomic mouse. What ergonomic means is the thing that is very natural, very elegant, very desirable for your natural position. Natural like position of your stuff. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, हिंदी में explain करते हैं, ठीक है? जैसे तुम naturally रहते हो ना, your position, hand positions and structure and जो हमारे natural हमको जैसे बनाया गया है, ठीक है? जो चीज उस नेचुरल पोजीशन को ज्यादा प्रेफर करता है उसको ergonomic बोलते हैं. You just search Google, alright? Just search Google, alright? So yeah, this is more ergonomic than a flat mouse, alright? Why? Because जैसे कि हम चलते हैं ना, our hands are like this, alright? Like this, whatever, it is like this, not like this, right? It's like this. So if you use a vertical mouse, that's more natural. All right, that's more natural. It does not hurt your hands in the long term. I switched to a vertical mouse and bro, I used to have wrist pains before that. And after I switched to this kind of mouse, it's gone, fucking gone. I also made a change to my keyboard, all right? I can probably show you my keyboard, but it won't happen. Yeah, I told this already before in the what am I call it? In my other stream. Let me show you my keyboard layout, all right? Mac layout. Just yapping, all right? Just yapping. It's not really effective. I'm just explaining what ergonomics means and why it's important, all right? You see why it's important for the mouse thing, all right? But let me show you the keyboard thing. Most of the people do not even know that this exists, all right? That's the problem, bro. People don't have awareness and you should be aware of that, all right? So yeah, let me show you. This is a Mac keyboard layout, all right? If you notice it very carefully, the first row does not begin with QUERT. Usually what happens is it's like QUERTY and so on. That's the QWERTY keyboard that people everywhere use. That's the international standard. But here, things have been changed, jumbled, but it's for a purpose, all right? You see this red color things? You see these? These are the most frequently used letters in the English adjacent languages, all right? You use E a lot. It's fucking lot, okay? You use E a lot, okay? Every word almost has an E in it, all right? I-O, you use vowels a lot. You use RST a lot. So when you keep the most frequently used things in your home row, all right? In the row that where you should place your hands, it reduces the time and the distances needed to travel towards that letter. For example, if you look at my hands, okay, if you look at my hands, all right, this is the natural position, all right? Suppose I'm like, this is the top bottom view or something. This is the keyboard, all right? This is the keyboard, all right? And I am typing in QWERTY, all right? And it's like taking too much distances, all right? Too much distances. But in the Mac, all right, I can just, like this, all right? You see, there are less distances, all right? I have to travel less. My fingers have to travel less, which is much more healthy than QWERTY, which takes just, like you have to go like this, go like this. But instead, I'm going like this, which is very, 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 very healthy. And this with the vertical mouse, wrist pains, gone, fucking gone. Awesome. So yeah, with that, we finish our, what chapter? The societal impacts chapter. Yay! And now we have only one thing to do, which is SQL. And let me cross the societal impacts of the list. Yay! Congratulations, people. Very nice. This is the time when I should check the chat. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Bro, you are still yapping. Heads off to you. Hats off to you, bro. You made a fucking mistake. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Heads off, not heads off. Hats off. All right. Hats off to you. Thank you. My pleasure. Me and Janagda are discussing this syndrome yesterday. We're discussing the syndrome yesterday. Bro, you need to fix your grammar, bro. And it's all right. I get it. But you fix your grammar, bro. That's important as well. Okay. Yeah, carpal tunnel syndrome is fucking sad, bro. I'm fucking scared of it. I don't want to have carpal tunnel syndrome, but probably I will. That's sad. It's fucking sad. Yeah. We are done with the things. How much? 4 hours. Very nice. I think we can finish the stream in another 2 hours. All right. The SQL part, it's going to be pretty easy. We have a couple of functions. Let me give you a demo before that. All right, of what we will be doing. Here we got SQL. Okay, let me give you the notes. All right. Okay, these are the functions that we have to study. All right, functions. Okay, and using join. These are pretty easy. We can just use 2 minutes to explain everything, you know. And also we need to revise the old commands that we learned in grade 11, like, you know, selecting, from, where, between, and all that stuff. These are also very important in this in grade 12. So, oh shit, sorry about that. Yeah, that's what we're going to do after this break. All right, we're gonna take a break, 15-minute break, because I'm fucking hungry. All right, and so yeah, oh yeah, going for a break. And just woke up, my brain isn't braining yet, so I'm sipping some coffee at 5 p.m. No good, bro, no good, but I get it. All right, but anyway, see ya in 15 minutes or something like that. All right, this is a longer break than usual because I'm gonna have my lunch and stuff. So yep, see ya in 15 minutes. I have my class. All right, see ya. right. Me is back. Me is back. Had a nice lunch. Thank you, Ma. Yeah, it took me some more time than I expected, but that's to be expected, right? I'm not at all punctual, and it is what it is. Okay, let's deal with it and let's move on to some SQL. Let me go back to the main share screen thing. All right. Yes, so we have to do some SQL. All right. But in SQL, we have a few more things. All right. These are all the notes. You can check them out, as I've said countless time in the stream, in this repo. Oh, no, not this one. Shit. Oh, wait. IP survival kit. This one. Oh, yeah. And let me close a few tabs. Let me close this one, and so on. All right. Everything is in here. Just go and, links in the description and see what I'm doing and follow along. All right. So, yeah, as I was saying, these are all the stuff we need to do in grade 12. All right. We have these functions. All right. These functions, we have to apply them and stuff. But most importantly, we need to revise class 11 stuff. That's it. All right. That's the most important thing. Class 11 stuff. If you don't remember what it's all about, you're gonna do, that stuff. That's gonna be really bad. So just I'm gonna assume you've already done that. I'm gonna assume you already know the basics of grade 11. Like, okay, let me go here. I assume you already know how select works. This is like my notes, not found in the GitHub repo, but my personal notes. So I hope you know how select from where, how these work, and how you can create a table and insert values into table. I hope you know how these work, but we're gonna practice them a bit now to revise and see our knowledge. All right, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna move on to these concepts, these new functions and concepts that we are supposed to learn. All right, these are not going to take much time. This is going to be very easy. The hard part is to memorize all of this. All right, so memorizing will be a bit hard. So you can create Anki flashcards if you want to and memorize it that way, and that would be very effective as well. But the most effective way to do something is to learn it. All right, and that's why we're gonna do just that. All right, let me open up my terminal. Let me full screen that. All right, let us go to the repos. And what was the name? cd IP survival kit. All right, very nice. So let us go to the the SQL thing. And here we don't worry about all the things I'm typing right now, because these will not be in the exams. The actual thing that you guys will be doing in the exams is actually writing query scripts. All right, query scripts, whatever. And just for example, I have created this practice.sqlite, this database here. The syllabus mostly consists of MySQL and SQL based things, but this is the same. Every command is basically the same for SQL as well. So I'm SQLite 3 as well. So I'm using that instead of your typical SQL, MySQL thing. All right, so that's the only difference. I'm gonna use a tool called Light CLI. All right, this is the Light CLI. Light CLI, you guys can see it. You guys can install that. Just Google Light CLI here, like this. Go to lightcli.com and see how you can install that on your device and so on. What it does is provide syntax highlighting and auto completion, which is helpful while understanding the thing. All right, I'm gonna open my practice database here. So here, if I want to do some select and name, it will just provide automatically the thing. All right, for example, I have several tables right here. See, class, subject, enrollments. I have already created them before in the stream and stuff. How did I do it? Well, if you guys would go to this directory in the repo, go to SQL and go to scripts. All right, go to scripts. Then we have all the scripts that I use to make the tables and all that stuff. So you can use that as well. And I have made it into this practice.sqlite. You can also use these demos things, but I don't really recommend it. It's really useful to practice it on your own, right? And you cannot really view it here because it's a database, not your file, not your plain text file, right? So I'm gonna go here and say whatever. Let's select something, all right? You select from, say, students, all right? Students. So what this will do is select everything and from the table students and print it, all right? So here we have few names, ID, names, class, section, marks, blah, 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 blah. All right. So that's what we do here, all right? We're just revising grade 11 stuff for now, right? And this is the query that you have to provide to print this whole thing, okay? I hope you understand what I'm talking about. And if I want to, say, add values, all right, add another student, right? How can I do it? I can just type insert into students, all right? This table is students, and I'm going to give that. Also, one thing to remember, these commands are usually typed in capital to avoid any confusion. But I'm not going to do that because, well, I don't want to type capital letters every time. It does not matter if you type it in capital or lowercase. It is recommended to type in capital to avoid confusion. That's it, all right? Nothing else. And I hope you don't get confused, all right? Of course, this will show green because, that's the command, because I'm using light CLI, and so should you. So I'm going to use students, and I'm going to define what I want to insert. For example, I want to give it an ID, a name, I want to give it a class, section, marks, everything that they have in the headers, all right, above. Marks, gender, sure, and DOB, sure, admission date, what's the spelling, admission underscore date, and DOB year, sure, I want everything to be there, all right? And then I write values, all right, values. And here I have enabled the multi-line option so that I can go like this, enter, type enter. Oh shit, you guys are not able to see the thing. Sorry. Let me do that. Let me here. Students, all right? And we'll oh shit. Oh man. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll do insert into student, and we can just go multi-line and just we'll define the values that we're into now. Again, everything, ID, name, class, section, marks, and gender, and date of birth, and admission number, admission year, admission date, okay, and DOB underscore year. All right, everything. I hope this is visible now. And then we will type values, right? You can do all of it in single line or multiple line, does it not matter. You will need to type this semicolon like this, like this, if you want to complete the query, all right? That's the most important part. You can write it anywhere you like, all right? That does not matter. Personally, I prefer to write all the values like this and then add values and then to enter and add the thing I want. But like to show you guys, because the camera is blocking the thing right here, all right? So yeah, what this is saying, that insert into student, this is the name of the table, and these are the values I want to provide. Okay, I want the value I want to provide. No, sorry, the values, the columns for which I want to provide. ये सब columns में value जाएगा, ठीक है? And then I'll define the values here in this section, all right? So for ID I'll type 16, and the name क्या है? गजोधर, ठीक है, गजोधर. Let's do it in capitals. No, let's do it in small letters. गजोधर, ठीक है, गजोधर. It's in red. I hope it's visible. गजोधर. And then section. And class क्या है? Class is 12. All right, ठीक है. Section A. Okay. Marks कितना मिला है? 69. Oh, okay. Gender is male. All right. And DOB will write a date of birth and we'll give it 2008, month 10, and say 28. All right. Here, remember that this is not your day, month, year format. This is ulta. Okay, it's क्या बोलते हैं, year, month, date. All right, year, month, day. Ulta of what you usually write in India. All right, just the ulta. And then admission date. Admission date is say 2019, 0809. All right, and date of birth year. Okay, we'll do that later. ठीक है, date of birth year नहीं डालेंगे. I don't want to do it. Okay, so ऊपर भी हटा देते हैं. ठीक है, just हटा देते हैं. Okay, very nice. And if I do the semicolon, then press enter. No such table student. अच्छा, students होना चाहिए. अच्छा, sorry. Students हो गया. ठीक है, अभी हम सिलेक्ट करते हैं सब, देखते हैं कि है कि नहीं. ठीक है, आ गया गजोधर. Very nice. Everything is there except the DOB year, which is null because हमने कुछ दिया ही नहीं, तो क्या आएगा, है ना. Here, that was the revision part. कैसे insert करना है. Suppose हमको कुछ change करना है, update करना है, add करना है. Suppose तो ठीक है, we can add. अच्छा, अब हमको add करना है कि DOB year डाल देते हैं. ठीक है, डाल देते हैं. How we will do that? We'll type update. उसके बाद table का name, which is students, and then we will go add. क्या बोलते हैं? Not add. DOB year. Sorry. क्या था ये वाला? जो रो जिसमें डालते हैं. So I forgot. I really forgot. Shit. Yeah, this should not happen. As a teacher, this should not happen. Okay, let's try it. All right, let's try it. Okay, add does the क्या बोलते हैं? DOB year. Okay, update student from, not from, where. Okay, set. Oh yeah, you use set to set the something. All right, to set some option. Okay, so let's say I go DOB year. ठीक है, हमने डाल दिया. क्या चाहिए DOB year हमको? We needed 2008. all right, क्योंकि इसका DOB है 2008, so DOB year 2008 होगा, है ना. मतलब डेट अगर ये है तो ईयर भी 2008 होगा. all right, अब ये तो हो गया, ये तो सबका हो जाएगा. ठीक है, अगर ऐसे कर दिया, अगर हम एडिट कर दे तो ये सबका 2008 हो जाएगा. बट वी डोंट वांट दैट. वी वांट ओनली फॉर गजोदर. ठीक है, गजोदर. तो हम फ्रॉम ला देंगे. फ्रॉम, नॉट फ्रॉम, सॉरी, वेयर. वी विल राइट वेयर. वेयर मतलब जिसमें ये बंदे का नाम गजोदर है. राइट, गजोदर. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर हमारे पास बहुत सारे गजोदर होते तो वी कुड हैव यूज्ड आईडी. ऑलराइट, आईडी भी डाल देते हैं, ये ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा. DBMS में यूजुअली यू यूज आईडी और समथिंग वेरी यूनिक, सो यू डोंट मेस द थिंग अप. ऑलराइट, यहाँ पे क्या बताया गया? पहला लाइन है अपडेट स्टूडेंट्स, मतलब स्टूडेंट का टेबल को अपडेट करो. सेट DOB ईयर 2008. DOB ईयर को ये 2008 सेट कर दो जिसमें ID 16 है, मतलब गजोदर का ID 16 है ना, उसका DOB ईयर सेट कर दो. So let's do it and let's see the thing again. See, okay, 2008 we got the thing right. Very nice. So that's the updating, that's the adding part. Okay, I got confused right there, but yeah, it was easy, good to recall the information. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, that was all you needed. Remember, जैसे कि Python में ही होता है ना, print something blah blah blah. If you want to print, like show something, you use select in the क्या बोलते हैं, SQL query language. All right, the structured query language, you use select for everything. All right, so here we will use the select to display all of these functions. All right, all of these functions. I hope you know how to create a table and all that, because I'm not going to do them. All right, वो नहीं करना है मुझे. No. You remember, you learn it. That's your homework. All right, that's your practicing session. Because if you don't know how to create a table, oh man, you're so that's gonna be really hard for you, man. All right, so learn how to create a table and insert values into them and so on and so forth. All right, okay, तो ये वाला जो है चीज power, round, modulus वगैरह 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 वगैरह, ये हम it's just normal functions. Like हम जैसे कि let's quit this for now. Okay, नहीं, let's क्या बोलते हैं, let's create another terminal. Let's zoom in a bit. Alright, ठीक है. जैसे कि Python में चलते हैं, ठीक है. जैसे कि print क्या बोलते हैं, ये कुछ भी suppose कुछ भी डाल दिया print. You do something like that and say suppose you want to say 2 to the power of 6. Alright, ऐसे print करते हैं ना. You do something like this. But SQL में you do something like, okay, क्या हो गया ये, अच्छा उल्टा पुल्टा हो गया. That's all right. You can just use select and then use the function. For example, I want power and boom, we got the power. Example, I will get to that here again, but remember all of these are written in capital just to avoid confusion. But it does not really matter if you write in capital or not, but it's preferable to write in capital in exams. Okay, exams में जितना कर सको capital में लिखो, ताकि the examiner who is usually does not know much, you know, बुड़बक होते हैं actually, unless you got a very intelligent teacher like mine like my teacher, then they will actually understand. But if you don't, if the teacher is a boomer one or something like that, it's not gonna work. Again, one thing. Wait a second. Yeah, all right. So I was recording the whole stream and it stopped because there was not enough disk space. Yeah, shit. So entire disk is filled, but yeah, I hope I can extract the information from the stream. I can download that and so on. Let's hope for that. But let's continue the stream. Okay, let's continue the stream. All right. Yeah, so you should write stuff like this instead, as that's saying in your exams. Okay, but I'm writing like this because I don't want to type capitals, so write every time. Okay, I hope we're clear. So we have a lot of functions: power, round, and mod. All right, what does these do? Okay, power, power, you want to exponentially increase a thing, you want to power a thing, right? You want to raise it to a square or a cube, you can do that using power. And same with round, you can round off to a whatever decimal place you want. And modulus, you can get the remainder of some shit, right? All of these except two arguments. First thing is what you want to raise to the power and the actual power itself, the exponent. And the round, you have the stuff and the nearest decimal place to which you want to round it off to. And then you have the mod, then you got the dividend and the divisor. Is it dividend? Oh shit, I'm a math student. I hope it's dividend. Divisor and dividend. Shit. Oh, the real me is showing off. It is not dividend. It is shit. Dividend. I actually forgot. Really. It's not it divisor and yeah, it's dividend. Oh, I was right. It is dividend. Okay. Cool. Oh shit, I saved my ass. All right. Anyway, so let's practice these three now. All right. Let's go back to our thing. Let's do say power. We were doing 5,2, which means 5 to the power of 2, and that means 5 squared. Let's try a different example this time. Let's see if we can do 3 to the power of 2. That means 3 squared. And it should type 9, which is exactly what we want. How about 3 to the power of 3? That means 3 cube. We should get 27, and we did get 27. Very nice. And how about 3 to the power of 4? Or the ulta, 4 to the power of 3. Yeah, cool. That's how it works. That's it. But how about using that for a different scenario? Say for students, you have the students. How about you want to square the marks here? What if you want to square the marks, all the marks here? How are you supposed to do that? Well, just select all the marks. No. Select power and then you type marks, square it from students. What is this doing? Well, it's selecting all the power. It's gonna print the power from the marks. It will get the marks and it will square it and print that from students like this. See, it's getting the marks, all right? It's getting the marks and it's squaring the marks and it's printing them all out. That's it. Say suppose you want to write the name as well. So name comma power marks. All right. So for Joshua, we get this, and so on and so forth. All right. It's cool. Okay. You can use all of the functions that is written here like that. You can use that. That's awesome. You know, that's awesome. Let's try for something different. Let's do rounding off. All right. I also had an example before I wrote this. So round this thing. What is it? Round 65.465. I hope it's visible. 65.465 to 3, nearest 3. That means tens, hundreds, and thousandths. Nearest decimal. That means tens, hundreds, and thousands. That means 6. It will. The answer should be 65.467. Let's see. Yeah. So it rounds it off to the nearest 1000. That is this 6. So because it's 5, it will just upgrade this thing to the nearest 1000. You know, I hope you know basic math to do how it works. All right. I cannot help you if you don't. How about some random ass numbers like 2323? Yeah, it should 456 because like this value is less than 5. All right. This 2 is less than 5. Of course, so it will not provide this thing. So you can do all of the shit like if you want to do. How about you do like non-decimal numbers like this? How about you do that? It won't do anything because there are no decimals. The round function only works for decimal stuff. It will not do for any integers. Sorry, unnatural numbers or integers or something like that. How about negative numbers? How about that? Same. It will not do shit. It will not do shit. It will not do shit for integers only if you have a decimal in it. All right. If you have a rational decimal. So yeah, it can do the thing then. So similarly, you can use it to say you want to round off the marks. Only if the marks were in like decimals, then only it would happen. Otherwise, it would not. The same thing as you used here in power. Instead of power, you will use round. And then the how much you want to be rounded off to there's thousands, hundreds, and so on. It's up to you, but I'm not going to do that. I hope we have that clear. How about mod? Mod is just get the remainder. All right. Say I want to get the mod of 10 by 3. Which means I want to divide 10 by 3 and get the remainder. All right. It should be 1. Yep, it is 1. What happened is that I divided 10 by 3 and got 9, 2, and the quotient was 2, but the remainder was 1 because 9 plus 1, right? Yeah, so you'll get that. How about 4, 2? Yeah, 2. Yeah, correct. How about 5? 0, because it is a multiple of 5. Correct. How about 11? How about 12? How about 14? How about 19? Why is it 10? Why is it 10? Answer me in the comments or the live if you're watching. All right. Why is it 10? Why is it 10, bro? Why is it 10? Why shouldn't it be 0 or something else? Let me know. All right. I hope you know what mod is used for. All right. 3,2 is 3,1. Easy. So you can do mod, like you can check if the how can you do that? All right. Say you want to type in marks. You want to get only the even marks. All right. You only want to get only the even marks. How will you do it? Okay. Say let's do name comma marks. All right. Where marks, where mod and marks 2 equals 0, which says that get the names and marks from students where the marks are even. Let's do it. Oh yeah, we got it, baby. Here, everything is even, all right? Everything is even. Modulus, the modulo of the marks and 2 is 0, which means it is even, right? So these are all the marks. That's how you can use it. This is a possible scenario. How about odd numbers? How do you know that if it's going to be odd? How do you know odd? How do you do odd ones? Shall we do 3? Shall we do 5? Shall we do 1? Which one will it be? Pause the video and try it. Pause the live and try it. Actually do it, all right? Meanwhile, I'm gonna get a lamp or something, because it's getting dark. All right. Okay, Mr. Lamb. Oh yeah. There we go. There we go. Very nice. I hope it is visible and clear. Oh yeah, it is. So, all right. Very nice. Okay. How about the odd ones? It's pretty easy. Actually, just make it not equal to, Instead of doing any numbers, modulo numbers, any numbers, just say whichever is not equal to 0, which will mean everything is odd. All right. So yeah, maths, very nice. We got these 3 clear. U case, L case, or lower. All right, let's do this thing. I prefer using upper instead of LU case. Let's do. All right, just select. It does not happen. It does not exist in SQLite. That's why I prefer upper instead. All right, and it does the exact thing you want. It prints everything in uppercase. For bruh, it will say bruh, like that. And similarly for lower, it will just type lower because it's already in lowercase. But how about you do the capital bruh here? It will give the lower bruh. All right, very nice. Similarly, you can do all of this thing using the thing. For example, all of these are in capital, right? These names of students. What if I want to set all of these names to lowercase? How can we do that? How can we do that? How can we do that? We know that, we need to do something like lower, and we're gonna need to take in the names. All right, we're gonna take in the names. Is that name? Yeah, it is name. So and from students or something like that, we're gonna do something like that, right? But we're going to update the thing, right? We need to update the thing. So we're gonna take update students, and we're gonna turn multi-line on. Update students, and we're gonna set the names. Okay, we're gonna set all the names into its lowercase. Instead of selecting, we're gonna update the thing. So name equals lower name. All right, what this will happen is it will update the students table, and it will set the name to its lowercase. All right, just that. And if you don't specify any from or where, if you don't specify any where, it will just update it for the whole table. All right, let's do it. Let's print. Let's select do all from students. Let's do that. See, it's all in lowercase now. Very nice. Very, very cool. And yeah, we got some lowercase aesthetic now. All right, very nice. These are done. Lowercase and uppercase are done. This one is very interesting. All right, the substring, and the length is easy. I think before touching the substring, I think we should do length, left, right, in string, L trim. These, I think we can do that first. All right, let's do length, left, and right. What is length? Well, you remember in Python, like if you do len and you insert any string or any list or anything, it just gives you the number of elements that is there in the list or the string, right? This is the same here. All right, if you just do length and you do, suppose I write a string, I write my name, Nabir. So it will just give me the number of letters I have in my name. So it will be 5 because I have 5 letters. How about you do lists? Does SQL support lists? I don't know, man. Let's try it. Let's try it. Because there is no column. All right. Sure. How about we do students and name? It is not Python, bro. It is not Python. Yeah. How about we want to find the length of all the names, all right? Name and the length and its name, all right? So we'll type name, then we'll do length of the name from students, right? So yeah, this guy has this name and it has length this one, and so on and so forth. Very interesting. Yeah, you can do that. And what about left and right? Well, left and right are similar to head and tail in pandas, if you remember. Head was like from the top, tail was from the bottom, and in this case it's from the left or right. All right, left or right. So if I want to say select left, suppose I want to select, suppose I write my name Nibir, full name, all right, Nibir Sankar, and I want to select the first 4 values, all right? So I'm gonna do that. Sorry, no function left. Did I make some mistake? Interesting. It should not be like that. Well, how did I get this thing result then? I actually tried it here. I wrote this thing and I should able to be reproduce it now, right? No such function left. Well, there is a left here in the autocorrect, auto completion. How about we just remove the select? Well, I really don't know what's happening. I mean, how about right? Well, how did I get these results then? They were not supposed to be here if I had not found it. And I remember to find it, like, how about other Ltrim? Yeah, this works. How about we do left name from students? How about we do that? No function name left. You know what? We're gonna try something different. Extracts first, end character, equivalent of head, equivalent of tail. All right. You know what? Let's do db fiddle. All right. Let's do dbfiddle.com. Yeah, this is a website where you can, do this whole thing again. Instead of using something like light CLI and doing it locally, you can do it in offline. All right. You can do offline like this. And this is pretty nice because you don't have to do anything. Yay. And you can just run it online. So let me just select left here. All right, Nibir, and let's type in something and run it. Running query. Okay, I see. This option is not available for SQLite. I'm using SQLite and it's not available there. Similarly, you will find that these dates, months are not available in SQLite, but it's available on SQL, just SQL and MySQL stuff. All right, in MySQL, sorry. SQL is the language. MySQL and Postgres and SQLite. These are database systems, different systems, but they all follow something like SQL and all of these things. So you can see that I can select here. I can use the left function here in MySQL, but not SQLite. It's interesting, really. So here what happened is that left, like head, I wanted to select the first two values, so it should produce ni. So here it is ni. Correct. Very nice. How about 3? How about 3? Sorry, how about 3? Nib. Very nice. How about I want to do right, which should give me the last 3, which is bir. And boom, it is bir. So I hope you understand what's going on here, right? And let's move on to the next thing. Yeah, some things doesn't work, but it's all right. It's all right. We can go in string. We will cover substring and in string later after ltrim and rtrim because they are very, very interesting, very, very sim. Okay, let's say you've got a string like this, like the space, and nibir. Kubur. Okay, kubur. Let's keep it that way. Kubur, you know? I mean, you don't need all of these spaces, right? You want to remove all of these spaces. How you do that? Well, you do the function, you do ltrim, all right? What ltrim does is remove all the spaces from the left, all right? From the left. Like these are called leading spaces, which are from the left. It will clear all the these spaces from the left, all right? So if I do, and you'll see it's kubur. Yeah, just the stuff, not the spaces, just the stuff that we need. How about we give more spaces in the end? Because we are mad. We are mad. We want to type, you know. And how about we do rtrim this time? You see rtrim? This will do the opposite. This will clear all the spaces from the right. These are called trailing spaces, all right? Trailing spaces. This will clear that. What will be the output? Huh? The fuck? This should not have happened. Oh, it did happen though. Wait. I just... Wait. It is maybe centered aligned. That's why it's like that. How about we decrease the thing? Oh. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I get it. It shows like this because it's not trimming anything from the left. Because it's right trim, bro. It's not left trim. All right. If I remove everything here, all right. If I remove everything here, like this, you'll see it's like all removed because like it's removed here, and you cannot really see it, to be honest, because I mean it's you can see it's like the left spaces are noticeable because otherwise you will have like spaces like this, but right trim you cannot really notice it. That's the con. Okay, how about you have both, like, you know, like this? How about you have white spaces both the sides? How about you want to clean up all or both of them, right? You'll just do trim. The trim function, this one, the trim function, does both of them together. It removes spaces from the left and the right. So if I do enter, I'll just do kubur without any spaces from the left and the right. This is very, very useful in like cleaning up databases and stuff. Sometimes you'll get databases which are like very, you know, weird, not clean, messy, and you want to clean up. So yeah, you have trim function to do that. And you can like, suppose you have let's say Gajodhar names. If Gajodhar names, okay, let's update Gajodhar's name. Oh wait, update students, multi-line on, set name equals space Gajodhar and Gajodhar like this. Okay, where ID is 16, which was Gajodhar's ID, and then let's print. Let's my Python is showing from students. All right. So Gajodhar now has spaces both in the left and the right. So we want to counter that, right? We don't want the names to be like this. What if there were someone else's name like this? It will be very messy. It will not be like good. I don't know. Yeah, Hakine, yes. So we do something like that. We do trim and then we insert the name for everything. And boom, everything should be updated. Oh yeah, it should be updated. Yeah, see, Gajodhar names that it was trimmed and all the spaces were removed. And everything should be okay now. So this is how you can use the trim function. All right, let us go back and let us actually do the substring and string thing, in string thing. All right. Okay, so substring, in the substring function, what happens is that you have a particular string and you want to extract a part of that string. All right, let's say you have the DOB, all right, or the admission date, suppose for example. And you just want to get only the month from the admission date. How do you do that? You want to get only that 08 part or the 07 part, right? So that's where substring comes in use. We're gonna use that in just the select function this time. And then we're gonna move on to just tables, all right? We use subster. It's the same for here, I guess. Subster, I hope this should work in MySQL. Yeah, it should work. Yeah, sure. Yeah, subster exists. All right, let's do different. Okay, yeah, subster. So yeah, I use subster for substring, and you give it a string like, say, for the date. Okay, let's do the date. All right, 28/08/05/09. Now here's the important part. Now you will give the indexes of the part that you want. Just like you had indexes in your Python, which started from 0, 1, 2, 3, and you wanted to get the stuff from this range to this, you can slice it. This is called slicing in Python. Okay, you use substring to slice a list, slice a string. All right, slice some values. You can do just that. But remember, here the indexes start from 1, not 0. All right, it starts from 1. So that the 2 here is actually 1. But in Python, it would have been 0. All right, that's the main difference between SQL and Python in terms of indexes. All right, so I want to find the 0 and 0 to 5. All right, this part. So what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and to 7. I want 6 to 7. So I will type 6, 7. Okay, this is the syntax. Substring, at first you will give the string, all right, and then you'll give from to, all right, from and to. All right, so from 6th index to 7th index. Let's see what yields. Okay, it did not happen. Fuck. All right, let's counter that. Let's see what happened here. Let's see what happened. That should not have happened. 6, 8. Oh, I see. I see what happens here. It's not from to. It's from and how much we want it. Fuck. I was so wrong. I was so fucking wrong. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, sorry about the flickering thing. That should not happen because, like, yeah. Wait. Fuck. Oh man. Alright, yeah. Okay, cool. We got it back. How much you want? So we started from the 6th index and how many places we want. If we want 2, so we want 2 things, right? So 0, 5. So we got 2 things. How we want 3 things. So this should include the dash right here. So we'll get the dash. Oh fuck, that's really nice. Oh man. Woo. So what was going wrong? going wrong. I tried from to 2, and because you're getting 8, that means you're saying that you want all 8 from that index, from that point. You're getting all of it, right? But if you said like I want only 2 characters from that point, so you just give 2 and you got 0, 5 right here. ठीक है, अच्छे से समझाते हैं. Okay, here I want the date. Alright, ठीक है, हमको चाहिए ये जो date है वो चाहिए हमको. So here, what is the index of these last 2 characters? What is the index? ठीक है, count करते हैं. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Alright, so 9. तो हमको start करना है 9 से. Start 9. कितना चाहिए हमको? 2 चाहिए. Okay, 0 3. Very nice. That's how substring works, right? ठीक है, हमको कुछ और चाहिए. Let's say we want to find Mr. Nibir. All right, and we want to find the prefix. All right, want to find a prefix like Mr. Dot. So it will start from 1 and will end at 3, and we got Mr. So that's my prefix, and that's how you can find the thing. ठीक है, यहाँ से. And उसी से मैंने ये DOB year लिया था. I was practicing here, and you can also do that something which has specific and similar letters. If अगर तुमको ये सब names वगैरह में करना होगा, तो you will not get it because everyone's name is different. Like it's differently long, right? Everyone's name is different. It can be different lengths. But for data, admissions and like date of birth, dates, these all have similar pattern, right? Similar pattern which you can edit. So उसमें से ये सब बहुत आसान हो जाता है, and it's very useful in that cases. How about in strings? All right, there's also one function in string. ठीक है, in string. What it does is find the position of the substring. ठीक है, देख लेते क्या है. ठीक है, in string. ठीक है, in string. ठीक है, हमने string दे दिया मिस्टर निबिर. इसमें देखना है कि मिस्टर कौन से पोजीशन पे है, तो हमको लिखेगा कि ये फर्स्ट पोजीशन में है. इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट पोजीशन. लेकिन अगर मुझे चाहिए कि फुल स्टॉप, ये जो फुल स्टॉप है वो कौन से पोजीशन में है, सॉरी फुल स्टॉप, ओके, तो बताएगा 3 बिकॉज द इंडेक्स स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम 1. सो 1 2 3. नाइस, very nice. So in string gives you the position, and with substring you can get the string from the position. You see, those two are very related. In string gives you position, all right, and substring gives you string from position. ठीक है, from position. Okay, all right, we'll clear this up. Very nice. ये हो गया, लेफ्ट राइट हो गया सब. नाउ डेट, मंथ टाइम, मंथ नेम ये हम बाद में करेंगे. टाइम फंक्शंस हम बाद में करेंगे क्योंकि these are not natively supported in SQLite, so we'll have to do in DB Fiddle instead यहाँ पे. So we're gonna keep that for later, and let's do these one. All right, let's do max, min, average, sum. Okay, these are very interesting, very very interesting. Let's see, क्या देखते हैं. मैक्स से क्या होगा, तुम्हारा मैक्सिमम वाला एलिमेंट मिलेगा, है ना, सबसे बड़ा एलिमेंट. मिनिमम सबसे छोटा एलिमेंट. एवरेज सब एवरेज मिला के जो वैल्यू आएगा वो. सम जो सम होगा वो. ठीक है, करके देखते, सब करके देखते. एक बार में ही सब करेंगे, ठीक है. बट पहले एक बार अच्छे से देख लेते कि मैक्स अगर डाल दिया, सपोज हमारे पास कुछ वैल्यूज है 4 5 6 7 8 8 9. ठीक है, वेरी नाइस. सो इन दिस केस इट्स क्लियरली विजिबल दैट द मैक्सिमम एलिमेंट इज 9. पर करके देखते हैं. ठीक है, यहाँ पे 9 आएगा. वेरी नाइस. मिनिमम, हाउ अबाउट मिनिमम. मिनिमम कौन सा होगा? इट शुड बी 4. करेक्ट, वी आर राइट, एंड या एवरीबॉडी एल्स इज रॉन्ग. ओके, वेरी नाइस. हाउ अबाउट द एवरेज? AVG, wrong number of arguments. All right, shit. Wrong number of arguments. How about sum? हाँ, ये क्या हो गया? ये तो होना नहीं चाहिए था बाबू। हाँ? ओए, ये क्या हो गया जी? ये क्या हो गया जी? अरे ये क्या हो गया? अरे बाबू ये क्या हो गया? We found the loophole. हम 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 हाँ 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 हाँ। अरे होना तो चाहिए भाई। Okay, let's use it in a context. All right, let's देख लेते कि हमारे students वाला में क्या था. So we got the marks. We want to find the average of the marks. देख लेते हैं. Select average marks from students. ओके यहाँ से यूज करता है. ओके ठीक है ठीक है समझ आ गया. तो you need a column and its values in order to use average and the sum function. All right, but you can find max and minimum using any function, any list of values. All right, but you need a column full of values in order to find the average. So here average marks is 76.8. Okay, how about sum? Instead of marks, how about sum? Yeah, that's it. Very nice. How about the maximum marks? सब डाल देते हैं. ठीक है, मैक्स मार्क्स मिल गया हमको चाहिए मिनिमम मार्क्स. ठीक है, मिनिमम मार्क्स एंड लाइक मिनिमम मार्क्स. और हमको चाहिए एवरेज. राइट, ठीक है, एवरेज मार्क्स. एंड हमको चाहिए सम. पूरा सही है, हमको सब चाहिए. ठीक है, बढ़िया, सब मिल गया हमको. एक बार में ही सब मिल गया. मैक्सिमम, मिनिमम, एवरेज, सम. बढ़िया, सब मिल गया. सिर्फ एक के लिए मिला. ठीक है, समझ में आ गया. आई होप इट इज वेरी इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड. रिमेंबर दैट यू गाइज शुड गिव इट अ कॉलम from a table to really do some calculations. All right, अगर कुछ भी नहीं दिया तो कैसे क्या करेगा, है ना. Okay, we also have count. All right, count conditions using conditions. Oh, acha. It's like I forgot. Okay, let's also see the students again. ठीक है, हमको काउंट करना है कि सेक्शन ए वाले कितने हैं. ठीक है, सेक्शन ए सिर्फ काउंट करना है. आई वांट टू फाइंड द काउंट. राइट, हाउ विल वी डू दैट? वेल, वी वांट टू काउंट everything from students. Where क्या बोलते हैं, section is equal to कितना, A. ठीक है, कितना मिला हमको, 7. तो यहाँ पर सेक्शन ए वाले 7 है. So that's how count works. All right, count star means it counts everything. All right, and let's just count. Let's just give it something else. Okay, and let's just do A. It should give it the same because it does not really matter. अगर सिर्फ कुछ दे दिया ना सर, अगर सिर्फ कुछ पैरामीटर दे दिया, इट विल जस्ट काउंट एवरीथिंग. ऑलराइट, अगर कुछ भी नहीं दिया, अगर स्टार दे दिया तो सेम रिजल्ट आएगा, क्योंकि इट डज नॉट मैटर. ऑलराइट, इट डज नॉट रियली मैटर, क्योंकि कितना नेम का जितना वैल्यूज है, बाकी सब का भी उतना ही वैल्यूज होगा, है ना. सो या, दैट्स हाउ काउंट वर्क्स. एंड से वी वांट टू काउंट एनीथिंग. ऑलराइट, लेट्स से 1 2 3 4. अगर कुछ डाल दिया, अब क्या होगा? कुछ नहीं होगा, बिकॉज दैट्स नॉट हाउ इट वर्क्स. ऑलराइट, you want to give it a column name or something, right, to count the values that you actually need. All right, and I hope everything's visible and stuff. Wait a second, let me adjust the exposure real quick. this should be much better, right? Have... All right. Very nice. Bright. Yeah. Let's go. Very bright. It's nice. That's very nice. ठीक है. We got counting done. We got okay. These are done. We are left with the क्या बोलते हैं time functions है ना. Now हो गया, date हो गया, month name, blah blah blah. Let's do those. All right. Let's go to हमारा DB fiddle to just avoid anything. Let's do can we run it? Select कुछ लिख देते हैं date. ठीक है. Running query. See results panel. कहाँ है भाई? Skill syntax near this one. अच्छा कुछ ऐसा करना है क्या? Date time. Now. ठीक है. Now में आएगा. If we type now, it will just return the date and time of now. अभी कितना हुआ है? अगर if you want to just find date, I think we're supposed to give it now, the parameter. Yes. So हमको now को under डालना पड़ेगा. Like we do in Python, is just think of it like a क्या बोलते हैं? Argument, a parameter. So if you give it date, so उसमें सिर्फ date ही डालेगा. Okay, if we सिर्फ date ही. अगर date time करे तो कुछ नहीं आएगा, because I think it does not happen. अगर time करे तब तो it will return time, the time part. अगर हम month करें तो month. अगर year करे तो year. अगर year name करे तो कुछ नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि year का name नहीं होता. लेकिन अगर month name करे तो June. You see? अगर हम यहाँ पर अगर now की अलावा कुछ अलग डाल लें, let's say कुछ अलग से 2023, 0 to 10 and 66, that's not a valid date, so 26, alright, ठीक है. So अगर ये करे तो it should be October, correct? Because this is the month, October. Very nice. अब अगर क्या बोलते हैं, अब अगर हम क्या बोलते हैं day करे तब क्या होगा? It should print the day. And day num, how about day name? Thursday. Very nice. So these are various functions. अगर time करे, I hope nothing will return. Why did it return this one? That's interesting. That's very interesting. Let me know in the chat or comments, why is it doing that? All right. It should not, but it is doing that. Why? I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me. So ये सब थे. Now say we get the current timestamp. Remember, if you want to print the now, मतलब अभी कौन सा टाइम है, just do now, alright? Just do now. उसमें time और date दोनों मिलेगा तुमको, alright? So we are done with all of that, and very nice. Okay, the best part for now. But before that, I think we should take a break. Yeah. No breaks. No breaks. All right. Okay. So we got group by, having, and order by. This is a bit tricky. So I hope you got your ears and your mouths open. All right. So groups data with particular thing. One row per group. Used for sums and counting stuff where you need concise stuff. ठीक है, करके देखते हैं. Select all from students, alright? Okay. ठीक है, हमको क्या चाहिए? Let's say we want to find the highest marks from each class. Okay? Highest marks from each class. कैसे करें? अरे यहाँ पर तो सब जम्बल्ड है क्लास वर्ब ब्ला 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 ब्ला. हमको ऐसा करना पड़ेगा कि we want to find just one row for each thing और उसका highest mark. तो इसी यूज केसेस में ये ग्रुप बाय जो है वो काम आएगा. लेट्स एग्जांपल से देखते हैं, ठीक है. सिलेक्ट मैक्सिमम ऑफ द मार्क्स ग्रुप बाय क्लास, नहीं सॉरी फ्रॉम स्टूडेंट्स ग्रुप बाय I think class. I hope this will run. I think there is something wrong with my syntax. All right. Group by from students. Okay. ये करना था क्या? Well, that's what happens when you don't practice. समझे? Marks. Select group by. अरे स्पेस नहीं है बाबू. स्पेस मतलब क्या बोलते हैं? स्पेस है. हाँ. Yes. Okay. But still, something is missing. Group by class from students. सिर्फ मार्क्स देते हैं, क्या होता है? Nothing is appearing. Select all कर देते हैं. ठीक, सब करके देखेंगे. Nothing is happening. Am I? Okay, this is a skill issue. All right. This is clearly a skill issue. Oh shit. Let's do it. ठीक है. Select max marks class from student group by class. अरे यार, जो हमको चाहिए वो भी तो देना पड़ेगा ना. अरे हम पहले से क्या बोलते हैं, मैक्स मार्क्स दे लिखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्लास से ग्रुप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको क्लास तो दिया ही नहीं हम. That should not happen. Why did that happen? सिर्फ क्लास 10 ही है क्या? नहीं तो क्लास 12, 11 सब है. हाँ, तो यहाँ पर मैंने ब्रो शीश है. देखो हमने इसको अंदर डाल दिया, इसलिए ही नहीं हुआ. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Yeah, but yeah, that's how you learn from things. Sorry about the क्या बोलते हैं, figuring out time thing. I should probably drink some water. Yeah. That's very nice. All right. Group by. How does it work? इसमें क्या हुआ देखते हैं. इसमें आउटपुट क्या है? Every class we are finding the maximum marks from that class. Right? That's what we are doing right now. हमको क्या चाहिए था? हमको चाहिए था कि every class उसमें से highest कितना है वो चाहिए था. And that's what it did. Okay? अगर तुम group by करोगे किसी हिसाब से, तो उस ग्रुप का जो यूनिक ग्रुप होंगे उसमें से सिर्फ एक क्या बोलते हैं रो बनेगा, और उस रो में जो तुम ये पहले वाला डालोगे वो बनेगा. लेट्स सी इफ वी हैव अदर क्या बोलते हैं रोज, टेबल, सॉरी, क्लास सब्जेक्ट्स. हाँ है. ये हमारा सब्जेक्ट का है, क्या बोलते हैं टेबल है. इसमें क्लास, सेक्शन, सब्जेक्ट, टीचर आईडी, एक्सेट्रा. ठीक है. इसमें देखो क्या बोलते हैं बहुत सारे रिपीटेशंस हैं. ठीक है. कंप्यूटर, साइंस, टीचर आईडी, B999 व्हाटएवर. एंड अगर हमको चाहिए कि well that wouldn't happen. Let's check different something different. We have students new. इसमें क्या है? बॉब चार्ली ना, इसमें भी कुछ काम नहीं होगा. क्लास सब्जेक्ट्स में भी नहीं होगा. सब्जेक्ट्स है क्या कुछ? Same. Cannot show you properly. Teachers, how about that? Nah, not here. Let's do the students ही करते हैं. Students ही करते हैं. Alright. We got it, students. अभी अब सेक्शन के हिसाब से करेंगे, ठीक है? Section wise, we'll find the marks. What if we do both? Two groups, all right? Let's check two groups, all right? Check maximum marks. हम उसमें क्लास भी डालेंगे, उसमें सेक्शन भी डालेंगे. From students and group by class and section, all right? बढ़िया, very nice. So we got 9C से कितना है, 9A से, B से, C से, ABC से कितना मैक्सिमम मार्क्स. सो 2 ग्रुप भी बना सकते हो, जितना चाहिए उतना ग्रुप बना सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो उसमें से मैक्सिमम मिल गया. और हमारे पास बहुत अलग अलग है ना, क्या बोलते हैं, अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं, तो उसमें मैक्सिमम मिल गया. सो यू कैन डू समथिंग लाइक दैट. तो दैट्स हाउ ग्रुपिंग वर्क्स. मीन सारे चीज़ें मिला के एक कर दिया. तो सपोज वी वांटेड टू क्रिएट अ थिंग, ओके? एक टेबल बनाते हैं, ठीक है? क्रिएट टेबल पैसा, ठीक है? पैसा. उसमें से क्या डालते हैं? आईडी, ठीक है? प्राइमरी की डाल देते हैं. आई होप यू नो व्हाट प्राइमरी की इज. उसमें कैटेगरी, टेक्स्ट, राइट? टेक्स्ट. और उसके बाद पैसा, एंड दिस विल बी इंटीजर, राइट? ठीक है, इंटीजर कितना पैसा लेगा उसमें, है ना? और क्या बोलते हैं, कुछ नेम डाल देते हैं, ठीक है? नेम. ये वाला ऊपर डालेंगे. अरे छोड़ो, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है? विल जस्ट इनपुट इट, ऑलराइट? वी मेड सम टेबल्स. और उसमें इंसर्ट करते हैं. चलो कुछ इंसर्ट इनटू पैसा. पैसा क्या डालेंगे? आईडी है, कैटेगरी है, एंड पैसा है, एंड हमारे पास नेम है, ठीक है? वैल्यूज़ क्या क्या डालेंगे? लेट्स टेक 1. कैटेगरी क्या बोलते हैं? गेम, ठीक है? कितना पैसा खर्च किया? 100 रुपये. नेम क्या खरीदा हमने? वी बॉट, आई डोंट नो, विचर 3, ठीक है? विचर 3 ऑसम गेम. और डाल देते हैं कुछ, ठीक है? आईडी 2. क्या है इसमें? बुक, है ना? कितना खर्च किया? 500 रुपये. क्या खरीदा? अभी क्या पढ़ रहे हैं आप? I'm reading this book called The Troop by Nick Cutter, alright? So The Troop. So let's add some other thing. अभी फिर से एक गेम डालते हैं, क्योंकि I play games a lot, alright? I used to play game a lot and I miss it. इसमें 300 रुपये खर्च कर दिए. What did I buy? I bought Metal Gear Solid 5, alright? Solid 5. Alright, ठीक है, बढ़िया, very nice. So select all from paisa, from this table we just created. Alright, so integer क्या डाला था रे? हाँ, कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया क्या? Let's remove it. Alright, let's alter table paisa, and let's delete int. I think this should work. Delete. अरे, delete column int. हाँ, कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया, I think. delete int, ये होगा क्या? चलो कोई बात नहीं, रहने दो. Or maybe I can just like SQL commands. Let's see. Maybe I forgot something. Alright, drain, drop, change, drop. No delete commands are used. You should use drop. Okay. ओके वेरी नाइस. सो यहाँ पे क्या होगा, सिलेक्ट फ्रॉम पैसा. हाँ ठीक है, बढ़िया. अभी चाहिए क्या हमको, लेट्स से वी वांट तो क्या होता है देखना कि गेम में टोटल कितना खर्च किया, बुक में कितना खर्च किया है ना, समथिंग लाइक दैट. सो वी कैन डू सिलेक्ट सम ऑफ पैसा कितना है, उसके बाद कैटेगरी, ठीक है, फ्रॉम पैसा जो हमारा टेबल है, ग्रुप बाय हमारा कैटेगरी, ठीक है, कैटेगरी. वी कैन डू दैट एंड इट शुड प्रिंट की यस हमने बुक में 500 रुपये खर्च किए, गेम में 400, बिकॉज 300 प्लस 100 इज 400. या ये सब कर सकते हैं हम ग्रुप बाय से. वेरी वेरी नाइस. ऑलराइट, लेट्स गो बैक टू द स्टूडेंट्स टेबल. ठीक है, स्टूडेंट्स टेबल कहाँ गया, फ्रॉम स्टूडेंट्स. ठीक है, हाउ अबाउट वी वांट टू फाइंड द maximum marks of only section A from all the classes. All right, from all the classes only section not A but B. ठीक है, B, सिर्फ B. क्या करेंगे, maximum marks, we already know this. maximum marks बाकी सब सेम रहेगा है ना. क्लास सेक्शन, यहाँ पे एक चीज अलग होगा, उसमें having लगेगा. ठीक है, having is like where बट फॉर ग्रुप्ड स्टेटमेंट्स. ओके, जिसमें ग्रुपिंग लगेगा ना, उसमें हैविंग लगेगा. बट अदरवाइज यू यूज वेयर. ओके, सपोज वेयर दिस इज दैट, सेक्शन इज दैट, राइट. जैसे कि हमने वो ऊपर किया था ना, इवन ऑड वाला, कहाँ गया, बहुत ऊपर है, वेयर सेक्शन है, या दिस वन वेयर सेक्शन है, जस्ट काउंट करने के लिए हमने किया था. बट when we use grouping, we use having instead. It's like where but for grouped stuff. All right, so having section equals A. Sorry, हमको B लेना था ना, तो वो करेंगे. Okay, तो only B आया. ठीक है, how about A, ठीक है, C. Very nice, very cool. So that's how you use having. You don't have to write it in second line. I just wrote it because you know कैमरा का जो ब्लॉक हो जाता है ना and stuff. And ठीक है, that is done. What else do we have? We have SQL, देख लेते हैं. Having order by, order by, ये देख लेते हैं. मैक्सिमम मार्क्स है हमारे पास. ठीक है, सपोज we want to order a certain table by ascending order or descending order, है ना. कैसे करेंगे, how are we supposed to do that? Well, हमको order by लेना पड़ेगा ना. We use order by क्या, order by क्या से क्लास ले लेते हैं. कैसे, descending order, बड़े से छोटा. Let's try. बढ़िया, we got descending order. क्या हुआ इसमें, order by कर लिया हमने. किससे ऑर्डर करना है, किससे भैया, क्लास से. कैसे करना है भैया, डिसेंडिंग करना है. ठीक है, बढ़िया. इसमें सिर्फ ऐसे ही नहीं, ग्रुप वाले भी नहीं, इसमें भी कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, सो यहाँ पे देखो सब क्लासेस क्या है ना, ब्ला ब्ला हो रहे हैं. सपोज वी वांट टू मेक इट मोर ब्यूटीफुल. ऑलराइट, ठीक है, ऑर्डर बाय कितना, क्लास, क्या कितना, असेंडिंग. देखो 9 10 कितना बढ़िया, वेरी नाइस, है ना, वेरी कूल. सो दैट्स हाउ इट हैपेंस, दैट्स हाउ ऑर्डर बाय वर्क्स. ऑर्डर बाय कहाँ से करना है, which one do you want and how do you want it, ascending or descending. ठीक है, very nice. So you can use multiple columns as well. Suppose you want order क्या बोलते हैं, क्लासेस तो कर लिया, क्लासेस के बाद तुमको ये भी करना है. ठीक है, क्या बोलते हैं, मार्क्स भी सॉर्ट करना है, या फिर डेट ऑफ बर्थ भी सॉर्ट करना है. वो कैसे करेंगे, सिमिलर, क्लास के बाद हम DOB भी डाल देते हैं. ठीक है, हो गया. क्लास तो सेम ही है, ऑर्डर्ड है, DOB भी ऑर्डर में आ जाएगा इसमें. ठीक है, इट्स नॉट रियली विजिबल राइट नाउ, बट आई होप इफ वी do marks instead, then it should probably display. Yeah, let's do without marks. Let's do marks से 10 69 पहले, 10 बाद में 100, या से 11 57 उसके बाद सबसे लास्ट में 96. यस, स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम 57 एंड इन 96. सो इट इज असेंडिंग, सो व्हिच इज वेरी कूल, वेरी वेरी कूल. या सो मल्टीपल कॉलम्स में भी ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं. दैट्स वेरी नाइस. ओके, डिड वी लीव एनीथिंग टिल हियर? Let's review round functions. These are very easy. Uppercase, lowercase, substring, length, left, right. These we don't have in SQLite, but we do have it in standard MySQL. In string, trimming the white spaces. Yes. Now date, time, वगैरह सब, max, average, sum, count, order, बढ़िया. Now. The hardest part, which I had a bit of time to think and क्या बोलते हैं, समझ में आने के लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा. Alright, what is join? What is equi-join भी बोलते हैं इसको, और joining भी बोलते हैं. Okay, you remember you had primary keys and candidate keys in grade 11, right? उसमें क्या होता था? They were keys, they were unique identifiers for each of the tables. ठीक है? For example, यहाँ पे ये जो ID है, that is the primary key for this table. Alright, ले अच्छे से देख लेते हैं, अच्छे से, from students. ठीक है ना? ये जो ID है, this is the unique identifier for this thing, right? Now, assume कर लेते हैं कि ये हमारा, ये जो क्या बोलते हैं, ये जो चीज़ है, ये जो टेबल है, उसके अलावा कुछ और टेबल हैं जिसमें सब्जेक्ट्स के बारे में बताया गया है. ठीक है? I think I have that thing, enrollments, I think. है ना? Enrollments? No, not enrollments. Sorry. Maybe something else. Student subjects, I guess. Not that either. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. I'll show you something. All right? I'll show you something. ठीक है? Okay, we do have the students another one. Yeah, ठीक है. Okay, we have this. All right, we have this new table of students. We got Alice, Bob, Charlie, Diana, Eve. Each has an ID, and we have a table of subjects. All right, subjects. ठीक है, subjects भी हैं, और हमारे पास कुछ information है. ऐसे करके कि स्टूडेंट आईडी क्या, सब्जेक्ट आईडी क्या, मार्क्स. ऑलराइट, रिमेंबर सब्जेक्ट आईडी ये है हमारे पास फॉर ईच सब्जेक्ट, एंड स्टूडेंट आईडी के हमारे पास आईडी है और मार्क्स भी है. यहाँ पे दोनों में, यहाँ पे सब्जेक्ट आईडी है. हमको ऐसा चीज़ देना है, हमको ऐसा चीज़ निकालना है कि हमको चाहिए इस बंदे के पास कौन सा सब्जेक्ट है. लेकिन यहाँ पर तो टेबल में है ही नहीं भाई सब्जेक्ट. वी डोंट हैव अ सब्जेक्ट कॉलम हियर, but we do have a subject column here, है ना? In the subject ID, in the subject table, different table, alright? लेकिन इसमें भी नहीं है, इसमें भी भाई, इसमें भी अलग से लिखा है, इसमें स्टूडेंट आईडी लिंक नहीं है. कैसे करें? बट इसमें तो है स्टूडेंट, कौन सा स्टूडेंट आईडी कौन सा सब्जेक्ट आईडी में है. सो दीज आर 3 separate टेबल एंड यू हैव टू लिंक देम ऑल टू फाइंड सर्टेन थिंग्स. ठीक है, कैसे करें? हमको चाहिए क्या? हमको चाहिए ये स्टूडेंट का नेम, हमको चाहिए उसका सब्जेक्ट, हमको चाहिए उसका मार्क्स. ठीक है, इतना चाहिए हमको. ऑलराइट, कैसे करें? अब देखो हमारे पास कौन सा मेन टेबल है. व्हाट डू वी हैव? द मेन टेबल है स्टूडेंट्स न्यू, जिसमें सारा नाम, क्लास, वटेवर है हमारे पास. मार्क्स भी ऑलरेडी है हमारे पास. ठीक है, बस आईडी है, हमारे पास नेम है. क्या नहीं है हमारे पास? हमारे पास सब्जेक्ट नहीं है. ठीक है, लेकिन सब्जेक्ट अगर टेबल देखें हम, तो उसमें जो लिंक करने वाला चीज है वो नहीं है. ठीक है, कैसे लिंक करें? वी हैव द सब्जेक्ट आईडी बट नॉट स्टूडेंट आईडी. लेकिन स्टूडेंट आईडी कहाँ पे है? स्टूडेंट आईडी ये वाले टेबल पे है, एनरोलमेंट टेबल पे है, जहाँ पे स्टूडेंट आईडी और सब्जेक्ट आईडी लिंक हो रहे हैं. ओके, सो we'll use this link. alright, how? ठीक है, देख लेते हैं. Say we want students underscore लेट्स कीप इन माइंड दैट थिंग हियर। अगर जब ज्वाइन वगैरह करेंगे तो हमको टेबल का नाम डॉट उसके बाद उसका कॉलम का नेम मेंशन करना पड़ेगा। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे पास स्टूडेंट न्यू है ना, ये टेबल पहले वाला, तो डॉट नेम। अगर हमको सब्जेक्ट चाहिए तो सब्जेक्ट का जो सब्जेक्ट टेबल है उसके बाद सब्जेक्ट नेम, तो वो हमको मेंशन करना पड़ेगा। तो सब्जेक्ट टेबल से सब्जेक्ट अंडरस्कोर नेम, करेक्ट। और हमको क्या चाहिए, एनरोलमेंट से एनरोलमेंट डॉट मार्क्स, ठीक है। एनरोलमेंट टेबल से मार्क्स चाहिए हमको, ठीक है। कहां से ले, हमारे पास मेन टेबल कौन सा है, मेन टेबल ये वाला है। सो यहां से हम फ्रॉम करेंगे, फ्रॉम स्टूडेंट्स अंडरस्कोर न्यू, ऑलराइट। यहां से हम फ्रॉम करेंगे क्योंकि दिस इज द मेन टेबल। अगर हमारे पास कोई और टेबल होता जिसमें सब मैक्सिमम इंफॉर्मेशन जो है हमारे पास अवेलेबल है तो वो वाला टेबल होता, लेकिन नहीं, हमारे पास मेन टेबल है स्टूडेंट्स न्यू, ठीक है। अभी हम ज्वाइन करेंगे, ओके, वी विल ज्वाइन द थिंग्स। ज्वाइन क्या, ओके, एज आई सेड वी वांट टू ज्वाइन दीज टू टेबल्स, राइट। दीज टू टेबल्स, हमको यहां से तो टेबल लेना है, ठीक है। आपको अभी हमारे पास चाहिए सब्जेक्ट, लेकिन सब्जेक्ट के लिए हमको ये वाला और ये वाला टेबल में लिंक है नहीं, तो पहले ये वाला और ये वाला टेबल में लिंक करना पड़ेगा, है ना, ठीक है। तो एनरोलमेंट्स जो है, नहीं, पहले सब्जेक्ट को लिंक्स कर देते हैं। सब्जेक्ट ऑन एनरोलमेंट्स, एनरोलमेंट्स जो टेबल है डॉट क्या बोलते हैं, डॉट सब्जेक्ट आईडी। हम समझाएंगे, पहले लिख लेते हैं, यस, इक्वल्स सब्जेक्ट्स डॉट एंड सब्जेक्ट्स डॉट सब्जेक्ट आईडी, ठीक है। नो कॉलम आर्गुमेंट मार्क्स, ऑफ कोर्स अभी तक आया नहीं, ठीक है। ये दोनों लिंक हो गए, है ना, ये दोनों लिंक हो गए। अब ये दोनों कैसे लिंक करें भाई, ये दोनों तो हो गया भाई, लेकिन ये दोनों भी तो करना है क्योंकि अभी तक तो सब्जेक्ट आया ही नहीं हमारे पास, है ना। तो वो कैसे करेंगे, हम फिर से ज्वाइन करेंगे, डबल ज्वाइन, एनरोलमेंट्स ये वाला ज्वाइन करें। अरे यार कहाँ, अरे एनरोलमेंट्स ऑन का मतलब क्या है, ऑन का मतलब ये है कि कौन से बिहाफ में ज्वाइन कर रहे हो भाई, कौन से की में ज्वाइन कर रहे हो। यहां पे देख रहे हो सब्जेक्ट आईडी और सब्जेक्ट आईडी ये दोनों सेम होने चाहिए। दिस शुड बी द प्राइमरी की फॉर दिस वन एंड दिस शुड बी अ वेरी डिफरेंट की ऑन विच यू आर अटैचिंग इट, है ना। जैसे कि स्टूडेंट आईडी, दीज शुड मैच अप, ओके। दिस इज वाई प्राइमरी की एंड फॉरेन की, यू नो, प्राइमरी की एंड फॉरेन की जो क्लास 11 में सीखा था, दैट इज वाई इट वाज इंपॉर्टेंट हियर, ओके। सो जॉइन एनरोलमेंट्स ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ क्या बोलते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स न्यू डॉट आईडी इक्वल्स एनरोलमेंट्स डॉट स्टूडेंट अंडरस्कोर आईडी। लेट्स सी, अरे वाह क्या बात है, हमारे आ गया हमको जो चाहिए था। हमको चाहिए था नाम, अपना सब्जेक्ट और उसका मार्क्स, तो हमको उसका सब्जेक्ट उसका मार्क्स सब मिल गया। कैसे आया वो देखते हैं, ठीक है। हाउ डिड वी फाइंड इट, सो दिस इज द कोड, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गया, विल यूज अ डिफरेंट एग्जांपल आई गेस द नेक्स्ट टाइम। सो फर्स्ट हमको देखना था कि कौन सा चाहिए। सो ये हमको चाहिए, हमने लिख लिया पहले। हमको जो मेन टेबल है वहां से फ्रॉम करना है, वहां से लेना है चीज, ओके। अब देखना है कि कैसे लिंक होगा चीजें, है ना। हमारे पास पता था हमको कि यहाँ पे सिर्फ आईडी है, यहाँ पे सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट है, सो लिंक नॉट पॉसिबल, राइट। लेकिन यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट आईडी सब्जेक्ट आईडी दोनों है, ठीक है। अब क्या कर सकते हैं कि हम यहां से जो एनरोलमेंट टेबल है वहां से सब्जेक्ट आईडी लेके ये वाला सब्जेक्ट आईडी के पास लिंक कर सकते हैं, वो हो गया। लेकिन अभी भी ये दोनों तो लिंक नहीं हुआ ना, सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट आईडी और एनरोलमेंट से लिंक हुआ। लेकिन गुड थिंग इज वी हैव द स्टूडेंट आईडी एंड आईडी हियर, सो वी कैन पॉसिबली लिंक बोथ दीज टेबल्स। एंड क्योंकि ये पहले से ये दोनों लिंक है, तो ये दोनों लिंक करने से सारे तीनों लिंक हो जाएंगे, समझे। हियर वी डिड दैट। सो हम पहले सब्जेक्ट्स को एनरोलमेंट के सब्जेक्ट आईडी से लिंक कर लिया, अब एनरोलमेंट्स को स्टूडेंट के आईडी से लिंक कर दिया, उसके बाद हमको ये रिजल्ट आया। दैट्स वेरी वेरी नाइस, ठीक है। अब इजी एग्जांपल लेते हैं, इजी एग्जांपल कहाँ गया रे। मैं I was making a program, not program actually, I'm making a, क्या बोलते हैं, yeah, it is a program. Okay, so यहाँ पर मैंने एक डेटाबेस बनाया, ठीक है. Let's zoom in a bit and let's say select कर लेते हैं. Select all from, क्या है, main. एक है main, यहाँ पे I was making a reading list, alright. और एक है meta, ठीक है, main और meta. दोनों में क्या डिफरेंस है? यहाँ पे दोनों में नेम है, डेट पब्लिश्ड है, सब है. एक में सिर्फ नाम और ऑथर है, ठीक है, नाम और ऑथर. अभी देखना है हमको कि ये वाला सब और ये वाला कैसे लिंक करना है. हमको यहाँ से नेम लेके यहाँ से ऑथर का नेम कैसे निकालना है. वी विल डू दैट हियर, ऑलराइट. सो हमको सिलेक्ट करना है कि मेन से हमको नेम लेना है और मेटा से हमको ऑथर लेना है. मैंने भी ट्राई किया था पहले, ऑलराइट, ठीक है. कहाँ से? फ्रॉम मेन, क्योंकि ये हमारा सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट, जिसमें सब वैल्यूज हैं, है ना, ऑलरेडी हैं, जिसमें नेम है हमारा, है ना, तो वहाँ से लेना है, ठीक है. अब कहाँ से ज्वाइन करना है? ज्वाइन ये वाला करना है, मेटा करना है हमको ज्वाइन, है ना, जहाँ पे है हमारा चीज़ ऑन main.id. अरे पहले से टाइप करके, हाँ, मतलब यहाँ का जो ID है वहाँ से यहाँ का ID का ज्वाइन करेंगे, ठीक है. main.id इक्वल्स meta.id. उसके बाद नेम और ऑथर हमारा आ जाएगा. सो दैट्स हाउ इट हैपेंस. वेयर बेसिकली नोट्स में चलते हैं. स्टार्ट विद द मोस्ट क्लोजेस्ट टेबल यू वांट. सी व्हाट यू आर मिसिंग, कौन सा मिसिंग है और कौन से टेबल में है उसको ज्वाइन करो, ठीक है. एंड उसके बाद भी अगर नहीं हुआ तो कीप ज्वाइनिंग अंटिल यू गेट द रिजल्ट, ठीक है. रिमेंबर, ऑर्डर ऑफ द ज्वाइन डज नॉट मैटर. अगर मैं इसको उल्टा कर देता तब भी कोई फायदा नहीं होता, ठीक है. उल्टा करके देखते हैं. लेट्स डू द एनरोलमेंट थिंग्स. एनरोलमेंट फर्स्ट एंड सब्जेक्ट लेटर, ठीक है. जॉइन सब्जेक्ट्स ऑन एनरोलमेंट्स द सब्जेक्ट आईडी इक्वल्स सब्जेक्ट्स द सब्जेक्ट आईडी, ठीक है. अभी करके देखते हैं. सेम रिजल्ट. ऑर्डर मैटर नहीं करता. यू कैन डू जॉइन लेटर, बिफोर, whatever, रिजल्ट सेम ही आएगा. Alright, basically the links are the same. So yeah. Oh, did we just finish everything under 6 hours? Is it under 6 hours? Holy shit. Where is it? We did the SQL thing, man. We're done with it. Oh yeah, we can cross that off our list. And oh damn. We just finished everything. Wow. I'm proud of you guys. That's amazing. If you stick around, if you stuck around till now, oh damn. Thank you a lot. And I learned a lot as well in the process. And we have finished the grade 12 informatics practices one shot in under 6 hours. Of course, we took a lot of breaks, 10, 15, 20 minutes breaks, a couple of times. After that, I mean, we're done. And now, thank you, Anubhav. Thank you very much. Thank you for editing this video. I hope he's gonna do that. I mean, it's a live now, but he's gonna edit the video most probably. But let's see what happens. If you're watching this in the future, congratulations. And I'll emphasize it on this again, that you cannot learn if you don't do it, right? So it does not matter if you're doing Python or SQL. You need to do it somewhere. All right, let me turn back my the screen here. Okay, you have this website, DB Fiddle. All right, DB dash Fiddle. I hope it's visible. I am gonna write this here. HTTPS DB. You got this one. DB Fiddle.com. For everything related to SQL, you can run it there. All right, you can create stuff and run it there. It's easy. And for your Jupyter you can use collab.google.notebooks or Google Collabs. Just Google Collabs. Collabs. All right. And again, you have my GitHub repo right here. Everything's uploaded in this repo. Let me open this. And yeah, everything's here in somewhere. So just go there and do it. Right? Very nice. Good job. Thank you for watching the stream. I'll not take more time. And Anubhav said I will, don't worry. So yeah, I think you guys are watching the edited version, or maybe not. I don't know. But all I know is that today went well. And yeah, this was an unconventional one shot. Definitely. But it was fun. Yeah, it was fun. And I hope you learned something. And I hope you'll do great. I know maybe you're watching this around boards or something like that. So yeah, I'll be giving boards as well this year. This year is 25. So yeah, let's see where that goes. And now I'm gonna see ya. Okay, I'm gonna see ya sometime later. It's very late. I need to go. And yeah, keep on. Okay, yeah. And I'm your friend, philosopher and guide, Nibir. Stay frosty, right? Stay frosty. I love you guys. Thank you.